Hello, everyone. Welcome to the show. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. It's Saturday, December the 17th. I'm so sorry. We had technical problem just a minute before we go live. That was a delay. I had to go and set up a new computer to get this on. But I thank you for joining us today. It's a wonderful day here in New York. I hope it's wonderful where you are. And it's a very interesting day. Today, Muhammadu Buhari turned 80, and people are sending in messages for him. We are going to talk about that. Also, today, we know that Morocco is playing Croatia for the third place at the World Cup. So a lot of people most likely will be watching, but I hope you join us as we also talk about that. But we have several stories going on across Nigeria today that we want to discuss. One of them is, of course, the ongoing story. We know that last week, whether you like it or not, we are talking about it. But last week, Simon Ekpa ended his sit at home, 5-day sit at home, and declared that there won't be election in the East. Whatever you think about him, he's a factor in what's going to happen next. Is there going to be election? Can he enforce that there won't be election? What are the implications for the people in the East, for Nigeria as a whole? So we're going to talk about that. I also have it on authority that tomorrow he's meeting with Igbo leaders in the diaspora to try to talk to him. Maybe they can convince him to pull back from where he's going. So we're going to talk about that because the implications are more than just what happens in the East. Also, on today's show, we are going to talk about what happened to the South Sudan's president and the implication for Nigeria and Africa as a whole. So we are going to discuss it in the context of what does that mean for people running for president in Nigeria and across Africa. We also know that African leaders are meeting, or they just ended the meeting in Washington with the president, Biden. So what did they discuss? Why do they have to go to the White House to meet? So we're talking about that. We are talking about Soludo. He met with Atiku when Atiku came to campaign in Anambra State, and he said a few things that are indication that this is not over yet in terms of his his fight with Obi and his understanding of the politics in Nigeria. So we have that as one of the things we're going to talk about. Let me play a little bit from that video while we continue.
As has been said, of course we know. I want to say, and I even wrote something. You are one of the two front runners for the presidency of Nigeria. And in the fullness of time, we're going to have a conversation. See, I'm in politics, but I'm not yet, I'm still struggling whether I've become a politician or not. I say it as it is. And we come to say, for the sake of this country, for the sake of Nigeria, let me, on behalf of the government and good people of Anambra, the light of the nation, welcome you to Anambra State. Well, in-law, no, I will say, welcome home, because he is an in-law as well. No, people forget that. So welcome home. And
All right, so let's welcome our guests, people who are here with us, and we start the conversation. Welcome to the show. OC, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Ovie, welcome to the show.
Okay, do.
We there. If you want to join us, please turn on your camera when you come in, and we want to hear from you. IGA, welcome to the show. Unmute yourself, please.
Thank you.
IG, I don't think I've ever seen you. Have I seen you before? No, is that the first time?
Yeah, first time on the show.
Oh, welcome, welcome. We like that. Can you tell us where you're joining us from and
I'm joining you from Germany.
Okay, okay, nice to have you. All right, let's start from let's go around and see what people are thinking, the stories they are following, they are monitoring. Ovie, I don't know how you live your life anymore. I don't understand. But Osi, let me start with you. What stories are of interest to you? What are you monitoring?
I'm not sure I have any particular area, but
Okay.
all I can say is that the whole thing, the whole story you talked about, you hinted on, I think they all have impacts in our lives. So we'll embrace it and not shy away from it.
Okay, very good, very good. Ovie, what are you looking at? What stories of interest to you?
More of a disturbing story. What's his name? This House of Rep that revealed the scam that is going on with CBN and the CBN governor.
Oh yeah, the stamp duty.
Stamp duties, yes.
Yes.
So, I'm trying to remember the man's name.
Kazaure.
Kazaure.
Yeah. I have him. We are going
so that's and a friend of mine will say that is a state capture. And
no, we need to understand someone who understands what's going on. I don't really understand that story well, but I haven't paid much attention. But we are going to touch on it. I think it's a lot of something is going on. If Shore is on that case, then there's something
that is enough for Nigerians to take to the street and actually take the state down. If
it's a big thing. If it's the figures I'm seeing. Paul, welcome to the show.
Thank you and good morning.
Yeah, nice to have you. How are you doing, Arizona?
Yeah.
So, Paul, we are checking on people. What stories are you monitoring? What stories are you following?
Well, I'm still concerned with the CBN and the money thing and this withdrawing of $27 a week. That don't make any sense. It just kind of bother me a little bit for people in the country home.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I thought we discussed that, but that people were saying that it doesn't impact people who can do digital transfer. So it's only people who withdraw cash.
That's true. Yes, but doctor, like I could remember when I traveled this year and last year, the POS business is a very big business. So the POS people themselves that happen to be the new job, how would they even access so much funds if they will also charge them? Because now they'll class them as corporate entities, so which means they'll charge them 10% if they want to pull a lot of money. So how much will they charge people that want to withdraw from them? Very many persons don't go to bank these days. You understand? They use the POS. So that will also crumble. And these are artisans. You understand? So I might send money to my brother in the village, my mother in the village. But how do you think they access the money? They go through the POS guys. You understand? So if they charge the POS too will also charge them more. So it's like we're talking now like 20% to get your money. Wow. 15-20%.
Okay. Hopefully we'll get to that. Let's look at this video.
I know go collect them. This one I pay money.
Not to do like Jesus Christ. Now new money where them bring come for Nigeria. Now new money. Now today them bring the money now.
This money, all this money for this Yahoo boy.
I no go collect. Now only 1,000 now they my hand. Why carry come? I beg, bros. No be new money where them bring come this Nigeria where they just bring today.
What's up?
I come buy something for the woman.
Madam, you never see this one before?
No, I never see this one.
See wetin cause confusion for Nigeria. Na new money. See, no be even one. Now plenty mama.
No, not be cheating. No, na new money.
New money. See, mama, see. Na new money dem just bring for Nigeria.
No new money.
Na new money dem just bring am. Beg, madam, no worry. Even say na Yahoo, in this am na.
Give us better money.
I don't buy something in come collect for my hand, no gree collect for my hand.
I don't go collect this money or this money.
Jesus Christ. Mama, no do like this now, I beg.
I no go collect am.
Come.
You get confirm one. I beg, give me one. See the woman, mama, why they do like this? Okay, you need this one. It's a busy country. They are finished. Mama, give me
change. It's interesting, you know, when you talk about, this is something very common across Africa. So people in the cities and the capitals will make pronouncements and new money change, you know, and then local people, they don't know what you're talking about. They don't even, she basically said, I'm not taking this new money. And I was wondering, why didn't people just simply collect the money from him? If I were there and I need new money and I have old one, why don't? So there are so many things. It's bigger than just money. It's also the messaging and how this message gets across. Okay, what do you think? Okay, you are muted. I thought you have your show now.
Who do you blame for that gap between the people in the city and those in the local in the villages? Who do you blame for that gap? Because I think we are responsible for that, me and you, because we failed to actually hold our elected official at that level accountable. Because they are responsible to actually disseminate that information from that top down to us in the local area. But for the fact that we don't hold them accountable for anything, they don't care. They just sit there and they don't care what happened to the people that they represent. So there we start, me and you start holding the people that we elect to represent us accountable, how they spend our allocation, and in fact, what is even going on? What is the meeting for today? What is our interest? Are we able to talk? After we stop studying, the earlier we start asking them those kind of questions, the better for every one of us. That's the only way we can actually benefit for what democracy is all about.
Okay, Janaba, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Rudy, and fellow panelists.
Yeah, Janaba, we are starting by checking in with people. What stories are you monitoring? What are the stories you are interested in?
Whatever Dr. Damage is interested in.
All right. So nothing is bothering you. Kingsley, welcome to the show.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Rudolph.
Yeah, it's nice to see you. So is there any story you're monitoring, any story that is of interest to you?
Well, I'm not monitoring any story per se, but I've been seeing some postings and stories making round.
Like which one?
Like the one Igwe Achebe going to welcome Atiku in Awka.
Okay.
It pained me because I've forgotten when APC when Tony Moye was flagging off his campaign in Awka under APC. Buhari came to Awka via helicopter, landed at Ekwueme Square. And Achebe didn't come to welcome him. And people were blaming him. I thought personally, physically, I said, why should you blame him? Why wouldn't he go to Onitsha to pay courtesy call before he will come with him to the venue? I'm a member of APC. But lo and behold, today, Achebe arranged all the chieftaincy stools in Anambra State to welcome a presidential candidate in Awka. My heart bled. I felt myself in a daze because this is a man I have so much and enormous respect for. He has been everything that needs to be, and he condescended to that level. I've been wondering if it was Soludo that stampeded them. These Igwes are known as Ajib, any government in power, and all those things. So I've been wondering. So that's what.
All right. All right, we'll talk about that because what I heard also is that he didn't know that that was what was going on. But we can touch on that.
But he made a statement. Why would you make a statement if you didn't know that was what it was a coup palace, a palace coup? You would have been annoyed out. You just walk away. Why would you make a statement? That's me.
Oh, okay, we are going to start from the beginning, but before that, today is Buhari's 80th birthday. So let's remember Buhari for just one minute. I'll go around, and hear what you think will be his legacy. Let me play this before we do that.
Can you honestly, truly say to yourself that our country has changed for the better? Are our children safe when they go to school? Are our parents safe when we leave them at home? Is the naira in your bank account of greater value today than it was 4 years ago? I, Muhammad Buhari, am urging you to have your PVC, and on election day, you go peacefully and vote and make sure your vote counts.
Thank you very much. So let's go around 1 minute. Just what do you think? How would Buhari be remembered? OC, you're first. OC, you're muted.
Yeah, so I don't even know how to start with this question. This was a guy who, before he became president, held out so much promise to most people, including yours truly. But he presided over a nation that we're not even sure if the 2023 election, that after 2023 that Nigeria will be the way we know it. So the man came, the man saw, and he didn't conquer at all. As a matter of fact, he was overwhelmed, by the duty of that office. Whether you were talking about corruption, which was supposed to be his signature achievement, this was a man that we thought that he was above board, but now he presided over a government where, we've been told multiple times how money was swallowed by a snake, and this was a guy who, from all we could see, nepotism has become it's synonymous with his administration, to the extent that if you're not a Fulani, your prospect of holding anything of significance in his government, it's more of a miracle. It's more of an exception than the rule. And to be fair to him, there are still some other areas where I'll give him a little bit of kudos, and that one area is the area of infrastructure. Okay, I think his government focused heavily, and I say that in the background of his predecessor, who was Jonathan. We all got the news recently of the opening of the second Niger Bridge. This was a project that was started by Jonathan. He swore that, in fact, if he didn't finish the project, that he would be exiled. But having said that, of course, we know he didn't win the election, the second part of his election. But he also had ample opportunity to actually make a good start on that project. He didn't. Now, Buhari came in, even though we know that the terms of completing that is through a concession, which to some extent means that we'll be directly or indirectly liable to the cost of the project. But that said, the economic impact of completing that project makes it in such a way that, even if it was true, it's true concession, it's still something of huge impact to the people of the Southeast. And then also when you consider some of the road projects like the Enugu Port Harcourt to Enugu Onitsha. During Jonathan time, we had very, very strong Igbos in that government. Ayo Ogweze from my state of Enugu was the chairman of the Senate Committee on Works. EKPA was as close to Jonathan as it gets, as the vice deputy president of the Senate. And I mean, a whole lot of other functionalities were there, yet they were not able to even convince that government to embark on some projects like that. Yeah, so above all, so the summary of it for me is that there are some flashpoints of some positivities, but overall, if I have to grade him on a scale of 1 to 10, overall, I'll give him a solid 3. Thank you.
You are muted.
Okay, sorry. So this is the headlines here. The vice president, talking about Buhari, said that he served honestly and selflessly. Garba Shehu is saying that Buhari, 12 things that Nigerians need to know about Buhari at 80. And we hear people saying that he is never found to be corrupt. If you are the person who is the Minister for Petroleum, which he has been for 8 years, and at this point, NNPC is basically not making any money for the country, can you say exactly the same thing, that Buhari is not corrupt? How do they define corruption? Ovie, what's your assessment? Just give us a general assessment.
Oh yes, I never actually thought of it like, but I judged few things that why the first person was speaking. I think overall for me on foreign policy, I think to me for this new democracy that we are practicing, I would say is one of the most it's among all the presidents that served so far. I put him above every other person as someone who have the national interest at large above every other thing. I mean, if you could remember, during Obasanjo, even the whole back party was still there. But a Buhari impact in that regard, how we actually put Nigeria first, protected Nigerian interests across the board, might not be seen now until maybe after I leave office. Because if we pay attention to the international policy or regional policy, you understand the foreign interest that across our national borders, especially those Cameroon, Niger, and all that. If you pay attention to what is going there, how the international community are going after each other just to make sure they are in a strategic position ahead of only God knows what is coming, then you appreciate what Buhari is doing and has done so far in that regard to make sure that those countries, we have a very solid relationship with them, that it will not be that easy for them to compromise when they have a choice. So with time, we got to understand. So I rate him above every other president so far when it comes to that. I mean, the life or the way they support our own sister who's heading the WT now speaks a lot of volume of the kind of person that he is too. Because could have just decided to look the other way around when the Trump administration decided to say they don't want her, they prefer the lady from Japan. But if you look at it from that angle, you rate Buhari high. On the home front, I mean, the electoral bill, that would be part of his legacy. Infrastructure, just like the first speaker said, the train, whether Jonathan initiate them, but they all come to life under Buhari. That will also go down as one of his legacy. The second Niger bridge that has been, maybe not before they bomb himself, and they don't fly that thing over. But today, most of the cross arm, so that will also go down as this democratic process. It will also go down as one of the first presidents so far who has never interfered with what goes on with the Senate or House of Rep. It will go down as one. So Obasanjo changed like 10 during his 8 years. That's 10 Senate presidents. What is the game? Yeah, on that, I mean, if you actually from that angle, I will give him at least above average.
Above average. Okay. All right. Thank you. IGA.
Thank you for the opportunity. And I happened to last 1 year from April last year.
Can you speak up a little bit, IGA? Speak up.
Okay. From April last year to April this year, I happened to travel to Nigeria about 6 times. And within that 6 times, I was able to visit at least north, south, east, and west, even though I didn't go far north, but I visited almost all the 6 geopolitical zones in Nigeria. So you can give it to him, give it to Buhari in terms of infrastructure, at least from what I saw. And I happened to be driving myself, despite the security challenges here. I drove myself by day and I drove myself by night. So almost every state in Nigeria has one legacy project of Buhari, no matter how that state is. So you give it to him. Then, of course, we are all outside. We have seen how Nigerians used to be abandoned when it comes to when they have issues. From COVID-19, some people went to Libya and co, and those who were stranded. No Nigeria can now say, I'm stranded in any country, and then they will not have, you won't have help. So he tried. So he tried in infrastructure, economy. He didn't do so well, but I will still give it to him because from what we all saw, what inflation has caused worldwide, not just in Nigeria, the value of every currency has not just fallen, but what the purchasing power of so many currencies, including euros, which we are using in Germany. What I used to buy 1 kg of rice for 89 cents. Now we're buying 1 kg of rice for the normal popular rice. We're buying for €1, 49 cents. Cooking oil we're buying for 99 cents is over €1, 99 cents. So in economy, he also tried to hold it. Otherwise, I don't know what if it was another government. I don't know what they could have done better than what it is now.
Okay, IJ, we have to let you go. I know for now. Fix your audio. It's not very good. People, I can't hear you very well. I don't think people can hear you very well. We'll come back.
Can you hear me?
Okay, it's a lot better.
Okay. So, in a nutshell, I think if I am to weigh him, I'll give him 7/10.
7/10.
Yes.
All right. So let's try to, because it's not our topic. It's not even on top of our top list of our five topics. I just heard that we should touch on it because it's important. Paul, grading quickly. Go ahead.
Well, I think it varies when you talk about you want to rate Buhari. If you want to rate Buhari based on Nigerian context, that's when people say I give him above average, above this and that. But in a sane society, Buhari did not do anything. Doctor, the new method of stealing money, it comes with projects. The era where people steal money like Abacha has come and gone. You know, where you just steal real money, tell central bank to print money and you take the money along with you. Those days has come and gone. You understand? You steal money by project. What are the projects Buhari did in terms of infrastructure and how much did he borrow that your children, my children, our grandkids will pay that debt? Then Buhari didn't achieve much. Buhari didn't achieve much. You want to talk that one? If you make mention about Okonjo-Iweala in terms of World Trade Organization, that is a lie. America have very strong ally to South Korea, you know, and America completely support South Korea. They
during Trump no support our sister, my guy. You know, support her. You know,
of course, yes.
Exactly.
I am telling you, Trump.
So Buhari for just say look the other way around too if he wants.
Ovie, I think it's my turn. So let me make my point. They support South Korea. The pressure was too much, and the South Korea lady withdraw from the contest. Buhari did not do nothing. She withdraw from the contest. Well, you understand? So we all have internet, so you can look it up. Buhari didn't do anything. Okonjo-Iweala was just on her own.
Biden finally seal everything. You don't forget.
That's exactly what we are saying, because the lady withdraw, and Okonjo-Iweala was completely frustrated because the South Korea lady is who they pitched their tent on. Okonjo-Iweala even had to rush quickly to even go file to become a citizen in America, you know, just to find any means to achieve that purpose. So that contest,
if you understand the kind of influence, Nigeria get for among the African continent, you will understand. Say now if you look the other way around, you know how many people go follow and look the other way around.
That's why I'm telling you,
yeah,
not until the South Korea lady withdraw. It is not
okay.
The influence of Buhari. Don't give Buhari the glory.
When he withdraw, after Biden come, now nobody when Biden come, she withdraw.
That's exactly what I'm
when
telling.
When it start? Now Trump start down. Trump
it takes 9 good months. Buhari did not do anything. Buhari didn't do anything. So Okonjo-Iweala merited that because our major competitor withdraw from the race. How do you want to manage it? It's like Onoge, the former chief justice.
You won't tell us
you
why
understand? He is the number 1 person. How did they do? Buhari don't have option to let him become, and later again they catch him with one place and take him out. It is not Buhari at
all right, guys.
Then you talk about you want to talk about saying the African countries and everything. Ovia, look, you laugh. Where all these light weapons they come through? I look, you laugh. If we have control over all these things, then all these light weapons that is everywhere in Nigeria, where are they coming from? We don't have control of our border. Our border are very porous. Ghana, they deport Nigeria. Where are you supposed to? Nigerians walking to Ghana with no passport. Right now, Ghanaians deport Nigeria. Cotonou, they punish us in Nigeria. My brother, we be giant of Africa in terms of population. Not in terms of any other thing. It's just in terms of population. We just have the numbers. So the giant is having bow leg. The load we carry is pressing us now. We don't have a leader in that country.
All right. Paul, thank you. Thank you so much. Kingsley, quickly, rate Buhari, 1 to 10. We can't hear you, Kingsley. Unmute yourself.
Can say with total conviction that, as has been mentioned by so many people, the elusive project, Second Niger Bridge, is coming to reality. And it was a campaign strategy by so many PDP presidential aspirants and governorship aspirants. Even Obasanjo flagged it off when he was trying to impose Anjuba on Anambra State as governors. And for Buhari, all I can say here with all intent and purpose is, I have said it in so many places, if Buhari as a person, if the forensic audit of Nigeria is done tomorrow, take it to the bank, you will never trace anything, financial misappropriation to Buhari. People capitalized on his inability to monitor what is going on in Nigeria, to wreak havoc on the economic stand of Nigeria. He's a modest man. If he wanted to be the other type of leaders we have, he has been a military head of state. He has been a minister of this thing under military government. He has been governor in many states. And after that, he still has only his house in Daura and all those things. But unfortunately, he has said it. I wish I have never been this sick. I have never been this sick. And that the both Senate and Federal House in Nigeria is an impediment to anybody that wants to move that country forward, unless we take care of those people, those bicameral legislatures. You must always settle them. And Buhari is not the only is the only president that is not ready to settle you for you to do your job. Let me tell you, under him, his own governors in so many states, like Anambra State, nobody, they thought they would rig the election for him. He will come and flag off your campaign and go. And we not give you just instruments to rig that election. He will just keep quiet. So the unfortunate thing about our Nigerian predicament is that man, 1, is not at his best health-wise. 2, he felt so frustrated by the Senate and Federal House. Remember, the president, Buhari, sent a bill to the House that they should make local government fund go straight to local government. Governors consult with senators and frustrate that. They frustrated it. All his effort, because most of the problem we are having in states of the federation is that these governors can collect local government funds, not less than 100 million every month, and never give them a dime. That's why nobody is in the local government. Can you imagine? I'm from Newi South in Anambra State. I've been imagining what 100 million a month we do to that local government. People will not be moving to Oka or Lagos or Abuja. So that's the perspective I look at.
I agree.
All right. Thank you so much, Kinsley. Jonaba,
Your rating. You didn't rate him.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I'm confused in rating, but I can give him a 50% because of the major war he fought against this. As I always maintain, he cannot be a president and will hold the vice president, call people like what's his name? The former vice president was held responsible for the dredge in Nigeria while Shagari was released. I don't want to come to that terms.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Janaba, quickly.
When you come to my turn, you always give me that help quickly. What?
I want us to go to other topics. I've been trying to get other people to be quick. You can ignore me the way they have ignored me, so you can do that. And you always do that too.
No, I never. Okay, I'll go to Baba Landlord. Buhari is one of our best president. We will forever miss him. Nigerians do not give him the chance. He tried under the possibility within his own. My thing is echoing. What is going on?
Yeah, let me see. If you are not speaking, can you mute yourself? Okay, go ahead, Jonathan.
Okay. So, like we all have said, under these circumstances that Nigerian is, Buhari have done his best. I will consider him as one of our finest. Of course, he have his own shortcomings like any other leader or any other person in life. But I believe Buhari's intention is pure and he wants Nigerian to succeed. If I'm to rate him, I'm a little confused how to categorize the fact that the economy is not doing well. And when you are you are in charge of anything, you cannot be throwing blame. You take the responsibility for whatever is right or wrong. You take credit for the good one, and then you take also take responsibility for the one you did not do right. But I believe his intention is pure, and all the political talking point of trying to demonize him, plan enhancement, all those political talk, we'll see that will come and gone when the next president will come in power. It's a political talking point created by the wicked people who want to hold Nigerian hostage. Unfortunately, the Nigerian majority that are not used to this manipulation accept it and run with it. But history will judge him as one of our best. Thank you.
Okay. Just so you know, Janaba, your audio is not very good, so you may have to look at it and see what's wrong. All right, thank you. 18 more. That's not the name you used to use. But I forgot. But
sorry, it is mine. I log in with my Gmail account, and it automatically pick up this name. It's mine Gmail account because I'm using a different browser because my Microsoft Edge is giving some problem.
Okay,
so I don't know why. So
how do you rate Buhari?
Okay, I mean, look at it from this perspective actually, because one thing I believe that if you are the head or the leader, or let me use maybe a project manager underneath a project, right? And the project is failing, instead of taking responsibility, there is blaming the team. So every leader has to take the blame, right? And for me, Buhari have not done very well because of the suffering the people of Nigeria are going through. We know that no matter the project, the infrastructure, and everything, but when they are still suffering, when people find it very difficult to feed, to have their daily meal and everything. So all those achievements has no meaning to the people, right? You can do every bridge or every road and everything, but when the people have not enough to eat, not enough to feed on, then for me it is not an achievement. Because I see that all those infrastructure like bridges and everything, just they are basic amenities that every leader or a president had to provide for the country, right? And so rating him on those things that he did well on those things, he done that, he done this. But the most important thing is life and security, right? So those areas he has totally failed, right? Corruption on which he campaigned on, is failed woefully on that. The exchange rate, Nigeria naira to value to dollars, he failed woefully, right? So for me, if I have to rate him, I would rate him maybe just 3/10.
3/10. Thank you.
Yeah.
That's what I want to hear. 3/10. Dozier, you are next. Unmute yourself, Dozier.
That quickly. Okay.
Yeah.
Rating Buhari. Excuse me. I'll give him a 2/10. A 2/10 is even. I'm being
generous.
I'm very generous indeed.
Okay, can you in one sentence tell us why 2/10?
One sentence.
No. Oh, I thought you can do
it.
Let
me make 3 lists of 4. He has a 0 or -5 or -10 in security. He has -50 in corruption. He has -100 in communication. And maybe he has a 0.5 in infrastructure. Even though I traveled Enugu to Port Harcourt before he got into office, it was awful. So when I rate him 2/10, Jonathan is -5/10. So after his administration, I saw the road. It was well built. I saw that road. I liked it like it was. I saw it to be like it was before when I was younger. The airport, Port Harcourt Airport. Thank God. Not thank God because it's great, but well, Lagos Airport. Okay, with the new construction, yeah. Onitsha Enugu Road, yeah, I'll give it to him. Few other things. Then the rest of the other one is because he is president. He did not allow Oduduwa and his friends to collapse the country so far. So that is where he gets the 2.
All right. All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. The priest of peace. How do you rate Buhari?
I don't know what to rate him on. I'll give you my reasons. Number 1, the Nigerians were more divided than ever. Number 2, Nigerians became more poorer when he came in. Number 3, the economy is completely in shambles. Number 4, Nigeria has become a pariah state. Number 5, he is not a man that has the rule of law. Number 6, he has everything that it takes to suspend the constitution and said, let us have a new constitution. He failed. I just came back from Nigeria 2-3 weeks ago. There is nothing. Is it security? It is the number of deaths every day in Nigeria is quadruple to the last 15 years. So if somebody is being generous, giving him 2%, I'm like, that 2% is, sorry to say, I'm not, I'm just giving reference. If you're giving him there's nothing to give to these people. There's nothing, because it is worse than when they came in, and they are blaming the other people that was there instead of taking responsibility. So for the fact that they refuse to take responsibility and they are attaching blame and they are lying, above all, lying to Nigerians, that is the worst thing that you can do to your people. Not only you are lying to them, you are desecrating them, you are killing them. So tell me, if your child is crying, Daddy, I want food, I'm hungry, you start beating the child. Why are you hungry? At the end of the day, you beat him, the child will cry, you tell the child not to cry, and you at the end of the day, you will not give that child that food. I mean, that is disingenuous and unconscionable. So there is nothing to rate him for me.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Go ahead, Osi. Unmute yourself, Osi.
Yeah, sorry, just one moment. I just want to respond because I feel like maybe I'm living in an alternate universe, listening to.
Osi, we can hear you.
Oh, man. Can you hear me now?
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. I said I just have to respond because, listening to a variety of people talk about their legacies and what Buhari did makes me feel like I probably am living in an alternate universe. I listened to VA and I also listened to the guy from Ndewi South that talked about what he did. I mean, so basically for me, this goes on to buttress what Winston Churchill talked about. The biggest argument against democracy is a 1-minute conversation with an average voter. Because if going by what the response I got from this today, if Buhari were to go for a third term, and this group was asked to vote, he probably will, And one question I have for every one of you is, as a Nigerian, do you feel happier? Do you feel more secure? Are you more proud of your country now or in the past? Because the evidence is very clear. This guy came basically into government with 2 signature policies. One is to fight what? Corruption, and what? Security. Now, we're talking about security where more than 1,000 individuals die daily in Nigeria. Nigeria today is buffeted by a garden variety of non-state actors. They call one the Nusra Group, they call one the ISWA, the Boko Haram, and then of course we have all these splinter like the Dudua, the IPOB and the rest of them. Those things, I'm not saying that it all started during Buhari, but everything morphed into basically a monster since he has been in office. And this is a military general. Now Ovia talked about the relationship with the west, the sub-region. Of what effect is it? How have we benefited? Somebody talked about the movement, the card movement of arms. And that is the problem. All across Sahel, people are crossing the border freely to Nigeria, moving arms and ammunition, both from Libya, from Chad, from all these places. We're talking about a general who came into office basically to take care of that. One of the main reasons why Jonathan lost was because he couldn't handle insecurity. So many of us that were saying, may guys here, all those kind of stuff during that time was because we felt like this is a general who has been there, who will come and solve the problem. Now, what? All those went from bad to worse, but every day it gets worse and worse. The person we're talking about.
Osi, your line is bad again.
Okay, can you hear me?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm almost done. Then the second part of it is what we talked about is corruption. Corruption is one of the things, and it's very funny because each time the defense here is that the man has a good heart. He's not corrupt. It's the people
around him. And the question I ask you is, if you hire somebody, let's say in a bank, you hire a security guy to protect the money in the bank. And then under the security guy's watch, somebody will just walk into the bank and load up millions of dollars and leave. Are you going to come back and say, oh, the security guy is a good guy because he was not doing the stealing himself? When we know that in actuality, that the job, the responsibility to safeguard that money lies on that security guy. And then you give the excuse that, oh, this guy is because this guy is sick. If you signed up for a job that you know you cannot do by virtue of sickness, by whatever means, the honorable thing to do is resign. This guy did not just resign. He actually, with all the terrible thing that happened, he came back for the second term. Let me tell you, a lot of people actually, I think Farouk Perogi wrote extensively about this, that Buhari did not even actually win the second term, but it was the cabal, you know. Now, you talked about him not trying to interfere in, some of these elections. That is not true. If you watch closely what happened before the emergence of Tinubu, you know what we're talking about. Because there was a cabal in Aso Rock, okay? Which, again, we're going to give the excuse that, oh, it was not him, it was the people around him. But there was a cabal in Aso Rock who actually wanted to impose Lawan, who is the Senate president. But because Tinubu has his ground game and was able to get the governors, the northern governors, under his kitty, that was how they were able. Otherwise, what the APC intended to do was a charade, basically to force Mr. Lawan, the Senator Lawan, as the APC presidential flag-bearer. So the fact that he tried and did not succeed does not mean that it's the way we want it to be. So I'm really worried that this is the kind of mindset we have, because that's the same way we're going to be electing somebody like Bola Tinubu or a crook like Atiku to come again. Okay, let me step so far. Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much. Let's change topic and actually go to the main topic of today, which is Simon Ekpa. Let me play the video.
Good afternoon, everyone, Biafra people. This is the 16th day of December 2022. I've come across messages from one Peter Agbakalo. Peter Agbakalo, a reporter and senior editor with the Sun newspaper. I saw what he posted. This is me. Somebody from Germany is giving you all manner of all these Nigeria criminals in Germany, giving you information about Simon Ekpa, Interpol, this, Interpol, that. God is going to use me to end Nigeria. This evil Nigeria that is committing crimes that are known for crimes and terrorism. This evil Nigeria that is supporting terrorism. And all you people do is to support Nigeria because you are getting paid for the job and the evil journalism you do. Peter Agbakalo, this is Simon Ekpa talking, and you can see I am driving. But let me tell you, all of you will fail. You will see how you are going to fail next year. And at the end, Biafra will come. Thank you.
All right. So, the backdrop for those who do not know, he ordered a sit-at-home that lasted for 5 days. It was enforced and people died. And then at the end of it, he said there won't be election in the Southeast. That's where things are. For the first time, a lot of people in the Southeast and across the country decided that they have to do something. Yesterday, there was a fake story out there, which he was referring to, that came out that he was arrested. He went on his show and said not just that there won't be election in the Southeast, but also that he's going to meet Southeastern leaders tomorrow. So I tried to talk to some of the leaders that plan to meet with him to find out why are they meeting with him, what is the goal. But the general idea is that people are concerned that if he continues on the path, it will have impact on the election. Everybody here will agree. somehow to have impact. So I want to know what you guys think. I'll give everybody 2 minutes. What do you think about his meeting? The idea now at this point is that tomorrow, some of the people I spoke to who are going to meet with him, we try to basically persuade him to say, to calm down, lower down the temperature, the way they say, try to get him to stop talking about there shouldn't be election in the Southeast, so that there will be an election. So, but what if they fail? What if he continues to say there won't be election? What would that impact would that have? Let me start with you, Osig. Start. 2 minutes, please.
Okay, I mean, 2 minutes probably is too much for me. This one.
Okay.
Yeah, because Simon Ekpa is a narcissist, and what a narcissist care about is just himself, because I mean, it's beyond me what this guy intends to achieve. It's like I've said it over and over that what they're doing is making the medicine more dreadful than disease itself. I mean, you're going under the premise that you're trying to save us from the Southeast, but we don't even know who will be left after you must have killed almost everybody who dared to come out. But by the time you end up with your Biafra, I don't know who will be left to to continue from where you stop. So now, so when I heard about this meeting, first of all, I wanted to know who are those Igbo leaders, because this Igbo leader has become so loose a term that we use. Who are they? And what actually, who do they represent? I think it will do us a great amount of service if we at least have an idea who are these people, know their pedigree and know what they actually, going there to negotiate with him. So for once, I'm among the school of thought that even as depraved as this guy is, there is nothing to lose by talking to him. Rudolph, I shared the brief encounter when he came into your show the other time, and the kind of reaction that was elicited from that among the people I spoke with wasn't very favorable. They felt like you were giving this guy a platform. And my own response is, I don't think anybody is giving him any special platform. But the fact remains that you have to engage, because the alternative to engagement is when, especially people like that, when you ignore them, the only way to prove their relevance is more dastardly act, more criminal act, more disruption. So whenever they give you that impression that, okay, they are willing to talk, I think it's something always a positive. Because in one way or the other, probably they may listen, probably they may not. But at least at least we're trying to make a little bit of this, because I don't see anybody, who is just benefiting from the mayhem. We've become a laughing stock. Today, oh, okay.
Yeah, I have to, yeah, because we want to.
I need to go quickly.
No, you can't go quickly. No. Blessing, welcome to the show. Blessing, welcome to the show. Let me go to Blessing, because Blessing is in Nigeria, actually. So
good evening.
Blessing,
good evening, everyone. I'm in Onisha.
Onisha, okay. All right. So did you hear that Simon is going to meet Igbo leaders tomorrow?
No, I actually heard it from you, Doc.
Oh, okay, good.
I actually heard it from you.
So, but how did so where are things? Give us update, actually, from Onisha.
Well, for one thing, I'll say that the temperature here is a bit tense. It has gotten so bad that my sister went to buy bed sheets, bedspread the other day. There's this place called Biafra Market. So it's here in Onisha. I don't know if people know about the market. They sell clothes there. She went to main market to buy bedspread, and she saw another person there that was pricing. So there was this particular bedspread, according to what she told me, it had green, white, green. So the person was like, I like the texture of this one, but the color. She was like asking the person, what is wrong with the color? He said it's Nigerian color. And she was like, what do you care about Nigerian color? If you like it, take it now. She said it's a gift. He said no, he wants nothing to do with Nigeria. And my sister now told them that if she wanted to buy something, she would buy it regardless of the color. She wouldn't care if it had green, white, green, or anything. and somebody told her that she could get beaten for wearing it. And if you think this, if you think it's extreme, I'll tell you about my experience yesterday coming back from main market. Oh, we got to a very busy place where makeshift traffic wardens were passing keke people so that they won't cause traffic over there, hold up over there. When they let us pass, they were praising I think the Senate, the person represented them at the Senate, one Ibazo, I forgot her first name. They said they're not like the useless man in Noka that has brought nothing but hardship. I said, who is the useless man? He said, so I said, okay, that's good. So you guys will take him out. They say, no, they don't want that. The only solution now is Biafra. And whenever I'm in Onisha, anybody that is in Onisha, you have to be careful about how you talk about these things, because Onisha is like one of the hotspots when it comes to Biafra agitation. So I pinched myself and told him, for Papa, he's an elderly man. I told him, but Papa, what happens when the desirable is not available? Can't we make do with what we have? He said, no, we are tired of these people. We are going. I said, even this man that is the governor now that you people are saying he's taxing you to death, because he was telling me that every month they pay 15,000, whether you work or not, whether your keke is fault or not, whether you're sick or not, you have to pay 15,000 every month. So I said, but this one is also an Igbo man. He's not a Biafra, and he's making your life miserable like this. So what's the guarantee? He said, B. I said, Papa, why don't we do it like this? Why don't we, since we already have one of our own, why don't we try and see if we can get him there? Maybe he can listen to us. He said, I've never really thought about it that way. So it's just to give you a sense of how deep, when people do not realize, when people talk as if Simon Ekpa is just making noise on social media, they do not realize the impact his words have on the streets. There are people who listen to this man. They listen to him like his word is the holy grail. They take his words to heart. They act on his words. And these people are everywhere. So I am hoping that whoever these leaders is meeting with that something good comes out of it. Because as it stands now, this is no election in Biafra land is going to cause a lot of panic in people. People are legit scared as it stands already. I don't even want to imagine what February will look like. I have heard some people saying they're not going to vote, that day will be bloody. So I'm hoping that for whatever it's worth, they talk some sense into him, if he will show up, if he will listen.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. The priest of peace, let me come to you.
Okay. Thank you so much.
You have to go or something.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Well,
and Doctor, please do me a favor too. I have to go too. Maybe after him.
I'll come to you next.
Thank you.
Paul.
I love what Blessing said, but the problem is what Simon is attaching himself to is not what is a negative. His words are in a negative form. It's not. It doesn't have a human face. It doesn't have humanity in it, and he is attaching himself to with a name to another name, and that name he's attaching himself to is a general name that has created a background and an impact in a positive way. He is attaching himself to that name, and people are bent to listen to him in a negative way. So nothing is going to come out. Let me tell you something I discovered about him, because I am one of his ardent followers. I supported him. And when somebody came on his platform in the earliest time, I said, it is now your time to test your popularity. I said, Simon, don't do it, because it will lead to self-destruct for our people. That was when Nandikan was rendered. I said, this will lead to self-destruct, and that is exactly what is happening right now. Nothing is going to come out. He's high-handed. He is ambitious. He is immature, and somebody who could come up and blackmail one of our ladies without, no matter what she has done, bring her note picture, is not somebody I am willing, in all fairness, without fear of favor, to listen to, because he has nothing to give us. He has nothing to give our people. His word, it will amount to nothing.
So the priest, let me ask you, just so let's say the meeting holds tomorrow, and at the end they couldn't persuade him to stop talking about no election in the East. What do you think will happen next year?
Because he's going to go on and continue his rhetoric, and what he's doing right now is he's going to go times 2. He's going to double it and triple it, because he's already creating fear in Southeast. He is that his fear already is humongous. I was born in Onitsha. Blessing knows what I'm talking about, because she is in Onitsha. It is deadly. Let me say one thing before I go. I entered Keke in Onitsha with some of my friends, because I stayed completely in Asaba. I didn't sleep one night in Onitsha. The Keke that I entered said, where we are going, he said, I won't go there. That everybody in Onitsha is a suspect. I'm like, it rings bell. He showed me his hand. They said they used axe to machete him, took his keke. That this keke is driving now is a friend that gave it to him to keep driving. So what Simon is doing is self-destruct to us. Thank you so much. God bless you.
All right, thank you. All right, Paul, go ahead.
So, Doctor, OC said something like, my brother, I want to go make money. So, OC said something about his friend, why his friend talks about why Doctor gives someone else that platform. To some extent, I want to agree, but what Doctor did was right, because it's good to balance the equation. Now, I could remember Dr. King, Martin Luther King Jr. There's something one of the police chief did during his time, the way they use the KKK to attack whenever Dr. King is carrying out his rally and everything. Then the police chief had a strategy and told the governor, I think he's in Alabama or North Carolina, I can't remember that very well. He said something, he said, let them do their thing. These people are not violent, they are not anything. But what they are looking for, they want to do this rally. Then when we come there, we arrest them, we do. Then they'll get more sympathizer. And more sympathizer simply mean more followers. So if you let them do their rally, we don't cover their rally. They don't even have the media. You don't cover their rally. We don't cover anything. They are not violent. Nobody knows what they're doing. But if we come there, cover the rally, we use the KKK to beat them up, to arrest them, then we are giving them more fame, more sympathizer that will end up become more followers. So this Simon Ekpa thing, I think it's time for us to let's just leave him, let him go. Normal in politics, political science, they'll tell you that the minority will always have their say, but the majority will have their way. One of the ways majority have their way, keep the minority silent. When they are talking, don't give them audience. Obasanjo did something some time ago. He traveled to New York. So John Kerry asked him about this gay thing and why they hear that Nigeria is trying to pass a bill for gay people to stay 14 years in prison. And Obasanjo said, that's true, that when he was president of Nigeria, that many Nigerian Americans always come to him about being polygamy. Their women are not complaining. Nigerian men want to marry more wives like himself. But America refused. It's bigamy. So Obasanjo said, it is easy. He can speak with the president because the president right now also married 2 wives. It is just very easy. Give Nigerians more wives in America, then we'll give you your gay. It's simple. So it's just an easy way to fight down. You don't want to condemn the gay community, but give us our own, then we'll give you your own. So what the Simon Ekpa, we are giving them more relevance. And Simon Ekpa, I can tell you, if they release Nnamdi Kanu today, Simon Ekpa is craving for that fame. Simon Ekpa will create another faction. I don't think Simon Ekpa represents Nnamdi Kanu any longer. Nnamdi Kanu is in the dungeon. He will claim like he's supporting Nnamdi Kanu. But his ideology and his ways of doing things is completely different. He's just enjoying the fame to himself. And this is the height of stupidity. I feel for my Igbo community because these people work so hard. They travel far and wide to take this nonsense that is going for them. That's all I have to say for now. Let me stay on the background and listen.
All right. Thank you, Paul. Thank you so much. For those who are on the comment section, I'm reading your comments. I'm seeing them. And thank you for commenting. All we do here is that we don't start conversations. We amplify them. We examine them. We explore them. We question them. And it's important because sometimes when you don't question conversations going on, you can't stop conversations from going on. People think that it's possible, not in today's age. It used to be when you don't write for the Guardian of Nigeria, your views will not be known anywhere in Nigeria, but not anymore. You can write anything on a blog anywhere and it will go viral through WhatsApp. Everybody will read it more than the columnists. If you guys know that people in the Newswatch that used to write for Newswatch, Ray and those, they still write. I'm surprised they still write. But people don't read them, because they're not writing something important. You can write anything no matter where you write it. If it's important, people will read it. So, and especially when someone can say people should not come out and people don't come out, whether it's out of fear or out of support, it matters. And if you don't talk about it, it will have an impact on the election and whatever is going to happen in the country. So we discuss issues because they're important. Editors used to say that they decide what's on the front of the paper, but they don't. If article should slap Tinubu tomorrow, that will be the front page. It's not the editor that decides. You just have to put it on the front page. So we discuss things that are important, and it's important that we discuss it. All right. Ovie, what happens? Yeah, you put on your glasses, your political. Go ahead.
If I, from the place of respect and love, if I no respond to OC, Ingotize, don't we walk up? Now, I think 3 things I take from your submission. Is it that you don't understand how international politics work, or yes, you don't take the fact that the world around you has changed drastically within the last 10 years, or you don't understand the kind of democracy we are practicing. Take from that of America. If you think that the power that run America today reside in Washington, D.C., think again. Then I will tell you the interests that actually come together that gave us the president that we are seeing today. It's all about interest. So that is when you say Kaba, because they call them Kaba, it's all about interest. That is the number one route to capture power. If you really want power, yes, you need a group of people to capture power. That's done anywhere across the board. Now, talking about the relationship between Nigeria has within our neighboring country, do you know that today, as we speak, the biggest world drone manufacturing factory is research just right behind you in Niger? Do you know that as we speak today, the Central Republic of Congo up to Cameroon is no longer in the hands of French, it's now in the control of Russia? There's a lot going on that meets the eyes. You understand? If you factor all this into correct, it goes on that even the war that we are fighting within the Northwest, it is not the way we are saying it. There's more to it than meets the eye. There's a lot going on that we can. If you I'm not a fan of Buhari. You understand? November 2014, when they give this Buhari the ticket, when they give him the ticket, even before we win, I say it's going to set us back economically 30 years from now. And exactly that's what is happening. But again, if you look at what is happening, the change around you globally, you understand the forces that is coming down to us. I don't want to just narrow it to Nigeria alone, but the sub-Saharan African region. So if you see from that perspective, you understand that yes, there's a lot that this man is battling with. God bless Nigeria, we get it wrong next year. Then all of us will begin appreciate, say this man an angel. You understand? Even the so-called the crisis within the Northwest. Let's Obi become the president next year. What do you think is going to happen from the Southwest? That is already happening now. How do you think this one? How do you think it's going to go from here? if Obi becomes the president. The attention will not be on the Northwest anymore. That takes me back to Simon Ekpa. Simon Ekpa is more than media eyes. You understand? Simon Ekpa is more than media eyes, bigger than what you think Nnamdi Kanu is now. Just like one of my friends will say, Jafar. Jafar will say is the intellectual aspect of Nnamdi Kanu. That guy has more than we think we know. You understand? If you actually want to know more about what is going on with Simon Ekpa, go and actually study what is happening in our neighboring country, again, Cameroon. You understand? This, as we speak, they're already linked. So even the fight against Ekpa is not just coming from Nigeria alone again. But of course, we don't need to pay attention to what Buhari is doing. We're not going to know. Maybe again, as time goes on, all of us will come to understand that the man called Ekpa is more than just the way we see him. He has more going on for him. But again, somebody has earlier said that meeting him is just to validate who you want to be or who he is already. Now, very ambitious guy. That is not in doubt anymore. He's very ambitious. And to him, everything that he ever dreamed of is coming faster than he ever expected. So there's more to it. But again, he's going to call the bluff for at the end of the day, this meeting. Not to his own advantage. If you understand, because Ekpa of 10 years ago, if you see the change between Ekpa of 10 years ago and today, you will respect him. You have no choice than to respect the guy.
All right. It will come back to you because you didn't go to what it will mean for Nigeria and the elections and everything. But IGA, you're next.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. I want to say that there are some factors in Nigeria that has produced the likes of Ekpa and that will produce more of him. Even if you go through the comments, you will see that Ekpa is not acting alone because he has support from not people outside, even the people within Nigeria. And like Blessing said, number one, it is the fear of terror, the failure of the government. It means the national government, the regional government, and the community government, or the fear of leadership, the failure of leadership. And then the frustration among the populace. In other words, the people within the Southeast. And the fourth factor is a vested interest. So I will try to say everything under these 2 minutes. It is because terror thrives in fear. It is because the people of the Southeast are living in fear of what is going to happen if they say don't sit out. I've not spoken for 2 minutes, please. So if you say sit at home, if you don't sit at home, what is going to happen to me? So that is the fear and the terror within them. So it's making the likes of Simon Ekpa come up. Otherwise, Southeast can, even without Biafra, be one of the best region in Africa. 2, the government. If the government of Nigeria and the Southeast leadership and the community chief decide that we are going to end this fear of terror among our people, it will end that very day. Simon Ekpa is not coming from space or from Mars. If the government want to put a stop to his activities, if they want, they will. I cannot. A U.S. citizen cannot be in Turkey and be issuing threats to the United States, and then it will be okay. Or a Turkish person cannot be in Germany or be in any other part. It is only in Nigeria that this kind of people agitate for freedom, but to stay and begin not just to agitate for freedom, but to instigate violence if you do not follow us. And the violence is among even the people. If you do not do what we say to give you peace, to bring you freedom, we are going to kill you, we are going to maim you, we are going to do this. So if the government know what they want to do, sincerely, and the community chiefs and the Southeast states want to do, Simon Ekpa will not be our topic this evening. But like you said, if you remember, I was one of the, maybe you don't remember, but I was one of the people who sent you a message last week on Facebook. You replied immediately that you gave him time. You say thank you for your observation. I said you made him popular with you gave him popularity with your platform. So if I think those in diaspora and those within, we cannot do much than talking like we are talking now. But the whole box lies with the people. And if the people want to have peace themselves, because right now there are people who are supporting Simon, there are people who just want to see that the whole Southeast is destabilized. I don't know what they're gaining, but they'll tell you if there's no gain, there's no pain, there is no gain. So they are people. If like the sister said now in Onitsha, not just Onitsha, if you go to Abakaliki, go to Enugu, just go to any popular place, beer parlor, and say anything against Biafra. If you escape with your life, just thank God. Or say anything positive against the government. If you escape with your life, just thank God. They will watch you, and if you still want to argue with you, they will break bottle on your head. So it is and Simon listening to all these things and is capitalizing on them and bringing this havoc. So it is not the matter of when two elephants are fighting the grasshopper, but it is when it is this one is and it is like the elephant coming, not two elephants. It is like the elephant fighting itself and just turning around and destroying the grasses around. So and that is it. So the I don't know, like somebody said, we don't know who are these Southeast leaders that are going to speak with him, but it will be fine. Like you said again, it is important because anybody now can now create news and create terror. You cannot limit terror to one person or any good thing to one person. The terror can come from the least person you expected it to come from. And same thing with peace. So whether there are people that are going to be the diasporan leader or they're going to be the leaders there in Nigeria, I think it will be a good development if they can tell him that, look, your SSs, for the sake of our people, your SSs is too much. Let's curtail it. So let's look forward to see. And maybe Saturday again, we'll see the outcome of, we'll hear again the outcome of the meeting.
All right. Thank you. Kingsley, you're next. Kingsley, we can't hear you.
Myself.
I think his microphone is...
Yeah, unmuted. Yeah, please, I want to say something because I don't want to belabor myself with Simon EKPA and all those things. Evil thrives where good men do nothing.
Of course.
So I want to believe that we have given him that leverage to be doing what he's doing. If you ask me why, I have written somewhere, I've forgotten which forum, that when we are saying about Simon EKPA, that he's copying the playbook, how it all started. I followed myself. I have personal agreement with Wazirike, especially in Texas, where he was selling Nigerian Biafran passport. I said, this is insanity. How can you be selling Biafran passport while you are using Nigerian passport? You see, we get things wrong. And we get carried away by stupid ideas that we have not structured and strategized how it can come to be. Biafra. I remember telling people, Biafra is an idea, it can never die. But if you are sensible, you know that you cannot sacrifice your people on the altar of stupidity, that you are fighting Biafra. No arms, no police, no army, nothing. You have nothing. Gathering people, and we'll be singing. I said, what is that? Ojukwu of the blessed memory achieved a lot that he did because they were already in the military, part and parcel of it. They have the structures, they know the structures. And he has his own people with him who said, let us do this. That was why it was able to last as much as it lasted. If you study the history of revolution and the people who are fighting for their own survival, there must be a government behind, from Che Guevara, from Fidel Castro, and all those things. You don't fight it from empty space. You do not. You do not. So when you now begin to say Biafra, Biafra, you are no more Biafra than I. But it is a systematic issue. What we failed with gun, we can achieve with diplomacy. And what do I mean? Hold your own people accountable. Governors, senators, because this unity will start from home before going outside. And that's what I'm saying. I don't believe in Biafra of fighting where a war I cannot win. I don't believe in Biafra of massacring, killing my people. While you don't fight in your own backyard, you are fighting for your interest. Then you are fighting it in your own backyard, in your own neck of the woods, in your own house. How can you survive? So Simon Ekpa is not divorced from Masop. It's not divorced from Nnamdi Kanu. As far as I'm concerned, whether we shy away from it or not, reality is reality. Because that was how it started. We know how he moved from IPOB, moved from Masop. And we know now Simon Ekpa, whether he's calling Nnamdi Kanu or not, he's trying to use it to legitimize his autopilot. Take it from me. He's trying to use IPOB to legitimize his autopilot. He has ulterior motive. And the time, look, he don't give audience to a fool because, as somebody have stated in this forum, he's trying to legitimize himself. Once you call him for a meeting, they say, hey, he bluffed the Igbos and all those things. And I get carried away and get angry at the same time over these people who are saying they are representing the Igbos. Please, who are they? That's my question. Who are they? We are Republicans.
All right.
So that's
all right,
what
Kingsley.
I want to say. Let us ignore this man and strategize on how we can scuffle all the things he's planning to do. That's my own position. Because discussing with him is giving him legitimacy.
Kingsley, let me ask you before I go to the next person, because I hear what you are saying, and I've heard that from a lot of people. Let's ignore him, but he's doing his thing, and people, if you go to his forum, people are following him, and we see the impact on the ground. How do you say let's ignore him and things are happening? Well, that's what has been going on. People basically said in the East, all the Southeastern elites, leave the stage. Let's ignore what's going on. And then what happened? We saw what happened.
Yeah, thank you for that question. Why did I say let us ignore him? Let me give you an instance. I can say without fear of contradiction that 80% of the people that know Nnamdi Kanu today came to realize or know that name after his arrest by Buhari. During Jonathan government, he was coming and going, having his rallies in Aba. But when you heroize somebody, that's when you make him more relevant than he is. So what I'm saying is that instead of the Igbos getting together, strategizing on how to counter him, we are going to beckon him for discussion. If he's a stooge of some people, he can never cave into what you are saying. He will never. So this thing is, you are trying to heroize him. So my problem is that we do not strategize. We make noise.
But Kingsley, who are you waiting for? Who are we? Who is waiting for? Why don't if people, this is the point.
Good
question. Like
Ovia
will say, because it's actually true that if you don't believe in something, what are you doing about that? Because the people who believe in that thing are doing something about what they believe in. What are you who do not believe in that? What are you doing? If you don't do anything, they will keep marching and they will keep making progress because they believe in something. So this idea of Igbo elite saying, "Oh, we don't believe in Simon or Nnamdi," and then you do nothing and think that nothing will happen, that somehow it's going to disappear, it's not going to have an impact on you. That's what I don't understand.
Yeah,
and this idea of waiting for who, people say that who will do it, why are we not, who will do it? Ovie, go ahead. You want to say something?
Yes, I wanted to say that even because you asked a question earlier on how this they affect the election. It has already have an effect on the election already, because what Simon Ekpa is doing aggressively is playing to people like Atiku and Tinubu's game plan. What is Atiku's game plan? Atiku's game plan is identity politics. Let's divide the country sharp, not by war or anything, but however we can divide the country to two. He believes he can win the north, and he has built bridge across the south already. He believed that would play out for him, will play well for him, and he believed that the only competition he has is Tinubu. And Tinubu, we all know their game plan, violence. There's no way you can rule that out. And because of what Simon Ekpa is doing, it's already having effect. He was even celebrating the other day that the 5-day sit-at-home was a success. Why? Because the cattle rearer or cattle traders in the north said, enough is enough. We have had enough of them killing our people, burn our property. We are no longer taking our goods into that part of the country already. It's already having effect, not just within the southeast already, but across the board. So when you look at it, these two big parties, their game plan is actually helping out gradually, but the more Samuel Ekpa push. So if people think that, if we just shut the guy up, then nothing is going to happen before the election. No, the impact is already been felt. Again, allegation just came out yesterday that we'll be buying PVC. Who among these parties, which parties get money to buy PVC? What is your point of buying PVC? Now to suppress voters, because if you don't get PVC, you don't vote. So they will buy where you get strong, where you know you will get a vote against them. They'll buy everybody out, and you cannot vote. So everything is happening so fast within our eye, but would they pay attention to say one man where one man they sing now this turn. Game is being played. And I'm giving it this, and not that I'm indicting them or calling them there, but that's how the game is being played. If you go back to our history, even in the days of Awolowo and Zik, at a point in time, the two tribes buy all the cutlasses in Lagos ahead of election. So the only thing that's changed is the players. The game hasn't changed. Not just the players change, and the name change. So that's why when they say Blessing, I remember I have a very heated argument with Blessing. He say money will come to play. He say no, you don't go collect money. Fine, you don't go collect money. But there's just different way to implement money into the system. So yes, Samuel Ekpa is not just a distraction, but it's having a very deep impact on how the election is going to play out.
All right, thank you. And let me, I know that there are a lot of people who are yet to say something, and we have a lot of people who are also interested in joining us. So we are going to let some people who have had the opportunity to speak to give room for people who want to say something. There are a lot of people who are texting me, sending me messages. They want to come in and say something. Blessing, you want to respond to it?
First, I want to respond to something Mr. Kingsley said. I see that you try to hold him on it up. When Igbo say something like, stop giving this guy relevance, stop giving him platform, stop allowing him to speak, it only means when I hear Igbo people say things like that, I just know they do not live in the southeast. They do not have businesses in the southeast. And if we check well, a good number of their close family members are not in the southeast. Now, when you say this man should be ignored, you are saying we should not counter his toxic narrative. You are saying we should allow these people that do not know any better to hold sway with their propaganda, because that is what they have. Propaganda. When you get to know how seriously they take this man, and if you see how seriously they take him, you understand why at every point in time I'm all for having him say his piece and countering him immediately without even giving him a chance to say his piece and leave. I was a bit unlucky I was not on the show that day he came on, because I wanted to ask him just one question, just a single question. IPOBians, I've always said this, you people have the people, you have the number. IPOB people, there are many. The ones that are registered are not even half of it. There are many people that sympathize and associate and support these people, because just like the average Igbo person, they believe in Biafra. I do believe in Biafra. Anybody that knows me knows that. And I've always said this, you people have the people, you have the support, and you know the country you want to secede from has no respect for the rule of law. They are never going to grant you this referendum you're looking for. So what do? You go about killing your people, terrorizing your people, telling your people to sit in the house 5 days in the middle of December. No, why don't you form a political bloc? Yeah, that is the most sensible thing to do. Form a political bloc. Get people with your own interest. Put them in those seats. Put them at local government council chairman. put them as commissioners, put them as governors, put them as House of Rep members. Have them represent your interests. And when that fails and you start shouting Tibo Zobo, every other person will say we've exhausted every other opportunity. But they will never. Because why? They keep listening to this man that is sitting in Finland. This shout nonsense. I don't know how he comes up with some of these things. Sometimes when I hear them speak, I'm like, why is this like onion do see? Autopilot see. This is what you hear, and I'm not making this up. I saw somebody in the comment section say blessing is with her lies. It is not lies. Yeah, somebody was saying I move a lot. I have families. I move a lot. These things are realer than you think. You cannot, you dare not enter Keke now and say Simanotlas. Even as I'm speaking, my sister is telling me to please lower my voice. It is that bad. I cannot go. They don't bomb me where to go downstairs, and you are telling Doc not to bring, not to give him spotlight. Let them give him spotlight. So when he says it, so we'll counter his lies and his propaganda. Please.
Thank you, Blessing. Let me also mention this again. It's very important that we have conversations. Right now, I'm getting, someone told me that Simon has about 4,000 people listening to him. We have about maybe 1,000 people watching us on all the platforms. So he doesn't need anybody to get his views across. What we want to do is to have this conversation. Maybe people who are in the middle can listen to other people and hear things they wouldn't hear. Because what happens is that in such platforms, people basically, they are in an echo chamber. You are hearing the same kind of thing you want to hear, nothing different. What we do here is that we challenge whatever position, whatever idea, whatever conversation is going out there. We challenge it because people are different here. We didn't handpick people who would come here. We have different opinions and people say things. And maybe you hear something and you make you to think about what you believe. All right, Dozier, what's your take?
Well, nobody should make me talk about Biafra by force. The United States Constitution was drafted in secrecy, and that led to war afterwards, and gave birth to a very strong and powerful country. It was drafted in secrecy because the Constitution was intended to be that of a constitution of 13 nations. Instead, they went in secret, closed the door, put out guards, all armed, and made it to be we the people. You understand what I mean if you did history. My prayer to some of us is to understand that there is no perfect union. There is no country that stands that you will not see a part of it that was connived into forming that union. So my plea is for understanding. As for EKPA and the group, I would simply tell them a story. I don't want to talk about them, but ignorance is plenty in our place. When I was in secondary school in Nigeria, in Imo State, there were some teachers who fought the Biafran War. And when they tell us the story of the Biafran War, we will have two feelings. One, we will be so afraid about the tragedies. And on the other hand, we really wanted to go and experience it. We wish we fought the Biafran War like they did. I think that is what is going on now. And I'm not going to tell them positive or negative. I just wish them good luck.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Dozier. 18 more. You're next.
Thank you. Anyway, like Dozier said, I don't like to talk about the Biafra war, about the Biafra IPOB or something like that. Because sometimes it comes to a point that you can't just ignore it, So because it affects everybody. Let me say it affects my friends who are living in the East. Like I said last time, 95% of my friends are living in the eastern part of Nigeria, Igbos, And when we talk and when I discuss with them, I feel the pain that they feel, the lack of freedom, the lack of joy, and all those things that is taking place over there, So it only boils my heart. But one thing we have to know when we are talking about secession, breaking out from Nigeria, we have to realize that no country make it easy for any country, for a part of the country to break away. A good example, even the European Union, when Britain want to leave, we see how tough it was for them, right? We see what happened in Spain when a part of Spain wanted to break up from Spain. When they had their last demonstration, the government went after the leaders and arrested some in Italy, right? We know what happened to Northern Ireland, fighting for their freedom to break away from the Britain, from the UK. We know what happened today. They are still part of it. So breaking away from it, no country allow other part of them to just break away like that. They will fight back. That is there. Though it is right for you to agitate. It's your constitutional right to agitate and so on and so forth. But let's know one thing, that whatever we are doing, we have to know who are the people that are feeling the pains. If you look at this agitation of the IPOB or the Biafra, it's like they are bringing back what happened during the Biafra war. All the pains, all the issues, they are not still feeling this pain. It's like they are still fighting themselves. That's where pains me. That's where I feel very bad about the whole situation. Sometimes you have to think twice. Like somebody said last time we did this program, that you can't be saving your people and be killing them. Because you are fighting for your people and you are killing them. So coming to the meeting with the Igbo elders and things like that. But one thing I see that Simon, IPOP, there's no other group that has rised up within the East to counter this other group. Because it's like everything just centered on this Biafra IPOB. Well, Biafra can be there. We can talk about Biafra, but there must be other group that are fighting against this with their toxic idea of putting this part of the country in jeopardy, So I just want to also come up and say, okay, this idea we know, but the way they are doing it is not right. Let's do it in a different form. There should be a balance somehow, so that people cannot just be brainwashed into being violent, things like that. But it should be other part of other girls to wake up and say, okay, this is how to balance this thing. So this is my whole thinking about this issue. So they also wake up and let us, okay, let other also come up and say, okay, this is what you want to do. Want to counteract this, counter the IPOP ideology. The way they are doing is not the right way and things like that. And people can also have a balance, because people have two things to think about, two things to reason about. So
all right. All right. Thank you so much. Buddy, welcome to the show.
Hey, doctor. I salute you.
Yeah, how now?
I did, yeah. Well, I salute all the speakers, especially Blessing, Dozier, and Mr. Kingsley. There is a very big issue in our hands right now. We all knew how this thing started, and then we're all guilty. Because, like the other speaker said, ignore them. When the Kano started in 2014, on his own, when he started on his own, when he parted away from the Inwas-Ruke and the likes in 2014, people say, they should ignore him. The same thing they are saying to Samuel Panau, and then we'll see the results. That kind of narrative should not be allowed to thrive in a society. Like Blessing said, they are toxic. And then our people are ignorant. We have ignorant population. And when it comes to issue of war being fought, the issue of conquest, the survival of a nation, all those issues are emotional. If you heard of a story where your father was defeated in a war, you will not be happy. It will be unto you like, that war should come back again. and you go back to that battle and fight it, like the said. It's always an emotional issue. If you come to a Yoruba man, you said it to a Yoruba man and narrate how a Yoruba people lost Ilorin to Fulani, it becomes an emotional issue. You see people boiling. If you go to an Hausa man and you try to narrate the issue of Fulani jihad to them, they become emotional. That's why we need to rise up. We understand, but we shouldn't allow that kind of narrative to thrive, because a lot of people will suffer for it. When Nnamdi Kanu was broadcasting from UK, everybody has interest. Interest might be different, but the elite in the southeast, they benefited a lot from it, because at that point in time they believe, how would they find relevance? They find somebody, a mouthpiece that can speak against the central government, and then we all saw the result at our hand. So, like someone said, we have problem. What's the way forward? The Igbo leader shouldn't ignore Sam Ekpa. They have to find a way to meet together. No point in meeting with him, because he has caused the damage already. They have to sit. Even no matter way, if you don't like the federal government, this is the right time for them to sit with the federal government on how to talk to federal government, on how to ensure the federal government to activate their diplomacy, on how to talk to what country that Sam Ekpa living.
In Finland.
In Finland.
Buddy. Thank you. We'll come back to you. Let me just say, I have to get out here and talk to some guests that might want to join us in this conversation. But let me hand over to OC to moderate, while OC, you can go from HO and down, and I'll be back. Just let me go and speak to some people that might join us in this conversation. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Yeah, so, buddy, finish up, or are you done?
So, they have to sit down with the federal government. They have to act on this guy. They have to take action on this guy. And the local government, the states, and the federal government, they have to improve on the security of the southeast, so that people there can be safe. They can feel safe. They can go about their business, and they assure them of their security. So federal government needs to act. The leaders in the east have to act. This is the right time, because with the way the things are going, we are almost like 2 months to the election. What's that assurance that people will come out with the threat that is out there? And then these people have the force of coercion. That's why people are not coming out. And if you look at the number of people that are perpetrating this violence, they are not up to the good people of Southeast. If the leader can rally good people of Southeast against these people, and with the support of the government, we will defeat them.
Okay, thank you so much, buddy. We'll just go next with White. Wait, it's not showing up well. White label.
Please, can I talk? I have a meeting.
Yes.
Then you should start with HO.
Yes,
HO.
Okay, White label. Just 1 second.
Oh, HO, yeah.
Go ahead.
My heart bleeds. And to every Biafra out there, especially those that are backing up Sam Ekpa, if your inhumanity is not dead, and you have a cousin in Nigeria living in Biafran land, rethink. Because if we lost more blood, the one we have already, that happened in your 5 days, they are crying for vengeance. If we now carry on with no election and we lost more blood, let me tell you, those blood will haunt everything. I mean, everything you have worked for in this land. And as a mother, with the mandate upon my head, I decree that everything that gives you joy will begin to give you pain if you don't stop this nonsense. Sam Ekpa, I mean, everything that gives you joy as a human being, I decree by the mandate upon my life, they will begin to give you pain from today go. It is only the person that breathes that do the arrogancy you are doing. When you sleep, you don't wake up. Will you be able to do this? Because heaven is giving you a second chance. You are now Buga, and you think you have authority over humanity. Don't let what happened in Sodom and Gomorrah happen in your life. You think you have control of the universe, right? I want to ask you once again, all of you that are backing us and EKPA with your money, when heaven sees that money, you will cry for mercy, and mercy will be far away from you.
Okay, thank you.
How could you kill your own people? Is that what Nnamdi Kanu will want? You refuse to listen to his lawyer, but you cannot send his lawyer with 2 million to feed him. Are you not an idiot?
Yeah. Thank you, Mommy. Hate you. I think I may just weigh in a little bit on this. And somebody talked about the need for education. I think that's where it all starts. Because if we're fighting for Biafra, we have to even go back to the reason that made us fight even now. Because even after independence, if we have the opportunity to go back in history, we'll begin to situate the position of Ndibo. Then we were occupying the top echelon of Nigerian society. We were basically running the country. That was how JTU Aguiyi was the most decorated Nigerian officer in the, during his time. And that was how you got a lot of Nigerians. Eni Njoku was the vice chancellor of the University of Lagos. Professor Kennedy Dike was the vice chancellor of the Premier University of Ibadan. So the Igbos were actually running the country. But we are in the position we are today because we fought a war, which granted, we were pushed the wall and reacted the way we did. But if the clock were to be turned backwards, and for some reason, Providence, we didn't fight that war, I don't think we would be in this place. And so when somebody wakes up in the morning and wants to go drive us back to what got us to this position, we need to have a rethink. But then education again, because what all these people pushing, whether it's Simon EKPA, whether it's Nnamdi Kanu, what they're basically doing is, they cash in on people's anger, the frustration we have in the Southeast, and they run with it. They weaponize it, So it is very easy because, again, the average man is not very critical, is not very philosophical. They can't really think beyond what they're at. If they feel angry, they just want to lash out. It doesn't matter that after lashing out, tomorrow you start to suffer the consequences. We have to go back a little bit to even how Nnamdi Kanu and Simon EKPA became relevant, because we can all agree that they were not the first. They were the Wazirikes even before them. But something happened, and that was President Buhari, because Buhari came in and IPOB was just going about their business. I mean, they were winning disciples, but not to the extent that we have today, because at the time they were not violent at all. But because of whatever Buhari and those around him felt about Ndibo and the rest of them, they were treating him totally different from the way they treat other separatist movements. Because we know that Odua movement has been going on, and you never seen anybody who mobilized Nigerian army and organized some kind of Python dance. So basically, the hero that Kanu, the situation in the position in history that Kanu is today was made possible because of the way the Nigerian government handled him. If they had treated him fairly in terms of, not incarcerating him, treating him just, the way they treated others, it wouldn't have been the case. And I wrote a very beautiful article about some of these things, because even though there was a time that the cable news reported how the federal government handled this guy, government Tompolo, this Niger Delta militant. So when Buhari came on power, he told them that, look, it's either you constitute the NDCC or you hear from us. Now, the federal government didn't go about hunting them down and burning the whole place down. They sent the minister for, I forgot this particular minister, but somebody from the Niger Delta, sent him there, negotiated with them, and told them to just calm down. The federal government will address to them. But if it were to be anything about Kanu or others, the federal government will relieve the 2 division of the Niger. That's how we got to this place, you know? So when we talk about how things are unfolding and the importance of education, these are the kind of stuff that we all need to do, because it's the same way that people feel like Buhari is doing a great job. That is the same way that some people sit back and say, oh, Nnamdi Kanu is our hero. Oh, Simon Ekpa is fighting for us. Education. We need to get our people educated to the extent that they can now tease through the issues, remove emotion, and actually look at the issues and judge it on its merit. Let me hand over to White Labor. He was about to talk before.
Oh, I think Vinny and John Abba came before me.
Oh, okay. John, all right. John, sorry. Go ahead, John.
No, go ahead. White Labor. I've been here before briefly. Go ahead.
I am here before even White Labor.
Go ahead, Max. Sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you so much. You see, it breaks my heart when I see most of our people who are flourishing abroad today in their various spheres of disciplines come out here to manipulate words and English against the people in Nigeria that feel bad, especially the Biafran people that feel bad of the maltreatment of the federal government. I told you people here some time ago that the treatment, the Biafrans are still fighting civil war. If you don't know it today. I don't think if there is any of you here that have served Nigeria the way I served Nigeria. 18 years, I laid my life on the war front, 5 of them fighting for that same country today. Not that I love what I was doing. And when you go to the military archive, you see things that, in fact, they bar some of the soldiers from seeing most of the things that happened there. Kuku Jumuku, the Liberian people say, if you're not inside, you now know. These are realities. These are realities. These are things that are happening. The reason why you see, before Mazi Nnamdi Kanu on the street of London, was he not fighting for restructuring and the good of Nigeria? What made him to change? What made Mazi Nnamdi Kanu turn? Have we spoken the way we speak about the Biafran agitation, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, Simon Ekpa, the way we speak, of the Oduduwa agitations? Are they not struggling for the same thing? Do you want to tell me that these 2 agitators will be wrong at the same time? Haven't you seen how they treat the people that are going around unauthorizedly carrying automatic assault rifles, killing people anytime, until they meet you in the house? Until they come and meet you in the house, before you will realize that what these people are doing, they are not just doing it because they love to do it. They are doing it because they are being forced to do it. How many of us remember the 3 R's? How many of us remember the Southeastern Development, is it a development, what they put there, bill? Was it passed in the National Assembly? Where you don't have the numerical advantage? Will it pass? Do you see the speed at which the Northern Development Bill was passed in the National Assembly? When we come out here, we leave the main cause of us, most of the things that you see there today, and we are addressing individuals that just woke up to see the wrongs that they are making out on their people, and we begin to condemn them. They lay curses on them. If curses work, curses will have been killed Nigeria. Because over 3 point something million people died in that war. They did not just die through the barrels of gun. They died by total blockade, starvation. White people were dying, setting themselves alight because of what they were going on. What they saw happened in Biafra. And when we come here, we live outside where you see democracy practiced. Where from 1959, election has been rigged from the beginning of Nigeria.
Okay, thank you, Max.
Thank you, and God bless you.
Rudolph is here. Before I'm also going, I'm rushing for a wedding, but just before I hand over to him, just a follow-up to your point. So, Max, I want you to understand, because I think a lot of people are conflating the issues. All the points you made are 100% correct, okay? And then when you start talking about people who live abroad and are trying to chime in on what is happening in Nigeria, there are some of us who live abroad who are more present in Nigeria than those living in Lagos and Abuja. And I don't say that lightly. Okay.
Okay, so, I am sorry about that. Accept my apology.
That's fine. It's just to put things in perspective. So, but the point I'm trying to make, that all those things you enumerated are correct. You are 100% correct. We all are Igbos. We all believe that Nigeria is changing us. We all believe that Nigeria is not fit to us. There's a whole lot of litany of things that we all believe in. But let me just say that it's not just Igbo. A whole lot of other people, the Middle Belters, they all feel the same thing. Where the difference arises is, how do we want to address this problem? That is the crux of the matter. We're not contesting if we are being treated fairly or not. Yes, we agree with that. The difference is, how do we go about solving the problem? Some people say, oh, okay, this giant is beating us. We should just try to find him. Even when we know that this giant, by the way we are today, we don't stand a chance. That if we go and, engage in face-to-face combat with this giant, there is a big chance that he's going to crush us beyond recognition, that won't be in a position to fight. Some other people say, okay, yes, we understand that there is a problem. They are not treating us well, but let us as knowledgeable people, as enlightened people, decide on best way to fight this war so that it becomes effective, so that they don't crush us, and we start to suffer what we've been suffering since we fought the war the other time. That's the crux of the matter. So don't misunderstand it like, oh, these people don't like what Kanu is fighting for. No, we do. We all do. What is the crux? What is the difference? Is the methodology. That is what many of us don't agree with. You see,
my brother, that is where, if you will permit me, that is where I want to come in. You see,
Rudolph is the coordinator now, so he's going to permit you.
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I crave your indulgence just a little. You see, the accusation of this killing that is going on in Southeast as we speak right now, let me tell you one thing. That is why I said, Kuku Jumuku, if you're not inside, you don't know. Do you know how we countered the Liberian Charles Taylor, MPFL, National Patriotic Front of Liberia, under Charles Taylor? Nigeria, ECOMOG, it was under Abacha, raised a faction they call Liberia Peace Council, headed by George Bolle. I was there. We supplied them and we equipped them, and they were used. We used them to fight these people. If you look at the journalists and the video on the day they burned the APC vehicle, campaign vehicles, look at that white car, and you will agree with me. The journalist was, what is that? What is that? The picture that just flashed. What was that? A security officer, police or army doing in that particular place? In that white car, you go there and look at it very, very well. I am telling you that what is happening in Southeast as we speak is just something that is created in order to hang it around these people. That is what, because I took part in some of them in Liberia and in Sierra Leone. When you go to Sierra Leone, you watch the Kamajors. The Kamajors were used, equipped by ECOMOG as well to fight in that place. So that is why any report that comes from Nigerian forces, I don't take it because I know what they can do. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you, OC. Thank you so much for holding on the platform while I went. I spoke to some of the leaders who are going to meet with Simon tomorrow. And there are people who are trying to join us who have different, some perspectives on this issue. So we have to make room for some people to join if, and also, I heard what you said, Max, and everybody else. And let me go to why we make that space for them to join. And let me come to you, white level, Ralph. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Rudolph, and greetings, everybody. Yeah, this whole situation is one of the fascinating ones of our time, but at the same time, it speaks to the damage that has been done long time ago with our education, and it shows you why education is important. Because if you attack education and you start weakening it, then you end up with a situation where people will be gullible. And it's not that the average man is gullible or is easy to take advantage of, but when you have a weakened educational system, like when I finished secondary school in Ibadan, I finished my senior secondary in Ibadan, there was no history teacher. For us, it was a public school, so there was no history teacher. So there's a whole generation of students that graduated without history. So it's up to you to go and read a history book, or you don't read a history book. And you can imagine how many people from that. Sorry, can you guys hear me? Okay, because I hear the sound. So you can imagine how many people from that generation have lost access to their history, because until someone comes and directly points out to you that, look, this is part of your history, then you start seeing the gaps, So speaking to today's situation, this whole thing with Simon EKPA and all that, I find it strange that, people will jump on here and flip the whole thing. You can't defend your man, but you flip it into a whole affront and a whole different topic entirely. Even bringing gay people, I don't understand what gay people have to do with it, but all manner of things we just straight up. If you are leading excuse me, if you are leading a crusade, you're leading a march, you're leading a fight, you've chosen a battle. Everybody knows has a battle that you're fighting. You choose a battle, but your strategy is, I am going to make my people suffer more than the enemy that I'm fighting. And people are pointing out to you that there's other strategies available. Why don't you pick one of the other strategies? Why don't you use this other strategy? And you are still going, but if the government is bad.
Sorry, white label. Sorry, white. It's like there's a noise coming from your background.
Hey, stop. That's how I do it in military. Now, you now forget, you now leave, you can't defend the strategy that you're on. I mean, the other day, somebody they brought up that Simon even brought out in woman's nude photos and put online, which is that is an attack on a human being. You put someone out there, you've led to the death of people. Igbo people, we're not talking about Fulani. Everybody shouts Fulani, but it's not Fulani. That was an Igbo person he's gone after for various reasons. And his boys came up here to defend the child. What did the person do? And these are the same people who I'm pretty sure you say, if my sister, if somebody insult my sister, I will fight to the end of the world. Somebody insult my wife. But it's okay if, as far as I say I am fighting for Biafra, I can attack any Igbo woman, I can disgrace any Igbo man, I can go as far as I want. And this idea that you serve, I have to come after my brother Vinny. You're not the most person that has done service to Nigeria. I'm sorry to tell you, because our teachers, our nurses, our doctors, they've done more than you, and they didn't get paid. My mom worked for Federal Ministry of Agric over 30 years. I know he's running away now, but I can also tell him about Ghana too. But my mom worked for Federal Ministry of Agric over 30 years, has projects all over Delta State, North, South, West, all over Nigeria. She hasn't collected pension for like 3 years. She's almost 90. She has to still go.
But my brother, do you know the retirement age of a
Let me
military?
finish.
That's 15 years.
Let me finish.
15 years. That involves blood. Do not attack me here. Just make your point, my brother. Don't attack me in person, please.
I was pointing out what you claimed you were the biggest, the best hero. So I'm pointing out there are other heroes more than you. You only have to just interfere. The other day I asked you about Ghana's the people trying to fight to break out from Ghana. You dodged the question. So you do this all the time. It's not something new. I have people fought in Liberia. I have people fought in Sierra Leone. I know a lot too. So you're not the only person privy to that information. But the point still remains: what's happening in the southeast right now? You are saying shut down for 5 days. Christmas time, a lot of people make money. You are willing to lose your own economy, not Nigeria's economy, the southeast economy. You say it's fine. But you will come and then when they ask you, okay, why is it fine? Then Nigeria has been killing Igbos. Everybody knows that, but why is it fine for the Igbos to continue losing? Why is it fine for your pockets to be dripping? You can't defend that. Why is it fine for you to punish more Igbo people because they refuse to join your cause? But you are saying we are going to create a new nation tomorrow where all Igbos will be equal. All Igbos will have rights. We won't be like Nigeria. We'll be different from Nigeria. Are you not behaving like you are switching a tyrant for another tyrant? That's what you people have been displaying so far. That even people who are on your side are beginning to look like, I'm not sure about this thing that you're doing. We have other agitations around the country, and there have been persecutions. They may not be as high as what's the guy Sunday Igboho? Didn't Nigeria go after him? Why was he arrested in Benin Republic? The Niger Delta, there was attacks on the leaders. A bunch of them. Aside Okubo doesn't have power anymore. He's now a social media influencer. He doesn't have any relevance anymore. It's Tompolo now that's the main guy, but Tompolo wasn't the guy when he started. He wasn't the guy. But since we have military experts here, you can tell us who's the guy. But people know, we know the people who were the guys, So it's easy to just come out and shout. But okay, tell us why this strategy is the best for people. That's good for Blessing to be in Enugu, and it's not safe for her to voice her opinion anywhere she goes because she doesn't support putting an Igbo woman's nude photo online for any reason. Why is that good? Why is that the whole? I mean, defend that. If you are all about, that Kenny had to run away because he knows he can't defend that point. He can never defend it. So he will just disappear. So that's it, Sha.
All right, Ralph, thank you so much. Let me say a few things before we continue. Jonathan, hold on. Let me say a few things. First of all, I just want to update you. I was trying to get some of these people who are going to meet with Simon to join us. I think they agreed that they will rather do this after the meeting. So hopefully next Saturday, I will get some of them to join us. They don't want to come in and that will have an impact on what they are going to discuss tomorrow. So that's what I've been working on behind the scene to see if we can get more insight into what's going on. For those on the comment section, I really appreciate all your comments. I try to catch up and see what's going on. And let me make this clear before we continue. There are people who like some people here, So let's say somebody like Dozier and they want Dozier to keep talking and they don't want anybody else to talk. When you say that time is up for Dozier, they get angry and feel that, just understand. You have to hear other people. It's not just for one particular person. And maybe they have somebody they don't like and the person is talking, let's shut the person down. That's not how it works. But we appreciate you and we know that you're watching. We value your contribution. Where do we go? Where do we stop? Janaba, I think, Janaba, I've had you. There are people I've not listened to before. Janaba, go ahead. 1 minute.
Yeah, Abba was supposed to go next after me.
Oh, okay. Okay, Janaba. He was here before. Janaba, go ahead.
Thank you, Doctor, for another opportunity to say something. Concerning what we are all talking about and this meeting, how do we navigate? I think everyone in Nigeria is hurting. All Nigerians are hurting in one way or the other. Everyone also have the basic human right to defend themselves and to protect their people. But the notion that One serve, no service is greater than the other. Service to humanity, whether you protect them as a nurse, as a soldier,
Just understand,
as a
you have
politician,
to.
whatever you do, that you help to build humanity is a service. And also to incite violence upon what is already going on in our country. I think it's a narrow-minded individual that see us and divide us. We shouldn't allow this thing to divide us. We're a loving nation, and the Igbo people are a great asset, not just to Nigeria, but to the whole world. And I hope they realize that. And those that using the gap or the vacuum the federal government could not fit in to their own advantage to reduce others' freedom. It's not, history will not be kind to them as time goes. And there are many ways to bring about peace in 21st century, even from the time past. Martin Luther King did not carry anything. He accomplished so many of his own dreams. The struggle continues, but we are not where we used to be. That is political way that have brought about changes, not only to African Americans, that even the non-African that are in America here, any legislator that is passed through political means, it benefits everybody. So there should be, as they meet tomorrow, whatever the influence, I hope that some of them that are watching this program will navigate their way and bring peace and find a better way to resolve the differences instead of this bullying tactic. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, John Albert. Thank you so much. Let me welcome, I know, Blessing, I can see you. Let me welcome Ezionye. Welcome to the show. One Man, welcome to the show. Ginger Media, welcome to the show. We have to, I know we're supposed to go sequentially, but let me beg you guys, let's go to Blessing because she's in Nigeria. Let me hear, there's something she wants to tell us. And then I know that Ginger Media has to leave. I know everybody's time is important, but there's something important too that he needs to tell us. So Blessing first. Blessing, go ahead.
Sorry, Mr. Njeje. Mr. Jonah, sorry, I'm taking your time. Just so real quick. I think people are misunderstanding this whole thing. Please, because it is no longer funny talk. I don't know if I've told you this, that I do get some threats when I talk here, and they carry it to my other social media accounts. So what I'm saying, I'm going to say this without any apology. If you, for any reason, and I do not care what the reason is, say that the Fulani are killing Igbo people, and for that you are fighting them, fine, God bless you. But can you take the fight to them? The people who were killed in Enugu, I am from Enugu State. The people who were killed in Enugu that day are not Fulanis. Only Igbo Putaroka have many. So when you keep on with these rhetorics of and the Fulani, when the Fulanis are killing, what did you say? When they are killing your own people, what are you saying? Your people are killing your own people. What are you now saying? Let's not mix the two issues. So Fulanis are killing Igbos, fine and good. Go and kill the Fulanis that are killing Igbos. Leave your own brothers alone. Stop killing your own brothers. And when I say stop killing my brother, you're telling me that I'm a saboteur. You are the saboteur. And to whoever is supporting all these people that are doing this nonsense, you are part of the problem. And I do not care who you are. You will repeat. Good night, everybody. I need to go and do some anti-duties.
Okay, thank you, Blessing. Thank you so much. Let me come to Njanja Media. Just hold on, one man, please, and Ezionye, hold on. Okay, Njanja Media, you are next. You are being before you speak, you are being accused of being a one Nigerian and being a saboteur. I just want to give you opportunity to defend yourself and go ahead.
You know, for those of you who know our great leader who died about 2 months ago, and that is Mbazulika Amechi, the boy is good. In one of his memorable quotes, which I cherish so much, is that we wouldn't have fought the war in 1967 if they had listened to some of us, unquote. He was referring that some of them, because their views were considered so mild that no one listened to them, and eventually led to a war where we lost over 3 million people. Question is, was going to that war the only option? I know emotions can be high. I know when you see your people being massacred, a lot could come in there, but the question remains, just like what we see happening in Ukraine today. When everything is destroyed, you must still come back to a round table. These days, it could be a square table, but you must definitely come back to a table to sign those agreements, to bring back peace. Question then is, if there is any way you can bring peace, why then the destruction ab initio? Had we not gone to that war in 1967, where the Igbo is today in the Nigerian trajectory and in Africa as a whole, shouldn't be their position. Now, to what is happening today, you know, it beats me and it beats me silly. And on this, I have no apology. You know, make up your mind, call me whatever, but I'm a free thinker, I'm a free born. I'm a proud Igbo man. And I have no apologies. If you don't like it, go look for the next transformer and do yourself a justice. Proud in the sense that I am Onyebo, the ancient one. Ndibo, Ndibo, the ancient people. What it means, people, if we listen to ourselves, is very simple. That the ancient people are thinkers, and thinkers are not destructors. It beats me silly that our brothers and sisters will be in the diaspora, a place that they've gone that they should learn and bring good things back to us at home. And they stay there and set ablaze their own house. It is only insanity and the madman that can go to his Omunna meeting. And because he has an argument with his fellow Omunna, he will go home, lock up his household, and stab them to death. And tell me, by locking down the Igbo nation, what you're doing, you're starving your own people to death, and that is insanity. There is no other way to define it. I do not sugarcoat it. Whoever is engaging in that is nothing short of a madman. This truth must be said. Yes, there is insecurity in the country, everywhere. In the Northeast. I mean, I've taken in the last 3 weeks, I've taken time to travel and traverse Nigeria. Do you know when we talk about bad road in the Southeast, I'm not making, argument for anybody, but for Christ's sake, have you ever taken the Newman Mobi Road? This is in the Northeast. And you ask yourself, why would the people live like this? Go to TVC and the channels and watch Babachi Lawa, the grass cutter of invasive species. He said something that, sometimes we can look ourselves in the mirror and listen to others say something. Yes, Igbos can argue that they are marginalized, but we're listening to Babachi Lawa saying that he, from the Northeast, we in the South call them the Northerners, the oligarchs, the Hausa Fulanis. But he's telling you that his own people in the last 60 years cannot dream to become the vice chancellor of any of the northern states or federal universities. When you talk about marginalization, the question is, if they're also marginalized, like you are marginalized, but why would you then go and burn your house? I've always advocated, if you ask me in my own thinking, because I recall when I said this sometime many years ago, many people took offense. I studied in Germany and I studied political economics. I wrote my dissertation on the Nigerian Biafran War. specifically though, requested. And that gave me 8 months of my life to amass myself within the university, within the Maastricht University in the Netherlands and University of Bremen in northern Germany, to immerse myself in various literatures, many of them written in German language, to actually understand what happened before I was given birth to. Yes, people, you ask yourself, how do you then juxtapose that today? The killings that are happening today in the Southeast to what happened in 1967. And I can tell us free of charge. For those of you who may want to comment and hate me, you can go ahead and do that. But truth, as they say, is an open wound. Truth is an open wound, right? The rest is history. What we have to now know is those of us not at home are causing trouble at home. And I make this, having taken time to analyze this, to say this to us. Whenever I hear one of my brothers and my sisters say, oh, they are killing us, they are killing us, they are killing us, I always ask, my brother or my sister, when was the last time you visited home? And in most cases, I'm not wrong. It takes, they'll tell me in the last 4 or 5 years. 4 or 5 years. You see where the disconnect is. Last year, on my way to England, and I was, the guy who I met lived in Hamburg, Germany, accosted me at the Addis Ababa airport and said, Mazi, I didn't like your program. I hated you so much. I said, okay, thank God, at least you were searched at this airport. You can't shoot me. Now, tell me the truth. What's happening? He said, but I have stayed in my house in Enugu. This was happening last year, December. He said, I spent 7 weeks in Enugu. I now know and can understand the things you say. I say, when people stay too long, when you stay too long in your cocoon, you begin to have all manner of nonsensical and useless imaginations, that suddenly you begin to see things and feel things, that where there is nobody pursuing you, everybody is pursuing you. And you want to begin to have utopic ideas. And I agree with our sister there, Blessing, who said, he who wears two shoes knows where he pinches. How can a people wake up on a day and you see six in Enugu shut down? What was their crime? That they came to fend in a day. These are people who live their lives by single day. And do we forget that Ndi Igbo are a trading people? Growing up, we looked forward for Christmas. Christmas is when we do what we call season. You sell. People can make a lot of money during Christmas because that is when the market boom. Suddenly, somebody wakes up from somewhere and see the hypocrisy here. All of them talking this nonsense and jargon. They go to work every Monday. They go to work the days they tell you to sit at home. Isn't that madness? For how long shall we keep quiet? And many say, you will come, you will die. Listen, how leaving this space empty is not the best thing to do, because the more you leave this space empty, it gives the non-entities, the cucumbers and carrots that we have amongst us, the impetus to keep doing what they are doing. Fight your war. Liberate yourself. But it is insanity to kill yourself. Why on earth in the year 2022 would someone tell me, a Republican people, a people who believe that onye kwuo uche ya, egbe belu ugobelu, therefore, my own oku becomes a crime in your own view, that the only thing that qualifies me, because I do not want to, is death. Haba, please, and I speak to us as a brother. I speak to us, many of us as an elder, to say, please, this trajectory, Uzo adro ebe. Yes, we understand that the younger ones are restive and angry, but in the moment of our anger, let us apply some common sense. And the applied common sense is not weakness. It's not weakness to apply break and apply common sense. You cannot kill yourself. Again, I repeat and I conclude with this. You cannot go to your Omunna meeting and have an argument with someone and you go home and lock your household and starve them of food. That is akin to madness. And that is exactly what we are doing now. Thank you.
All right, in the media, thank you so much. I appreciate the time. I know you are busy. You were going somewhere. I had to drag you in to air your view. Thank you. What I'm going to do now, I'm going to hear from one man. I know you've been here. Ejikeme, I see you, and Ezionye, I see you. Let me hear from them, and I have full of questions for. Okay, Ginger is out. Okay, one man. Let me hear from you next.
Sorry, Rudolph. Can you skip me for a moment?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Ezionye, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damage, for having me. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. You were in the dark before. Where are you joining us from?
I just moved because of network. It kicked me off, so I moved to a different place so that I can get a better network. But let me open this place and see if
it's okay. It's okay. You can go ahead. Yeah, okay. Go ahead. Yeah.
All right. Okay. I think many of the people that have said something, are carried away by emotion. And, again, like hearsay, we are in a modern world, especially with the new technology. If you are not careful, you just take everything the way it is without properly analyzing it the way it is. Because what we see these days on social media is not the reality until you do your own personal research and analyze things, in a proper way. You will just think that the way you hear it is the way it is. I'm just saying this because I've listened to a lot of people trying to condemn one person or the other. And I want to say that this agitation didn't start today. It has been ongoing even before I was born, and even till tomorrow, people will still be agitating. And you cannot stop anybody, from agitating. You can stop them, maybe at the street, but you can't stop them online because of the technology that we have at the moment. People have talked about Simon EKPA, but some of them don't really know who Simon EKPA is very well. They have not done any research, to know who this guy is and why he's making this kind of progress. And if you look at IPOP today, you find out that the man, Simon EKPA, actually joined this movement less than 3 years ago, and since I've been listening, nobody is able to come with an idea that can counter his own narrative or his own idea. We are just condemning, saying that he did this, he gave order to kill his people and all that. But if you look at these things in detail, it's not really true. We are all just carried away by hearsay, because if you analyze it by yourself or look at things that have been happening, killing in the Southeast did not start today.
Okay. Hold on. Okay. So I thought this conversation will last for just 1 hour. We've gone into 2 hours. So we have to round it up. So what I was thinking is that since we've been talking about this and you said you've been following, nobody has talked about a different narrative, the way you are presenting. I thought that's what you're going to present to us. You are giving. So can you tell us?
Yes, definitely. But
so
I need to give a
straight to the
background.
point. No, don't no backgrounds anymore, because that's what takes our time. Go straight to the point. What is the new idea you have?
Okay. For me, I think if we are talking about Simon EKPA, we should actually talk about the things that are motivating Simon EKPA, not really the man Simon EKPA, because it's the same mistake that Nigeria made in 2015. They arrested Nnamdi Kanu, and today Nnamdi Kanu is now a hero. And the same thing is what they're trying to do now, thinking that it's going to solve the problem. I think we should go back to the root of the problem, because it's not because of what happened today. It is because of what happened years and years ago.
I have to stop you. Hold on, okay?
Killing our own people, that's the issue. That's
no, hold on. Yeah, educate me. Hold on, okay? This is why I have to stop you. Yeah. This is why I have to stop you, okay? So sometimes people want us to start talking about what happened in 1966, what happened in wherever time you want to go. This is not how the news media works. The newspaper will not, you can't buy a newspaper today and they will leave what happened yesterday and be telling you what happened. They can give it as a background, but they have to. We don't have all the time in the world, okay? We can have special episode, and it does happen, special episode, like when you have 50th anniversary of this, where we talk about what happened in the past. But we're not going to sit down here and people are staying at home for 5 days because someone said they should stay at home. And we're talking about what happened in 1966. So that we will be talking about the issue. And I hear people here making comments like, oh, that we should be talking about a referendum. And that as if when you talk about it, then that is the problem. And it's not that we don't talk about when Nnamdi was arrested, was picked up and brought to Nigeria. When the court said that Nnamdi should be freed, we talked about it. And I hear people say things like that, oh, why is it not being told? Why are people not talking about this? We are not going to, because you like something, because you like amala, we are not going to serve amala every day so that you'll be happy. The other things, other food that people eat, you understand? So I want you to tell us what should we do now? The question we pose is this: tomorrow, Igbo leaders are meeting Simon EKPA, okay? And the idea is that there's a way they could make him to pull back from saying there shouldn't be election in the Southeast. Because if there's no election in the Southeast, what are the implications? That's what I wanted us to discuss. We're not going to say we should leave all those things and go back and talk about why there was Nnamdi, why there was Simon. You understand what I'm saying?
Dr. Damage, what I'm trying to say, you have to look at yesterday in order to solve today's problem. And you have to look at things today in order to solve tomorrow's problem.
Now that you've looked at it, tell us the solution, because we're wasting time now talking about the process. We've wasted, I've given you more than 5 minutes. We have to go back. We have to go back. So you going back. Tell us the solution based on your own understanding. You've done the work.
Okay, the solution you are looking at, is it how to stop Simon EKPA, or is it how to stop the agitation?
No, it's not that. It's about the implication of this and what's going to happen in 2023. That's what we're discussing.
Okay. For me,
what do you want to see happen? What do you want to see happen? Do you want election in the Southeast?
Well, I don't live in the Southeast.
No, so it doesn't matter. I don't live there. I don't live there. Do you want election in the Southeast?
No, I wouldn't say if I want election or I don't want election, because I don't live there. But my concern is that
why are you commenting on?
Ezonya, we have to go. We have to go to somebody else.
No, Mr. Dame, just give me 1 minute. Let me just round off.
First of all, okay.
Yeah,
let me just 1 minute.
1 minute. What I'm trying to say is that if we go the way the leaders of Southeast are going, we are going to complicate issue. But it can only take people like you who understand, how things work. who can also think in the frequency of Simon Eber, to now devise a means of solving this problem rather than trying to stop him, because stopping him will not stop.
Did anybody talk about stopping him here?
Of course, the many people that have commented today is all about how to stop Simon Eber. Of course, all of them were saying.
What did they say? What did they say should be done to stop him? What did anybody just mention? One person. What they said should be done to stop Simon Eber.
One of the ladies that was here before said that she has been countering them because it's a propaganda on social media. Then one of the other guy said
no. Listen, Ezionye, what did anybody say should be done to stop Simon Eber here today? Maybe I'm not here. What did they say should be done to stop Simon?
That's what I'm trying to say.
All right. No, that's a different thing. So thank you. Let me come to you, Obani, one man. Welcome to the show.
Anyway, thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you. One man, welcome to the show.
Oh, all right. Thank you for having me. But first, I must object. I'm not quite sure why Mazi Njenje was fast-tracked to the top of the queue. Is it? I will give the attribution to age over beauty. So age over beauty, the attribution there. But apologies as well. I was on baby. I'm on babysitting duties. So that was why I asked you to.
So Obani, do you mind if I ask you? I saw the background. I saw the kids. And how many kids do you have?
Well, I'm an Oyo man. So that does that not
I am just asking how many.
I am an Oyo man.
So I don't know.
I have a village full of children.
I don't stereotype people. What
I have 2 boys, 1 girl.
Oh, okay, not a lot,
So
okay.
So I wasn't.
Right.
I didn't actually know that the camera panned to my children. I wasn't.
Yeah.
But so back to the topic and to the topic of the day, a different view, of course. So and I hope I have a moment to have expression, and I'm not rage upon. As
you have only 2 minutes. 2
yes.
minutes
So let me then have that full 2 minutes uninterrupted. So I see this space, of course, this Simon EKPA, which is a satellite of the Nnamdi Kanu narrative. I see it somewhat as a business space. It's a business space, of course. The mythical space, Biafra, that was coined by Ojukwu and I think Frank Akpagbo or something like that in 1967. So the restoration of Biafra, I'm not aware that you can restore something that never existed. So that has always puzzled me. But the narrative, I've always seen it as a business space. Because, of course, I've followed that storyline. There was a truism to that narrative at the birthing of it under the Ojukwu cusp, which wanted to create an overall Southeastern Igbo nationhood. So that will be a new birthing, by the way, not a restoration, but a new birthing. Because there was never at any point in time, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, there was never at any point in time a homogeneous Igbo nationhood. So when the coinage came in 1967 from Ojukwu and his paddy man Frank Akpagbo, what's that?
Oh, you have 1 minute.
Yeah, so when the narrative came from Ojukwu and his paddy man, it was essentially the birthing of a new nation. So there's no restoration of anything, but there was a truism to what Ojukwu was doing at that time. But what we're seeing from Nnamdi Kanu and by extension his junior brother, it's essentially a business opportunity. So that economic space of that Biafra nationhood, the estimation is $250 million to $500 million. And we're talking about the membership fees and all of this. The estimation of the fortune of Simon EKPA is about $4 to $11 million. And I think that's an underestimation. And that is all from the super chats, the subscription fees, the throwing money at this mythical narrative. So I see that whole narrative as a business opportunity, but the desire itself for a want alone for a standalone Igbo nationhood. I don't object to that, and I see an honesty to that. But within that honesty, which is the desire of the Southeast, you have opportunistic men like Nnamdi Kanu and his mini-me brother, Simon EKPA, who see a fast track to $1. So I see very much that that space is an opportunistic money play.
Okay. Okay. One man, let me ask you, this figure you are mentioning, where did you get the figures?
Which figures?
You mentioned money now, millions of dollars. Where did you get it?
Well, you extrapolate and project.
From what? Where did you start?
You ask, so I'll answer. You extrapolate and you project. So there is a bank of a desire for a Biafra nationhood, which is arrowheaded by the IPOB narrative. There's a global mass that wants that, and that global mass buys into that. So the average Igbo mass globally is round about 60.
One man.
You asked the question, but you don't want
an
answer.
You're going too far. We don't have a lot of time now. You're going too far. I was thinking, hold on, one man, hold on. I wanted you to tell me that an average, you discovered that this average Igbo person who is a member of Biafra, whatever, is this amount they contribute. That's how you can, tell just quickly.
No, that's where I'm going to. If you give me a microsecond, I will land it very quickly. The global Igbo mass is a $60,000 to $100,000 economic bracket, and their fervor for Biafra nationhood is heartfelt. So if you look at their contributions towards that movement, then you are averaging like about $1,000 to $5,000 per person. So that's easily
wait. Hold on. You say if you look at their contribution, where did you look at it?
They don't pay membership fees. They don't pay all this.
What paper?
They're always been taxed.
Hold on. So how much do they pay for membership? I don't know.
How do I know? I'm your man from your life here.
So why are you making projections if you don't know? You have to know the basics.
Because I have a functioning brain. That's why I'm able to make a projection.
Wait. I understand. One man, I understand. You have to know the basic. If you say that they pay $15 every month, $10.
No, not 15.
That's the
more
basic.
Like
how much?
More like 300. I'm telling you the economic bracket.
More like what? Hold on. More like what? How much?
I am bracketing to $100 to $150 per person per month.
How did you arrive at that figure?
Because I have bracketed because the average Igbo person, either through entrepreneurship or academia, they are usually at the top of the food chain, which brackets them to $60,000 to $100,000.
All right.
Anyway,
one man. Thank you.
It's a business. It's a business.
I thought you had facts behind what you just said.
No. I have intelligent projections. Projections.
That's not facts. Still, it's not facts. But thank you so much. Educate me. Welcome to the show. Hecho, thank you. I know you are there, Hecho. Let me hear from Educate. He hasn't said anything.
Matter, there is a time Samuel EKPA asked people to sign in for 10,000 a month not too long ago. Monthly.
10,000 what? Naira or dollars?
Dollar.
How much do they earn a month to be able to pay that?
No. There was a time he did fundraising for that. And I know, just like one man has said, there are some core Igbo people that have such money that will kick in.
Dr. Rudo, we are digressing.
This is
digressing.
This is the
okay. Hecho, thank you. Let me hear from Ejike. Welcome to the
show. Thank you, Rudolph, for letting me in. It's quite interesting to hear, get a peek into the kind of breakfast table chats we have in different Nigerian homes about Igbos. Interesting. Anyway, the issue of Simon EKPA, without delving too far deep into history, is that we really have to find out who is doing what. Where IPOB misstep was setting up the ESN, right? Because that's kind of opened that Pandora box for all kind of non-state actors to come into that space and act. And then it can be, it could be attributed to ESN. I mean, it could be anybody. It could be anybody from DSS, EFCC, Immigration, Interpol, Nigerian Police, Nigerian Army, ESN, IPOB, Biafran Zionist movement, it can be anybody now because it's open day for anyone who wants to wreak havoc to, get into that space and cause mayhem. It can be PDP, it can be APC, it can be anyone who doesn't want election to hold in this Southeast. How do we rein it in? First, the buck must stop at the table of the Nigerian security agencies. Without beating about the bush, if they were able to go to Kenya and spirit Nnamdi Kanu back to Nigeria, they should be able to comb the forests of the smallest zone in Nigeria and pick up anybody, wherever they are hiding, and bring them to book. End of story. If they want to do it, they can do it, and they should do it. Now, coming to the ESN, what I heard when they set up that outfit was that it was set up to fight Fulani herdsmen in our bushes. And I've been waiting since that time for them to catch one Fulani and hang him in the bush and show us one that you have caught in our bush. I have not seen any. I have not heard them engaging these guys in our bushes. One. So setting up an outfit that is meant to fight Fulanis in the bush, okay, and after how many years, maybe 2 years now, and you have not arrested one, maybe they should disband and say we're no longer doing, so that it's no longer us, so that we know who we're really fighting, because what they started, they have not achieved, and now there's so much confusion that we don't know who is doing what. Simon EKPA, to me, is a small fry somewhere in Finland. He doesn't have the ability to organize, and actually going to meet him is a waste of time. To start with, Nigerian Army, Nigerian Police, DSS should comb the forest and end this now. End it now. Because it doesn't. So what is Simon EKPA going to do? What if he's only controlling one small area and something is happening in 5 states? What I mean, you meet Simon EKPA and they shoot someone tomorrow, and you say, because it's not going to solve anything. Let the Nigerian security operatives go and solve the problem. It's as simple as that.
Ejikeme, thank you. We are going to end this topic, but I want Ak to weigh in. He's been coming in and out. And Ak, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Damage, and good day to every one of us. And I thank, but before I go ahead, I will say, I might offend some people, but please just take. I'm not really want to offend you, but I'm not trying to go against the messenger. I'm trying to go against the word itself. Mr. One Man, you are totally wrong in your analysis. You're wrong. You don't have the state of fact where you're coming from, because you are bringing a theory. If you are bringing the fact, you must state the theory which you are using to put forward the fact. And before I go ahead again, I would like to thank Mr. Max for his good service to the Nigerian Army, and we should all give a good salute for him. He has served the country, and he knows he has the passion, and the passion of his people is right in his heart. I don't blame anybody who has passion for what is happening in the Eastern Bloc. But I will respect, first, I will also respect the Igbo nation. I respect them so high, because in my business world, I was trained by an Igbo man. I know what they can do. I know their ideology. I know they are good Republicans. And when we are talking, we don't know that this program, the government, some of the government are listening to we all. We are talking on what is going on, but we are not presenting the solution to what is going on. We are just talking, this man is bad, that man is bad. I want to say one thing. Samuel EKPA, I've been following that man for long. But when he started derailing, when he started having a guerrilla formation of fighting for a nation, I just got to go up, because I know he has derailed. Kanu, the man Kanu is a very smart guy. And if you look at his antecedent, Kanu really did not go war or go into guerrilla affair, but he because he was educated, he was doing it intelligently. And our intelligent formation in Nigeria, they do one thing that is wrong. They go for the man instead of going to the root and grab it gradually, but they go for the man, the head. They forget that the man has given birth to so many people who can be more stronger and worse than him. And what the solution I'm giving to this is that for the East, for everything to die down, we got to go to the root of the problem of Nigeria as a country, why the East is fighting. The problem it is, and the solution is that we got to have we have already gotten a constitutional conference. We got to go on a full-blown federalism. For the Igbo nation to really be blown on their own self-recognition, we have to fight for true federalism, where every state is given the power to dictate what happens and give to the central what they've agreed to give to the central. We cannot, there's no two-way about it. Nigeria is a very big, massive nation. I'm telling you, Nigeria is a big, massive nation. A state in Nigeria is bigger than Netherlands. A state in Nigeria is bigger than Germany. So for you to fight for a succession in a country like Nigeria, there is a lot of blood will flow, and we won't like it as a black man. We suffered enough. We shed enough blood. From the slave trade to the war, we suffered enough. Now it's not left for us to articulate our intellectual ability to organize ourselves and form a formidable force that the black man can really come together, dialogue, and prefer a good solution to our problem. We need to go on true federalism. We need to go back to, we sat down together. You people are forgetting that we sat down together. GG organized, where the Igbo came in, the OB, all of them were there in that conference. And they wrote a paper which our present president trashed into that. We need to go back to that. The Igbo nation need to rise up and know how to, fight for a true cause. We cannot fight a true cause by going into a guerrilla warfare where we are killing our own people. Please, I hate bloodshed, and most of us hate bloodshed, and we cannot just sit down here and watch people that like Mr. Obeni. I will divert a little bit. The man with the, I forgot, sorry for that. He was attacking Mr. Matt. Please, we should respect those that have given service to our nation, please. Even if we want to attack him, we should attack what he's saying, but we should give a little bit of respect. I'm not saying it's our parent, but he has given a good service. He has seen his own comrade die in the battlefront. He has served his nation well. He's passionate about his own country. Because I do that because I have a military background and a police background. And here where I am in America, we honor our heroes, and our heroes are the military people. Please, we should honor Mr. Matt. He has served this nation, and he cannot see his own nation being killed. We should try and prefer a solution to this whole problem, and that is we should go on a full-blown true federalism. And that is what Mr. EKPA should be fighting for. Because if you are fighting for something, there are two calls. You have to have a plan B. If you look at the Russian nation, Soviet Union nation, before the Soviet, if you go back to before the breakage of the Soviet Union, it took more than 50, 60, 70 years before the Soviet Union break, because those who were fighting, but we were not seeing bloodshed everywhere all the time, but they were still fighting. They were not killing their own people, but their people, they were educating their own people, educating them on what the federal government is doing and the kind of system they are running. That is what we need to do. Educate our Eastern brothers that are not educated, not all of them, but they have a good educated people. We have to bring them together, educate our people on the why and the reason we have to do this in the right way, not killing ourselves, not forming a military, a guerrilla, formation, because that will kill our people. I love the Eastern Bloc. Without them, there's something Nigeria will miss without them. Nigeria will miss something.
All right.
Thank
you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Let me just remind everybody that we came up with 5 topics. We only touched on 1, Simon EKPA. We have topics like South Sudan's president. You know what happened to him in public and the implications for Africa. We have that as topic number 2. We have Buhari's second Niger bridge. It's open and people are using it. So we wanted to talk about that. We also have Tinubu's fight with this day, and the question about who is a journalist and what are the expectations. And then the final topic is Soludo. He said something when Atiku visited him in Anambra State. So we wanted to talk about Soludo. So these are things we are going to touch on, but we can't get to that if we spend a lot of time on one topic. So now we're going to do the rant, and that's 1 minute for you to rant about anything you want to rant about. So let me start with you, or Veer. Yeah, first 1 minute rant.
I don't know why we are not hungry or alarmed about the state capture that is going on within the CBN and everybody around me. Talking about the state remit, trillions of naira that's been missing since 2013, according to the honorable that make the revelation. I mean, I once questioned how come one man would be the president of Governor Central Bank for 10 years, going strong, serving 2 presidents. So something is wrong somewhere. So this revelation coming out, I'm not surprised, but I don't know. As in, we Nigerians, we choose what to actually follow through or pay more attention to. That's enough to actually take to the street and make sure either the CBN governor resign or something is done. I mean, we did fly around the world borrowing money up and down while we have money just sitting in some people's private account within the country. That's the most painful thing. This money is right there in the country. It's not outside the country. But we don't just care. Now, another thing come and say presidential candidates are buying, the political parties are buying PVC. They talk and say maybe because the people they do we are kind of in a way aligned with those people. When you are buying people PVC, that's the voter suppression. They know if you vote without the voter's card. But everybody just keep quiet because we are so focused on who we want to be president. But a lot of things is going on that will actually determine what happened, not just 2023, but 2027.
Thank you, Ovie. He mentioned two important things, and hopefully we'll get a chance to integrate that in the conversation that we are going to have. Doze, you're next.
Everything we've been talking about IPOB or whatever else hinges on the very symptoms that makes Nigeria unworkable. The solution is simple. We should have a law. We should have the ability to enforce laws. If you live in Germany, or you live in Ghana, or perhaps you live in United States, I don't know very much about Ghana, but I'm going to talk about the third world countries. The specific factor about these countries is that there are laws. The laws are enforced. And whoever you are, if you break the law, you will be prosecuted. And if you are in office, whether you're a governor or you're a president, you violate those laws, you will be prosecuted. The problem with Nigeria is that we know that if you have to steal big so that you can use some of the money, not only to manage the eventualities surrounding it, but at least you can use it to fight back. Nigeria cannot work if there are no laws and there are no prosecution of laws. There would not be a IPOB if there was no Fulani herdsmen running around everywhere. That would have not been even Oduduwa if there was no Fulani herdsmen. So there should be law enforcement. Simple.
All right. Thank you, Doze. Thank you so much. Max, you're next. 1 minute.
Thank you so much, Dr. Damages. Thank you, my brother, for what you just said. My own take is this. I have never seen a country that develops with the foundation and the system that is being practiced in Nigeria as it is today. These agitators, this unrest that is going on hinges on misrule and mistreatment of the people due to the systemic issues in that country. Dialogue is what? Call these people. What is so difficult? But by calling these people to come to a round table, then discuss the way forward of that country. If anything is happening in that country, look, let me tell you people, with my own little experience, today is not 1967. Today is not
with my own little experience.
Hello, everyone.
Today is not 1967. So, hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Okay. A lot of things have changed. Dr. Damages and my brothers and sisters that are in this house today. Nobody is ready to fight for anybody now with the current situation in Nigeria. It's fight to finish. I have such experience. Thank you and God bless you. And permit me to tell you that I'm going to my farm right now to attend to some people. I beg you. Thank you.
All
God
right.
bless you
Thank
for
you.
having me. Damages.
Thank you, Max. Thank you so much. Raf, you're next.
All right. Thank you. It's weird to tell Igbos to be educated when the whole of Nigerian education is upside down. I don't think people understand that damage that has been done, and it comes from your military. So when you are here singing military praise, okay, good for you. If you haven't seen someone's military record and you are shouting, he's a hero, to be ready to back it up tomorrow if they bring the record out. Well, people were shouting Tinubu was great, Tinubu was this, and then his record came out. And then some of them are like, some are still backing it to their chest. If you don't know somebody, don't. You don't even know my military record. I don't come out and shout my military record, but I can back it up. Can he back it up? I've asked him questions in the past. So good for you. You're in America. Good for you. You are worshiping police and the rest. That's concern you. Tomorrow, I would just say a country that doesn't value its true heroes, the people who train your children. You send your children to school. Those are the most valuable people. If they teach your children nonsense, your children will know nonsense in life. Those are your heroes. But you are shouting military. Okay. Then tomorrow your children don't understand their history. They don't know anything about where they come from. They don't know their identity. And you don't understand the damage that is doing to you as a human being, as a person, as a country. Why would you not have many cracks? Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ralph. Ejikeme, you're next.
All right. Thank you for the opportunity. Again, I will put the buck right squarely where I think it belongs for the problem we have in the South is the insecurity on the table of the government. The primary purpose of government is the protection of life and property. First and foremost, before public good and providing of amenities. So if a government has failed to secure life and property, it has failed in its first call of duty. And how did that happen? Some guys started waving flag back in 2015, 2016, and Buhari went in heavy-handed and shot them in cold blood. We watched the videos at high school, Aba. These guys were shot. They gathered at Onitsha, waving flag again. They were shot. Buhari was on Al Jazeera, and he asked a question. The lady wanted to show him the video of Nigerian army shooting live bullet at protesters who were just waving flags. He said he doesn't want to see it, and that was quite a cold-blooded body language and statement from Buhari, and that's the genesis of this. These boys, they mourned, licked their wounds, and they've gone into the bush, and here we have it, guerrilla warfare, and now we don't know who is doing what in the bushes now, where we can't put our finger on exactly who is where and who is doing what or who is backing them.
All right. Thank you, Ejikeme.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ak, you're next. 1 minute.
Thank you. I'll run very fast. I need to run very fast. Mr. Sim, Obi, I'm very in touch with you because you spoke concerning CBN. I would like to speak on it too. CBN is structured in a way that they have a sort of when a CBN governor will last. I believe the government is still within the law to keep the CBN governor. And on the PVC buying, I believe that's just the tactics of the old political oligarch to torment political unrest in Nigeria and thereby seeing their way through to keep fear in the minds of Nigerian voters. And I would like to go on to Mr. White that was saying, I believe he's from either Edo State or Delta State. I am from Edo State, and I'm well grown up in the tradition of Edo, even when my uncle is the Iyase of Benin Kingdom. So on that note, when you talk about the military, you cannot voice out to say every military I'm worshiping the military, but these are if your country, Nigeria, is not well established, you can as well, you have the right to say the military is not your hero or the military has done something. The military still remain my hero, and they will still remain my hero because they give their self. It's a selfless service where they go to the war and die for your country, to keep peace in your country. If some noted hooligans are in the military, you cannot use that as a yardstick to cover everybody as a military dictator. Thank you.
All right, thank you. H.O., you're next. 1 minute.
To the Biafrans that are supporting Simon Ekpa, whether you ask your people to stay at home and kill them, election will still take place. And Buhari is not ready to dance to your tune. So who lose? You have opportunity to elect your own brother to sit there so that this dialogue and restructuring we are all crying for will take place. And you people want to stop it. You cannot stop it. You can only end up to kill more people. But I bet you, the more people you kill, the more blood will cry on your head. And you see this land when you dey buga, you will end up in prison because their spirit and their blood will send you to prison. And I'm going there to cry to America to make sure you enjoy that prison. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Please, if you're not speaking, can you mute yourself? I'm hearing forefathers, welcome to the show.
Yeah, greetings. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. So forefathers, before you go on, I want to let you know, please, let's connect after this show. There's something that someone wanted you to do. There's something that I couldn't reach you all this while. So, but reach out to me somehow. I'll share my contact on the private chat. All right. So forefathers, we're doing the rants. One minute.
Yeah. Thank you, Rudolph, and greetings to everyone on the panel, the chat, and the viewers. I think I should let White Label know that the security forces actually save more lives than doctors. And I don't understand how this is a problem. We don't understand the fundamental nature of societies. Without security forces, there will be anarchy. Pregnant women, children are all vulnerable. Human beings are crazy out there. If you don't go to the basic, the foundation of societies, you wouldn't understand. And what Axe said wasn't praising the individual, he was just saying protect the institution and praise the institution itself. It's not trying to say Brian Maxwell was right in any way. You see what I mean? So that is on the side anyway. And in terms of Simon Ekpa, I think I don't sympathize with people that are fighting to send us back to where we were before we were enslaved and colonized. It's not going to get us anywhere. And how people cannot, this type of people, I actually consider them saboteurs of the entire black race itself, because they are doing this inside Nigeria and they are trying to ensure that the continent remains unstable. How can a man not forge through his trauma and his anger, whatever you lose, and have focus on the future of your children and your grandchildren? Europeans slaughtered each other in the millions in the Second World War. Immediately, they went on to form the EU. How did they do that? Because they stomached, you know what they did? They swallowed their pride. They swallowed everything that would have pushed them to go further for more bloodshed. to forge what they have today. And people like EKPA, they go around and act as if, oh, they are actually trying to help us. They are not helping us, and I feel sorry for people that are listening to them. Because while he's wishing for violence on the street, there are people, he forgets that there are pregnant women, there are children, there are vulnerable people out there, older people that will die for the actions that they are advocating. And he sits in a country, that country he's sitting in, if he says some of the things he says about Nigeria, about those countries, he will be in jail. He is being harbored by people that victimize us all the time. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We are going to come back to you and to weigh in on some of the topics we've been discussing. But let me go to Isimili. I don't know what the name is, but London Cosmetics. What is how do you pronounce that name? Is it abbreviation or is it a name of a company? What is how do you pronounce that name? Is it abbreviation or is it a name of a company?
Is Miri.
What is how do you pronounce that name?
S goes by
is it abbreviation or is it a name of a company? Okay. There is echo. I think you have to you opened either you opened YouTube and you also joining us. So close one of them so that we don't get echoes from you. Go ahead. YouTube and you also. Okay, let me skip you while you figure that out. We'll come back to you. 18 more. You're next.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Okay. All right. Try. Okay. Go ahead. 18. Hold on. Let's see how. Go ahead.
I think I've lost.
You're good.
Okay. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
You're good now.
You're good
now. Yeah. You're trying to see yourself. We can see you. Go ahead.
Take off the glasses.
No. Go ahead. We can see you. You're on. All right.
She's
we will
muted.
come back. We'll come.
She's muted.
No, she's not. Oh, she's muted. Okay.
Now we can hear you. Now go ahead.
Okay. Go ahead.
She don't froze. Now obedient network. I know.
I can't hear damn thing. Sorry, I swear.
Yeah, but we can hear you. I know what the problem is. You're trying to hear yourself speak to us.
We can hear you. You just have to keep speaking.
Keep speaking, and later on you watch yourself and see.
Yeah.
They are not reliable.
Okay. Let's go back to 18 more. We'll come back to you and figure out. 18 more. Go ahead.
Okay.
I prefer your other name, but go ahead. 18 more.
Okay, I will change later.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, what I want to write about is the actual killing of the Labour Party. Some of the candidates in some of the states actually. Now 2 has been murdered already. One in Kano, in the South Kaduna, and I think just this week, just today or 2 days ago, also one in Imo State. So that's now keep me thinking that why is it that Labour Party candidate for the houses as a parliament are the one that are being targeted, and why are they actually going targeting them and eliminating them, right? So they were attacked. The first was also attack in a home, right? And the one in Imo State was also attacked, also killed in his home, right? So this keep me worrying of what is happening. And if they say Labour Party has no structure, Labour Party have no chance, so why are they going after them? So I think this issue has been it's not been kind of so widely in the news media, and nobody's actually talking about it. That it's something we have to also have to look into.
Thank you so much. Eddie, you're next.
Good evening, everybody. On a lighter note, the dance in South Sudan, the president, that's the dance of African leaders. And looking at it, in the next couple of months, you'll be having another president that will be piecing on themselves sooner than later. And as for the issue in the Southeast, accountability, I think, is the problem. When things like this happen, the people that suffer the common man on the streets. The war of 1967, the people that died are the common man, are the common people on the street, the unknown people. So I think if you need to get people to sit at home, you need to get your leaders. You can't have somebody in government taking in the Senate, and at the same time you're asking the ordinary people that have to fend for themselves to sit at home. Why don't go after the government officials? Go after those people that should be accountable to you. If you need Biafra, or if you need accountability, go after those people. Go after those people in Abuja. Yeah, I end at that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ak, you have 1 minute to rant. Unmute yourself, Ak.
I want to say something. Obi, you are looking for my trouble. Why are you always saying obedient network? What the obedient do you now? Big Chief AK, come and align with us and build a good nation. Abba, I beg. I want to talk specifically on Obi movement. I believe a lot of us know about the changes in Nigeria, and I believe a lot of us would not want to go into the people that have the same ideology that still hold on to the oppression of the poor masses in Nigeria. Still hold on to for Nigeria not to be a productive state. Still hold on to Nigeria not to be a federal state. Still hold on to Nigeria should not have a police system whereby each state can control its police and the federal police that has its own jurisdiction. So if we want that, then I believe each and every one of us should make the choice. Is it the choice taking PDP, APC, or OVA party? No, we need a man that has proven his own worth in the same system that was bastardized by our leaders of the past. So therefore, for Nigeria to move out of these dollars being increased, we need a government that will say Nigeria can produce to the world. We can produce our own technology to the world. That is what that's why we need Obi as the next incoming president of Nigeria. I know Mr. Obi will attack me on this one.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I'm innocent.
Hassan Abdullahi, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much, Dr. Damages. Can everyone hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you.
So we are ranting now. So if you rant, and then we go to other conversations. So you have a minute to rant about anything.
I've been following the show for a while now.
Okay.
I just want to say something. I'm from Borno State. I've been born and bred here all my life. I'm close to 30 years now. So I have seen the way the insurgency started in Maiduguri here and how it developed. And it was just practically, a cult-like following that people, especially people who are not educated, when they have somebody who is charismatic and they listen to him. I don't think this problem is even uniquely Nigerian. You can argue that the way people follow Donald Trump in the United States is devoid of logic, is devoid of reasoning to some point, and this kind of things happen. Yes, the one that happened in Borno is it's still the cult-like following of somebody without the followers actually employing some form of reason or logic to decipher the real intentions of the person that is talking to them. But then at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter what people say or what they profess. It is the actions that are on ground that are being carried out that we as human beings are supposed to read and then make meaning out of it. What I'm trying to say is, you see, this whole Biafra and Simon EKPA debacle, I think it's a distraction, actually. And if there is anything that is important, we should always.
All right. Hassan is frozen. We will get back to him.
Hassan is blame for this one.
Hassan is obedient. Now,
He did Borno State.
That one now, the people now.
You know, see the youth wing of. You know, see the northeast wing of obedient. You never see them.
Bank was not network.
All right, let's go to London and see whether she's line is good now. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Oh, good. You're good. You're good. We like it now. Welcome to the show.
Sorry, I'm back. I just had a brief network
They're one and the same.
Okay, Hassan is back. Hold on. Okay, let's Hassan.
How so it's not disturbing your network?
Nah, this is obedient. You go see now. He goes to get hungry now. But is he go get hungry? Go ahead.
Hassan, go ahead. Finish up.
Oh, it's crazy right now.
You see, Akpakpa so don't hang the network again.
Let me just be fast. And make my.
Go ahead.
Okay. What I'm trying to say is,
all right. We do have patience sometimes for people in Nigeria.
Difficult. It's very easy to destroy and very difficult to build. I'm sorry, my network is just so poor. I had wanted to make a very, very important analysis, but let me just say this. When we had insurgency within Maiduguri, Boko Haram were not wearing uniforms. They were going about dressed like ordinary civilians, and they were busy killing policemen, soldiers, and then anybody who have the mind to say anything against them. Everybody was afraid, and the government, of course, sent more troops into Maiduguri. I don't think the people in I don't think the government is doing anything different than the way that they did while it happened here in Maiduguri. This is the typical response of the Nigerian army. They are going to go there, and most of the time they are not the best. They are not as professional, and their methods of interrogation. The youths in Maiduguri took it upon themselves, one day to just, we came out, we said, okay, these people that are killing policemen and burning churches, killing people in mosques, they are human beings like us, and you cannot die twice. The worst a person can do to you is to kill you. And then the youths in the town of Maiduguri made a resolve that from the day onwards, we are not going to allow anybody to cause havoc. And what happened was a miracle. Do you know, within the space of 2 weeks, there was no single Boko Haram member in Maiduguri metropolis. All of them had to flee. Most of them were caught because they lost their alibi. They couldn't go with the civilians. The civilians knew them. They knew them. They were just afraid, to point them to the authorities. Now, I'm just saying this, like, for our people that are in the Southeast, I don't wish them to suffer even 1 over 1,000 of the kind of things we saw. Well, there's still an active military. Here is still an active military zone. The military are here, and there was this essay and research that. Okay, so the UNDP said, considering the circumstances, and even now that we are in a recovery environment,
All right. It's unfortunate we're having difficulties. I think Hassan has a unique position.
The kind of lost in human and economic resources that Borno has faced. The UNDP estimates that it will take Borno State 30 years. That is with a consistent investment of not less than $1 billion each for us to reach pre-conflict levels in 2009. Pre-conflict levels, so we're not even talking about advancing. We're just talking about reaching pre-conflict levels after 30 years with a consistent $1 billion investment in social amenities. I mean, the whole South is going the wrong way. I think there is a trauma that has not been dealt with effectively, and that trauma has been passed down by the previous generation that faced the Civil War. But what is past is past, and I believe there is also some form of sense of the feeling of political exclusion of people from the Southeast. But then the best way to do it is to learn the formula. Politics is not magic. The Southwest are doing it, the Northerners are doing it. If you are employing a strategy that is not working for you, that's why I'm very glad that Peter Obi is here now. It's a fresh air. I don't want people who are calling for.
Talk comes in obedient.
God bless this, my brother. Okay.
It's an obedient. I said it is an obedient.
All right, Hassan. Really, I wish we could hear more from you because the goal of this platform is to hear different viewpoints, not just to hear one person.
One thing he said, let's assuming the network there is terrible due to what is happening there. I think that's one thing we should pick up. I grew up for Borno. I know Meduguri well. I know Dumbwa, Chibok, all those environments. I know everywhere there. So for him to be saying like, not like good city, not like clean city then, but for him to be experiencing that and saying this, man, let us not just take it as it's Borno guy, get by us. No.
So the bad network is one of the reasons why you don't want to have war in your doorstep. Everything is just degraded. You see, that's the reality. People who want war have not seen war, and it is even ironic that the people that are pushing for this are not even in Nigeria. Their families are not even in Nigeria. How the hell would you allow somebody to ask you to go and face the Nigerian army without any plan? Just ambiguous nonsense. This is cult. This is a cult. And what cults do is they hijack people's sense of reasoning. It's a particular psychological phenomenon. And I think the government should think along these lines too in dealing with the issue, because some bullets do not solve problems. Sometimes it's not the problem. The solution is not kinetic. It's maybe the carrot and stick approach may work. Sometimes it's diplomacy. And if you see Russia and Ukraine, do you know right now there is a pressure point that is building, and more the Ukrainian side and the Russian side are willing to sit down on the table to resolve the differences after the death of close to 300,000 soldiers. This is just official. The numbers are bad because everybody is like putting down the numbers of casualties in war. So there should be a diplomatic solution, and I think confronting realities is the best. Conspiracies will not lead us anywhere. It will only create more doom, more gloom, and the youths, especially in Southeast Nigeria, are going to suffer for it, because the modus operandi of our security forces is actually what they do is stereotype. If What they did in here is more like, okay, if you are between the age of 15 and 40 or 45, you are a male, then you are a potential suspect. And there's this arbitrary arrests. And then when something happens, they retaliate. They do not care who is innocent or not. You know, you people are Nigerians now. You know the way our soldiers behave. So I don't wish that for the Southeast. I sincerely put the Southeast in my prayers all the time, because this autopilot that they are talking about is, you are invoking an autopilot in a 1920 made plane where it's supposed to be manual, and it's a crotchy one. It's been there without maintenance, and now you are on it. You don't have a pilot, and then you are magically saying the autopilot is going to get you to your destination and then land you safely. Oh my God, this is suicide. This is suicide. If there is anybody out there with who can reach the youths in Igbo land, preach to them, talk to them in their native language. Let them. I think I've said enough, guys. I think I've said enough. Let me not stay.
Hassan, thank you. No, thank you. If you can stand by, thank you so much. I appreciate your viewpoint. And these are the kind of things that we need. Hassan. We need to hear from everybody. Hold on, Ovie. There are a lot of people who want to ask you questions, and there are a lot of people who want to shut you down. And I will have to make a commentary, and I hope I don't have to keep doing this every now. And then there's a conversation we had last week with Franklin Obunweze. I wish most people would have the time to listen to him. He answered most of these questions that are out there. The fact that Hassan is speaking and immediately people are saying, get him out of there. Because he's from Borno doesn't mean that he may not have an idea that will help the people in the Southeast to deal with the problems they have. They've gone through this. People don't want to listen. And I don't understand that. I mean, it doesn't really bother me, but the job, what we're doing here is to get as many voices as possible involved in this conversation. And we don't pick who comes here. You, anywhere you are watching, you can come in and join us and air your view, you know? So I really want to say, and there were some people who already want to question you. And I wish the questions they are raising, they can come in here and raise a question. But at times you hear people say, one of the questions I saw somebody pose there is, why is it that the North is supporting Sharia? So Hassan, if Hassan answers that question now, would that be the solution to whatever problem is Hassan the Northeast? There are so many conversations that we're not having. My major point from what I see is that we don't have conversations we'll be having. If most people don't talk to each other, and that's the hope that this forum, this kind of platform, will help us to have conversations. You know what other people are thinking about what's happening to you. It's not just happening to you. Nigeria happens to everybody, as we say. All right.
Hassan,
I don't know where we are.
Can you see the private chat, Hassan? We get some question over for like us.
Yeah. Okay. If we want to do that, Hassan,
I have a question too.
Okay, Hassan,
if you can look at the comment section, I just need it.
Okay, let me make sure. Hassan, are you okay?
Let me check the chat. Let me check the chat.
Are you okay? Are you okay taking questions from people?
Yeah, I am.
All right.
No problem.
All right.
I just hope the network operates.
Yeah, we'll try and see how it goes.
If you can, drop your number in the private chat, please.
Okay, Ovie, you can start. What's your question for Hassan?
Oh, okay. What part of Maiduguri are you in Maiduguri city, or you are within the suburb? This one.
Maiduguri is a metropolis, just like New York. You know, there is Brooklyn. It's a metropolis. So Maiduguri is there is MMC, there is Jere, there is some parts of Konduga. It's a very, very big city. Right now close.
Hassan. Yeah. Come Domboani. Domboalo Kiriko.
Huh?
Nidan Domboani.
Okay, Domboani.
Yeah.
But let's speak English. Let's speak
Exactly.
English so that everybody
That's
will
why I
hear what
said.
we're
That's why. So that you don't go by explaining how the town is.
Obi, you want use our brain here?
No. You need to explain how the city be. I know I'm so that we'll just cut through the. So I want to know if you are in the city or you are in the suburb, so that I'll know how to direct my question. That's what I'm.
Okay, yeah, I'm listening.
Okay, is the last as at 3 days ago, I mean last week when APC had to head their convention in I think Gombe. The current the last speakers of the House of that Borono lost 2 of his kids while he was driving, when they were driving from Meduguri to Gombe via Shani. Now, the question that I'm asking is that how is that road now? Because that's a major road to actually link Meduguri from the other part of the country too. Is it safe now, or is still very dangerous?
Well, there is this forum where like there are a lot of expatriates in Maiduguri, right? INGOs, people who are working for the United Nations, because this is practically a war zone. So there is different degrees of threats depending on the route that you are going to take. That route you are talking about is a bit dangerous because it's not far from the Sambisa forest. The Boko Harams have been known to be crisscrossing around those areas. And even though the insurgency, I would say, like, it's gone down a lot, I think you can make the argument that the violence has reduced for like 75 to 80% have been curtailed. But then there are still places where you need full military escorts before you can go there. Okay, you would have a technical and anti-aircraft gun. You have hillocks filled with soldiers at the ready, and then you have another one covering your flanks. And then sometimes you even have to go at night. You off your headlights, and sometimes the soldiers will just be firing into the bushes, into the trees, because sometimes they are snipers, Boko Haram snipers. So imagine it's just like what you see in the movies, but the real thing, trust me, is it's not good. It's very bad. It's not like what you see in TV. It's worse.
Okay, thank you. Let's quickly just make a question so that we can move to other topics. Hassan, let me ask you this. This is from Cynthia Maxwell.
Okay.
I wanted to know, why is it that the entire northern states that they adopted the Sharia law without consulting other parts of Nigeria?
Okay. I think when the adoption of the Sharia was introduced, I was not yet an adult. But I can still remember it was during Obasanjo's regime, and the governor of Zamfara actually spearheaded that movement. I just want to make something clear, okay? The human mind is susceptible. I'm a Muslim, but I follow the traditional kind of Islam that our forefathers did. The one, the Sufism, what they will call tariqah here. So it's different from the Salafi, which is a Sunni Salafi system, which came to Nigeria, I think, in the late 80s with Dr. Gumi, and they started Jama'at Ahl Sunnah. That Jama'at Ahl Sunnah, Jibwis, I think is the name. They are the ones that actually got control of the airwaves. So more and more Muslims in northern Nigeria are now subscribing to that brand of Islam, which there is another subset of it which follows literally the ideology of all terrorist groups. And that is why, if you notice, MBS, the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, have actually started working in banning some of the literature, because they actually exported these ideas, because a lot of people went to study Islam in Medina, in Saudi Arabia, and then they came home with these ideas, and they are very, very
All right.
Hassan, if you can hear us, just drop your number for the private chat if you can hear us.
His network will come back now.
Because obedience said so.
No, we are the gods of the land now.
I think the lesson here is that we have to
in essence,
more...
what I'm trying to say is that the demographics have changed. Now the people who are Sunni and Salafi they are the most vocal. They control more time on the airwaves, and a lot of our youths are following this doctrine. Okay. But the more traditional, welcoming, non-judgmental Sufism is now in the decline, and the Salafism is now trying to gain a foothold and be the middle. Let me tell you something very interesting. You see, despite what has happened, I don't think, I know most of you know that there is a very good blend of indigenous Christian populations in most of northern states. I hope you know that. So we are not a monologue. We are not just a monoculture. A lot of Christians in southern Borno, and they are here. So one thing that has happened.
Sorry, Damage. I don't
please
mean
tell him to
interject.
answer the question very short.
I asked that question because, you know, when Obi is talking about consumption to production, and everybody is referring to that Arab land, that is where the land is, along Meduguri, Domboa, Chibo, Shani, Biu, all to Gombe. And that's close to Sambisa too. That's why they ask, how you want to carry out consumption of production in that area where you can't even go there as it is? So when politicians they speak, when some of us they interrogate them, they say maybe we don't like them. No, but that's just bullshit. You cannot make it happen the way things are now.
Can I answer the question?
My sister husband get farm between Borno and Domboa. So in a place where I know very well, I know how the land be, and I know since the what is it called? Since the this Boko Haram thing started, I know how dangerous that place is. When Maxwell they talk at times, they always counter, and when they talk about I don't serve for military. The guy is served with Sergeant Roger. That's where Sergeant Roger is from.
I'm back.
Go ahead.
Okay, hold on. Let's see if we can get Hassan again. Hassan, go ahead.
All right. So this is the fact I'm trying to point out. Okay. Pre-Boko Haram, there's this very wide divide between the Muslim and the Christian population. You know, there's this loss, there's this unfriendliness between the Muslims and the Christians. Post Boko Haram, but what Boko Haram came, you know, with their brand of Islam, they started by burning churches, killing Christians, and so a lot of Muslims thought, so these people are just targeting Christians, or we are saved. They didn't know that the bombs are coming to the mosques. So when they came and started attacking the Muslims too, then the Muslims and Christians, all of us realized we had a common enemy, that we are not actually each other's enemies. We are more closer, we are more alike than them. So this fostered something, a very, very peaceful relationship between Borno Christians and Borno Muslims. I can beat my chest and say right now that in the whole of northern Nigeria, there is nowhere that the Christian is
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Maybe we'll take one more question first and then we'll move on.
Can I take the question?
No. I want to know
Please,
if there's
please.
anybody else. Okay, I think hold on. No, the interesting thing, Ak is thinking that this question will change the world. Let's see how you can see what it will
I'm going to change the world as long as we
go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. Mr. Hassan, God bless you, and I thank you for giving us a very vital information. And I want to ask this: what is the military response to the attack, and how many villages or local government in Maiduguri has the Boko Haram is still holding on to presently?
Right now, they're active in 2 local governments only. There was a point that they were active in 23. Now, 2. Only 2. And even in those 2, it is contested. It is still contested daily because these are border towns. You have to understand that Borno is bordered by Cameroon, Chad, and Niger. We have 3 borders. So they can crisscross through the Mandara Mountains if they want to, through the Lake Chad, which is a kind of naval warfare, or through Damasak, which is our border with Niger. That place is just a typical desert. So different terrain, different kind of. So what has aided them to survive, I think, is one of these things. But I will tell you this. The Nigerian army has learned a lot. They have suffered a lot. Ever since Boko Haram went out, there was a point that they had like 18 local governments firmly in their hands. They renamed some. But I thank God that the Muslim and Christians of the state were able to recognize the common enemy, and that brought us together more closely, and we saw that we had more in common. That is why that's what I want to speak to my Igbo brothers. You don't want to see the carnage that is here right now. I think at the last count, we don't actually know. It's an estimate. There are around 215,000 orphans. The deaths are close to 500,000. Most of these villages that Boko Haram has occupied, they practically raised the villages to the ground. So everything, we are not starting afresh. Everything, we are just starting afresh. So that's it. That is the grim reality of war.
All right.
Or violence.
All right. Thank you, Hassan. Hassan, just leave your contact on the private chat. We want to actually bring you back and have a conversation because I think there is a lot of misunderstanding and a lot of conversation that are not things are not going well. We are not talking to each other. It's really painful. All right. Who is speaking? Eddie?
Eddie, yeah.
If your question is not going to change the world, don't ask. The one from Act didn't change anything.
Just a very quick.
You're against me, doctor.
I
want a question that will change the world. Okay, go ahead. Let me hear that.
Hi, good evening, Mr. Hassan. Just a quick one. Seeing that you're from Borno and sort of the epicenter of the insurgency in Nigeria, do you think what is happening in Borno is what is happening in Borno? Is it the same thing like what is happening? Is there any similarity between what the situation you have? Although Borno has been a full-blown war zone, is it similar to what is happening in the southeast? Because you said about initially they thought it was something to do with the Christians, but all of a sudden it now switched to the Muslims. The attack now went to the Muslims, and you guys united. So I'm looking at the southeast. They thought it was Fulani headsmen and all that, and now it's happening to both the Igbos, doing it to the Igbos. So is there any similarities in your experience? Please.
Yeah, literally answering your own questions. Okay, it's obvious.
Because
it started
you're
with
there in the base.
Minor assassinations. Exactly, yes. It started with minor Haram, they were against Western education. They started calling for people who teach, like university lecturers, teachers, and they started coming for even the students. So if you are Mboko, you go to school, or you have anything to do with Western education, you are a legitimate target. You see how it was spiraling, and it was not an unfortunate mix of events. These guys had very, very serious, powerful, bombs and ammunition. They were operating anti-aircraft guns. Most of them came from Libya anyway, because Libya is dysfunctional since Gaddafi was killed, and so they got them there. And our army didn't have anything to match them at that time. So it's exactly the same. People kept quiet, even though they knew. They literally called these guys unknown gunmen. That was what we were pretending here to Maiduguri in the beginning. When they were killing soldiers, we knew them, but because we knew they had bombs, we were afraid. No one to say it is Mr. A or Mr. B and Mr. C. Everybody kept quiet, because if you risk getting killed if they know, like you are the one that snitched on them. But then there's this gush of power, this arrogance that comes over people who lead and begin to kill. Some leaders, experienced leaders, have the way to control it, but people who have not gone through any real experience of building power, they instantly become arrogant. And I want you to think like this too. The human mind is susceptible, okay, to being hoodwinked with conspiracies, and people can cult like everybody. It is in us, in our genes. We want to connect. We want to be among something that is big, something that gives us a sense of belonging, something that we think is just. But then the lines are very blurred if you have a population that does not use logic and are emotional, or you have a population that is mostly non-educated, or you have a population that has no real guidance. You get where I'm going, okay? So it is the responsibility of the people who are intelligent, to guide those who are not. And the responsibility of those who have gone to school and understand how these things happen, to nip it in the bud. Because I assure you, this is not going to end well. There is no Biafra that is going to come only to make that part of Nigeria a wasteland. The government can do a lot, and you'll be supported by the international community. I don't think the UN is even fancying, breakaway regions any longer. They said they regretted what they did with South Sudan right now, because what ended up with South Sudan was it was a lot better than before they petitioned it and did the referendum. So, as Black people and people who share common ancestry, we need to really emphasize our blackness, our common denominators, than we do the things that divide us. We have common destinies. Let's break these barriers. There is a bright future ahead of us, but we have to make love.
All right. Thank you.
And tolerance be our watchword.
Thank you, Hassan. We are going to bring you back, and hopefully your connection will be a lot better, and we are going to have a conversation. I think it's long overdue. We keep hearing from one side, and also for people who are not comfortable when they don't hear what they want to hear. I'm really concerned about them. I feel sorry, because if you want to join a conversation, and that's what the platform is, you have to be able to listen to what you don't like. If you want to listen to yourself, you can turn on the camera and talk to yourself and talk to people, like invite your friends over, and And we don't pick people who come here, and that's why we appreciate everybody who made the opportunity, make the decision to join us. And especially people who spend money, people who join from Nigeria, they spend their own money. We don't pay anybody to be here, and some people stay here for 3 hours, 4 hours. We appreciate that. So if you don't value people's time and value their own opinion, we do. It's all valid. All right, Augustine, welcome to the show.
Hello. Good afternoon, good morning, everyone. So, or good night. Really, I lost my ability to rant, Dr. Damages, when I listened to Hassan. Really, I think you make a lot of sense because I only want to beg you. It's good to come next time, and it's good to have people from the north that will know exactly what's happening there. Yes, I served in the north, but I served just for a year, so I may not know everything. That Hassan highlighted the point I've been making some weeks ago. You know, if you need to succeed in anything you do, you must have the locals because the locals are the ones who know exactly what happens. You cannot go anywhere. I don't care whether it's 12 a.m. in the night, somebody will see you. And if somebody sees you, the person will point out that this is happening, this is happening, this is happening. And all these things I'm trying to say, the fault comes from different direction. The government should be held as an accomplice in all these things because the government, as I've always said, is irresponsible. You cannot do what is you are supposed to do as a government. The citizens will always fight back. And the citizens which are non-state actors now will fight back in the wrong way. But I don't think that the 5-day sit at home, as you have always been saying, was the right way to go. But I think it would be nice that we hear from everybody. And I wish the state can be responsible. That's what I'll just say for now, maybe for an introduction. Maybe later we'll contribute to other issues. Thank you.
All right. One more. Forefathers, you want to weigh in before we change topic?
Can I say something?
Yeah, forefathers first. No, forefathers first.
Okay.
I don't know. Yeah, go ahead. Forefathers, you are muted or you are... No, you're not muted. Your audio is not... We can't hear you, forefathers.
He's muted.
Okay. Yeah, no, it's not.
No, okay.
You can hear me now? Okay. He said something about the Islam they are forefathers to practice, and that changed recently. That's in the 80s. I think there is something that we have to pay attention to that, because if we are going to get our country to work efficiently and properly together, some level of extremism needs to be that sting needs to be taken out of our polity and our society. And he described the previous version as a more open-minded one. And if that is the case, there's something to be said for the Southerners to be aligning themselves with such people, because these are the people that are for this country to be able to move forward. Extremism like that of the ones that subscribe to Biafra, or the ones that want Islamic State and stuff like that, it's not going to get us anywhere. It's just going to divide us, and we're going to fight each other. And guess what? We are going to lose. We are not going to meet the challenges of this century. And if we have to do that, we have to do it together. Thank you. And that's what the question should be: how do we go back to that kind of Islamic mindset that is more open and tolerant of other cultures?
All right. Thank you, forefathers. Who else? Somebody said you want to... I didn't get the person that was speaking.
It's me.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. I've had a lot of people make mention of ordinary Southeasterners really getting together and trying to stop what is happening. You see, that is actually directing our anger at the wrong people, because for the ordinary folks who are going about their normal business, they know nothing about the order for the sit at home, and they don't know exactly where it is coming from. All they know is that this thing started when Nnamdi Kanu was arrested. Every Monday, sit at home. Any day he's going to the court, sit at home. But then all kind of crazy things starts happening that you can't really know exactly where is the headquarters of IPOB or ESN. Nobody knows. In the bush somewhere. And you dare not go in there. Again, there are kidnappers operating. There are bandits operating. There's a Bubago operating. Then the ESN also operating. So it's a, who are you going to go and talk to? The problem is that our security operatives are not well equipped and well trained to handle such a problem. And then we're, having a firing squad in circle, shooting each other and saying this is the person to blame. The problem lies squarely on the table of the government and the security operatives. They're not trained. Is an issue that can be solved easily, you see, and that the only person that can solve that problem is the government. But if they have an interest, maybe a political interest in letting it happen, then it's going to continue. These guys don't care. I mean, the hardcore Biafrans, they don't care about your Nigerian election. They really don't give a toss. And the more there is no election in the Southeast, and there is maybe an Igbo is not elected, and there's marginalization, then their case is stronger. So they really don't care, you see. So saying that, oh, Igbo should, it's not every Igbo man that is in the bush fighting for Biafra. It's not every Igbo man that really cares about Biafra. All we care about is a fair Nigeria, a Nigeria that is fair to all. But there are hardcore Biafrans who don't want Nigeria anymore. Even if you give it to them on a platter of gold, they don't want it because they want out. So your election is not going to help them. If they can have their way and not have an election, they will, and you can't stop them, unless you try with a superior force. So telling Southeasterners to get together, who really want election and want to elect P2B, they can't stop these guys who don't want an Igbo man as president, because that will, maybe stop their course of getting a Biafra. Because the more Nigeria is poor, the more the Biafra is possible. So we don't all wake up from the same bed and agree in the morning on what we want as Igbos. People are in their different homes, thinking different things. We're not a monolith in terms of our thought process, basically. That's what so shouting at Igbos to go and stop your brothers in the bush. I don't know how to stop anyone in the bush. I don't live in Nigeria even. I live in the UK. So, it's a difficult thing. And the only one that can solve the problem is the government and the politicians. Thank you.
Ejikeme, thank you. I just wanted to make sure you saw a comment saying that, Ejikeme, you are the problem. So,
I agree with that comment.
Thank you.
Okay, you don't come again, though. You want cause confusion. How you going to agree with that guy comment now? You want to cut off?
See, in the talk say election no go hold. The question is that if election no hold, to whose advantage and to whose disadvantage? Do you think
hold on. You know people go home again now.
Hold on now. Do you think the Nigerian state actually care about the destruction that's happening in the Southeast? If you think they care, man, think again.
They don't.
We know. That is why
they don't.
We know that
is Let Rudolph control the show. Let Rudolph control the show. I beg.
All right, let me finish this. Let me say this thing.
I mean, hold on, Ovie, hold on. I like Ralph said, let Rudolph control the show. All of you know each other now, and you know that to control it is to keep quiet. Wait.
I'm not gonna find trouble. I'm not the good
guy. You all know that the solution is to allow somebody to speak, and then after him you speak. But then you won't do it, and then you call on Rudolph to control the show. If I have a rope, I'll anyway. Ovie, go ahead.
Do you know why it takes almost how many years? More than 30 years now since the Civil War. You know why it take that long before we start to agitate again? Because over 3 million people were killed. Now you don't start to kill again. Who will go agitate in 10 years or 20 years time? Because in case you know succeed with this agitation and you end up killing everybody within that environment, who will go agitate again? It will take another 50 years before you say, okay, we'll go see other people again. We will call remember what we are talking about now. They will say, yes, they will start again. So, so there are some kind of things, now history, Ralph don't talk on here before. Not the way they happen now, we never happened before. That everything that is happening in our world, now with the concern, there's nothing me and you, directly or indirectly. So, and I keep saying Nigeria is bigger than Lagos, Benin, Edo, Akwa Ibom. Nigeria is bigger than that. You need to actually explore. And if you they claim say you get authority, you are marginalized. The same thing is the other person they feel. But the only way to actually make it work is for us to say, come on, I know say, yeah, you are marginalized, right? If you say you are poor and all that kind of a thing, guess what? The bottom of our problem now, one thing, those in charge of power. That's what we have in common. Now we go into, okay, how do we now make sure we take over them? Because that's the only way. We have to go take over power to actually get what we want. We can put emotion, I don't care, now to their advantage. They are putting billions every day to make sure me and you don't see eye to eye. Power will not be vacant. Power never be vacant anywhere. Somebody must occupy it, no matter how you see. So if you want to fire, if you say you are being marginalized, think twice, my guy. You know if you defeat the state.
All right, thank you, Obie. Let's change the topic a little bit. So, no. I don't know if I've ever seen something pathetic as that. It's really sad. I mean, we don't make fun of someone's health, but for you to get to this point where something like this could happen to you in public, you have an idea that it's not. I don't think this is the first time this has happened. I don't know, but the wider discussion is health of African leaders. And we have a situation like that facing us in terms of the election coming up. Every effort to factor that in our consideration. A lot of people are pushing that it's not relevant, but I don't think that man wanted that to happen to him. I don't think he would do anything to revert. My guess, if it's me, I'll be thinking that it would have been better that I wasn't president. Because most people, that would be the only thing they will remember about him. So we have to have a conversation about the health of African leaders, the implication of what we saw. Let me start with somebody we've not heard from in a while. Rohan, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Damages.
Yeah, I know if I come to you now, you say, let's skip me first. Let's hear from other people. So let me skip you. Austin, let's hear from you first.
If you can avail me the opportunity, I would like to come in, except you have...
Okay. No, go ahead. Go ahead, Rohan.
All right. All now politics. How you doing? I will quickly, forefathers, how you doing now? I will quickly dive into the conversation by Mr. Hassan. You see, our problem is in a multiple angle, and my worry always with the eastern part of the country is that they always see the problem as their problem alone. They don't have it's just only them, the southern eastern part of the country. They don't consider the other citizens that also live in other parts of the country. So there are so many issues that are confronting each of the sections of the country, but it now depends on how they are established, how those parts of the country are established, the way the administrative structure are being run. And that is how they will be able to manage the crisis that comes before them. Well, even though the federal government might come in one way or the other, but there are so many challenges. For example, I will quickly shift to the issue of what happened in Niger State. The they call them, I don't know, but they call them, some people call them headers, what have you. Some people call them bandits. They came to from Kaduna to Niger, and from Niger they now moved to a local government where they call Wushishi. In that Wushishi, from there they passed through River Kaduna that is there, and then they cross over to a place moving towards this New Busa area that is connected with Wushishi and so on. So the traditional ruler there, which is is being called the Etsunupe, he called the warrior there. He didn't wait for the government to come. He called the warriors there and then told them that this is the information that they've received. And he wants them to mobilize the traditional people, hunters, and also the normal, what do you call them, the normal vigilante. They now merged them together. They now went and confronted them. So those that are having their traditional means of hiding and seek and targeting them, they went all with full force. And they killed more than 300 of them that came. So you can see if they actually sat back, they didn't do anything. That is how they are going to kill the civilians there. So you can see this proactiveness is very important. However, I don't want to say that there are no criminals within each of the communities we have in this country. And people decided to come in either to gain their own source of income, and I don't know it. You think they are trying to defend your own cause. But they have their ways of how they get their money. Some people are there just to get money. While you are agitating because you want your rights to be protected. So you can see you are having conflict of interest from that angle. So I believe if we begin to look at it, that we all have problems in the country, but those that feels the problem are the ordinary people. While the elites, I've said it in times not number, in the north, south, east, and west, if they disagree with each other, Nigeria is falling apart. But the moment they don't disagree with each other, of course, no matter how we demonstrate, the country will still stand still. I'm telling you, and nothing will happen. That is just my own thought from that angle. The other axis about, because I had a lot of people ask questions related to what is Islam, the traditional way of, and then the other. You can see in every denomination, in every religion, there are all those denominations and sects. But even before the religion itself, individuals have their character. And that is why you realize that, despite the fact that we are religious, you cannot see it translate to reality, because it's our character that is driving us, not what the doctrine of the religion. Because no religion promotes killing, no religion promotes lying, no religion promotes all crimes. So if you see crimes being perpetrated in a community, it's the inherent character of individual that is manifesting. So on that note, the issue of Boko Haram in Borno, Major Al-Mustafa has also said a lot of things about it. It's intertwined, honestly. You can't say maybe because you have this sect here and have that sect here. It's because those people that are in those sects are not understanding the politics. Because all these things, all these crises are being engineered from the back door and then brought forward. So by the time they bring it forward, you will begin to see it from the symptom, not from the real design of the problem itself. So you begin to address the symptoms, and at the end of the day, you'll not be able to address the real problem. So that's just what I have to say from that angle.
All right, Rohan, yeah. Rohan, thank you. Martins, welcome to the show. Unmute yourself, Martin.
Matthew is muted.
Yeah.
Oh, Dr. Damages, that's the name I know, not Rufus.
Thank you.
Yeah, I want to thank you for letting me in. I want to start by thanking Austin. I love what you said about everything stops in the government. Everything has to do with the government. Now, why will somebody stay all the way in Europe, say something, and say whatever he says, and a group of people will listen to him, act on what he wants, go about stopping people? Why? Why? That's the question. People will listen to him because they don't have any other choice. Who caused them to not have any other choice? The government. It's the government. When you make people to live in a way that they don't have any other choice but to obey somebody who is all the way from Europe. Now, nobody should come here and say Samuel Ekpa is the problem. It's not a problem. Everything has to do with the government. They love what is happening. These are a group of people, group of politicians. They like what is happening. That's where they make their money. That's where they feed from. That's the way they want us to live. So how about Buhari come and say, okay, release Nnamdi Kanu. Everybody come to a round table. How do we make this country move? How about that? How about things moving the right way? They will not. So we come here, we blame someone, but no. If they spend a lot of money that they would have used to do a lot of roads to go and pick Nnamdi Kanu all the way from Kenya and bring him back. And they do up to now, they don't have any case about him to tell you the kind of people we are dealing with. Now, I heard somebody saying we should go and talk to. No, nobody. You can. What do you want him to go and say? Say what to who? Let the military kill him on his way, telling them what to do, or telling the other one. The military will be the one to even kill him, not even those guys you're talking about. Now talk about why this. Okay, now why did these boys have more people joining them? The so-called unknown gunmen or whatever. Why do they have more boys joining them? When the military will go there, all you do is just to kill people, innocent people that you would have used to get information. You go there, you raid, and the next man who lost his own brother or sister will have no other choice to join. No intelligence, nothing. Somebody will just go there. Now, let me come back again. Why do we have a part of the country, a section of the country, more in the military? And these are the least educated, more in the military. We know how, when you have educated people in the military, like when you heard about the case of Ojukwu, all those things, and that's why they have the other part of when they started bringing the educated people into military. But these guys are saying some of them does not even have O level. But we have more of them in the military. And we have like the part that is even more educated, less in the military. And you say you want the country to move.
Honestly, okay, Martin, thank you. Martin,
we're not saying all this.
Martin,
we're not even saying all this. I don't want to be. Well, hold on. Let me just land here. I don't want to go far in that one. How about state policing?
Why Martin, I have to stop you. I'm sorry, it's unfortunate. We want to. I just played a video. I thought we were having a conversation about. You just put us back into something that we finished. I wish that next time you can come in while we're talking whatever the topic you're interested in, we can address that. And I have some questions for you too, but I can't ask you those questions because that will put us back off the topic. Let's try to focus on what we're discussing. Austin, go ahead.
So the point is that you have a continent where the number of youths are up to 65 to 70%. The old men are very few. But yet these old men cling to power and they don't want to let go. They say if you clap for the masquerade all the time, the masquerade will perform more, happy that everything is moving well. I'll keep on as I keep on saying it. You see, most of these people who are influencers online and the rest, most of these celebrities, if you don't comment under their post, they will be useless. In my village, I rejected the money of a politician and the guy fumed. Who are you? How dare you reject my money? Who is your father? So when we try to make politicians like they are God, that's when they now start behaving as if they are something good. This person in South Sudan, he has followers. He has people cheering for him. And that is why he stays in power. I saw the last time, this 11 years since they took off, they had the transition government. They have been postponing the election. Some months ago, he postponed the election for another 2 years. He could not even speak English. He could not even talk. We postponed the election not because I'm even speaking well, not because I want to stay in power. But you have people supporting him. And now he has peed in his trouser and he will be remembered. And do you know that president who peed in his trouser? That's what they will remember him. Now let's go. I don't want to talk about it. Let's come home to the country. We are moving in the same direction. We have presidential candidates which we know that they are not strong enough. Sometimes people think it's just to go and sleep in Aso Rock. No. Look at the Electoral Act. In the Electoral Act, the House of Assembly members and some of the politicians, I don't know, they didn't put themselves as those who were supposed to vote to elect candidates who will be flag bearers. Do you realize that each of the members of the House of Assembly has about 2 or 3 aides? President Buhari himself has about up to 50 aides. You have up to 1,000 people who read a document and could not see the mistake. The question, did they even read it at all? Nigeria, a country where mediocrity is being dealt. If you have somebody who is meticulous, who can read and understand things, they will never employ him as an SA. You go and find one bushman from one Okwahia village and make him an SA, where he cannot even read a bill to know what's on that bill and say, no, this part contradicts this other part. No, you cannot have them. But we have people who are always there hailing them. I'm sorry to say this. If we go the way we are going, even I'm not talking about South Sudan because I don't want to go there. Let's talk of Nigeria. If we have some of the present crop of leaders that they misbehave and talk, they insult the system. You don't want to answer a question. You don't want to relate to the people. You don't want to tell them what they want to do. When they get into office, they will also pee on their trousers. And when that time comes, some of us who hail and jeer and shout at them will be the ones to still talk. Let me tell you, a president needs to read a bill. A president needs to read what they are trying to say for me to assent to. And if you cannot have the mental capability to do the work, then trust me, the system is on its way to doom. It's on its way to doom, whether you like it or not. So a situation where, I'll always say this, if a man is crippled, you are crippled, then you can sit on a wheelchair and read well and understand, I'll vote you for president. But if the problem is psychological, it's from your brain, mentally, you are not mentally capable, I cannot vote for you. So please, for me to end up now, I will push it back to the citizens. When they give us small money on our hands, we now hear them. When they give us money, we run around it because it's from my village or my brother and my sister. I'll push it back to us as citizens. Let us try as much as possible to love our country and do the right thing, especially in the Nigeria perspective. And in the case where they apportion large money to themselves, they apportion pension for governors, they apportion this. If citizens come as a unit, let's say my state, we say, no, this pension thing cannot work. And we are thoroughly against it. And the political class, that the citizens don't like this one, they will remove it. They will remove it. That's why when they want to pass a useless law, most of the laws they want to pass, but they don't want you to know, they will not make it to go through public reading. Because when people sit and they shout and they say, this one, we don't like this one, they will remove it. There's a case where we support them all the time because they gave us some money to subscribe and talk and shout over social media. Then at the end, after 3 or 4 years, they show us a pepper. They will now start complaining. I saw somebody online who was messing up, and when they kidnapped his child, he now started shouting all right. I was just looking at him. You were supporting evil. It happened to you. Now you are now crying. Let's just do what is right.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Hassan, you want to say something? Okay, go ahead.
Yes, please. Okay. Regarding the president of South Sudan and old age at the president or leadership in general. democracy, this cutthroat capitalist system that is being cherished all over the world, that the Americans are cheerleading. How old is Joe Biden? I've lost count of the gaps that he's had. This is not a particularly African problem. Anyway, though some people would argue that it is because of the desperation to get Donald Trump out of there. That was why the Democrats voted him in. So let's be sensible when we talk about things like this and not just make it look as if only Africans are kind of stupid enough to put people who are not mentally there in positions of power. You know, there's always this positive correlation between level of anger and the kind of leader that is being elected in democratic climes. And there's another positive correlation too between poverty and crime. And these are known facts. Okay, so you may argue that the institutions in America are strong enough, okay, to go on autopilot, even though if they have a mentally deficient president. The problem with us here in Africa is that we're looking for a strong man. And if my memory serves me right, there was one time President Obama came to Ghana and he said something that really stood out for me. And he said, and the problem of Africa is not Africa does not need strong men. Africa needs strong institutions. This is the way that we are supposed to start thinking of a sustainable manner of pushing our country forward. Our own particular problem in Nigeria, when you look at it, the problem in Nigeria is not even actually what people are even talking about, religion, tribe. It's a class struggle. There are two types of people in Nigeria. It's a class struggle. There is an elite, the cabal, the gang, those ones, whether it's military administration or civilian administration, they have put Nigeria up for rent. They are in control and they are behind the scenes. Not as if there is no inkling to us not knowing them, but you must understand something. I'm a youth myself, and I know power is not just given. You have to go and take it. And it is not an easy task. It is very difficult. You need to find common ground. Okay, so let me just say something. I've been the president of Borno Literary Society a few years back, and it's just about literature. And because University of Maiduguri is a federal university, you had students coming from all parts of Nigeria. That was when I was in school. Okay, as president, we had members everywhere from Nigeria. I began to notice, okay, that people were forming little groups. So there is a Muslim group trying to push me to go towards something. There is a Christian group trying to push me to go towards something. There is a northern group trying to push me to go towards something. And the biggest problem I found out, this is my experience, is finding common ground. We would sit down at meetings and everybody is blinded by the label that is attached to him. I did not make myself, I did not choose to be born in Nigeria. I did not choose to be Muslim. These things happen. When we are able to break the barriers, these artificial barriers, which is that in Africa, we always, emphasize these things, right? That maybe there was a time in our ancient past that these things were important. But if we must move forward, we have to recognize and find a common ground that these are the majority of Nigeria. But when you bring them together, the moment somebody says, "My name is Hassan," you may begin to stereotype.
Okay.
The moment somebody sees your name is Okonkwo, if it's from where, and stereotype. Then before you know it, it's very difficult, and the elite know this. They know this, so they take advantage of it. They intermarry
Okay.
with themselves. They have good social relations. So
Hassan.
we have to take it. Yeah, sorry, speaking to it.
Hassan, thank you. We are also having difficulties hearing you very well. So, but I appreciate your contribution. Let's welcome Frank. Frank, welcome to the show. Thomas, welcome to the show. And okay, and then our friend in London. I don't know if you keep coming in and out. I hope you are. Can you hear me? Okay. All right. So we were talking about, let me just reframe, make sure that we know what we're, at this point, we're having a conversation on what happened to the president of South Sudan.
Can I say something about that?
Who is speaking? Who is?
It's me.
Okay. Forefathers. Okay, forefathers. All right, forefathers. Then after you, I have to let the new people want to hear them before anybody else. Go ahead, forefathers.
Yeah. I think what happened to that president is emblematic of what is happening to our leaders. Since the year 2000, Africa has lost 23 leaders, and they died in office, and 11 of them died overseas. And you can imagine, we have the president going overseas all the time. And Africa makes up about how many percent of the world population, and we are overrepresented in terms of the deaths. And if you include black nations, you have 31 in office. And so it's a very, very disturbing pattern. And you see this pattern repeat itself everywhere. Just like the people are suffering. We are not living in the same world like other people. Everything we do is worse for us. Our movement is more restricted than any other people. We die early. We die more in office because of this weakness, like the debate you're having before. We're having debate about fighting each other when we should be confronting the world of today as it is. There's a reason why it's black countries that are suffering like that. The world is operating on a racial level, and we are still operating on a tribal level. And if we don't get out of this, it's going to really cost us big time this century. Because we are looking at, you just saw what happened in Morocco. They don't even want to acknowledge that they are even Africans. They don't want to associate themselves with us. They kill our people when we try to cross their border, doing the bidding of Europeans, because we are weak people. We just spend most of our time arguing amongst ourselves instead of confronting the global challenges that are facing us right now. And these are really serious challenges. And if you love your children, your women, and your heritage, you really need to focus here. Your trauma is not going to save them. Your anger is not going to save them. Your common sense is what is going to do to think about the greater good of your people. That is what we are facing here. And that leader, this is a leader that refuses to leave office. He refuses to leave office. He refuses to carry out an election so that some other person can come in. And that is one thing you can say about Buhari. That guy wants to leave office as soon as possible. And that is a gift Nigeria has. And we don't see that enough. Nigerian leaders have never run this country. I don't know of one Nigerian leader that ruled this country for 10 years. And other countries are struggling to get rid of their leader all the time. So that is what I'm going to say about that. And I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
All right. Hold on, forefathers. I wanted, since let me play this video and I get your reaction before we move on.
President Biden would not pick up and go to meet with any other leader in the world without an agenda. That simply doesn't happen.
Right.
So what makes the US think that they can engage African leaders without an agenda? Come to Washington, let me tell you what I want to do for you. Come to Washington, let me tell you what you need to do in your country. That game is an old game.
Right.
It's not going to work anymore. To be honest with you, if I'm to speak the truth, I hope a lot of heads of states don't come, because it is an insult. It is an abuse of the African leaders. It's a disrespect of the African leaders. Where is the agenda? Please respect the African leaders. do unto them what you would want done unto you.
So
it's really as simple as.
Yeah. I like that, Ambassador. I used to like her, but I don't understand this. Maybe you can help me understand, forefathers. Who forced them to go there? Without an agenda? Why is she worried about? Why is she? Yeah, why is she worried about an agenda?
The United States.
Can I think what she's trying to highlight is that when the Russia invited African leaders, many of them come with nuclear deals and all kinds of stuff. But if you look at what they are doing in Washington right now, they are coming back with trinkets, telling them green energy and all this nonsense that don't do us any good. And if we listen to them, it's to our own peril. These people, when US had the power to help us more than they ever could, that was during the fall of the Soviet Union. Guess what was happening on the continent then? We're in hell. That's when Rwanda happened. That's when Nigeria was in June 12th. All craziness was on the continent then. If these people weren't meant to help us, they would have helped us a long time ago. I just watched a train station in Agbo that was built by the Chinese. A train station that looks better than what we have here in London right now. In a village in Nigeria. Where were these British people? Where were these Americans since 1960 to assist with doing any of these things? Not to mention our own people not doing it for ourselves. I think she's got a point. We can't go there trading anything for trinkets. If they're not going to give us anything significant that is going to strengthen us, forget it. Don't take money. Money comes and goes. They can reprint it, especially America. They can print money. It doesn't matter. Thank you.
I fought her point. I beg to differ from my forefathers. Right? I think we like to dream, we like to wish. Right? Our people say, who they cry, they see road. What is the reality on ground? This is power play we are talking about. On what ground are you going to say, no, I'm not going? Who you be? What do you have to actually brag? Say, yes, I'm not going. What? So instead of us to actually face the reality, say, come, we need to actually look inward.
Nobody said they should not go. Answer the right question instead of making a straw man argument. We are talking about what they get from it, not whether they should go or not.
You don't finish. I am telling you that she's pointing the blame at the wrong people. You understand? There's a reason that Joe Biden go stand for what you say, go say, make all the African top with the else and everybody go. What do you have to say? No, I am not going. On what ground?
He's still making the same argument. What is wrong with you? Make the right argument about what you get from there, not about whether you go. She's not saying they should not go. It's about what you get from there.
Can you allow me land my point for God's sake?
Makes sense. Don't waste people's time because this is an important issue.
Listen. The problem is me and you. The fact that we fail to actually play our own part of the bargain of this democracy is what is responsible for all this bullshit, right? You say make it no go, make it no go. You can't even feed yourself. You say make it no go, make it no go. You can't. Now power play what they talk about here. What do you have to stand on your ground and make it no go? Our leaders they follow the move because of our lack of participation in this world called democracy. You can't even hold your local government council responsible. They blame, say, why did they go over here? No, that is not the problem. The fault here is me and you. We should look at the reality on ground. They will continue to follow. You are praising China and say, yes, China is gaining inward. Are we supposed to be happy that another country is gaining more than the other country? Is that something we should be proud of in the first place?
Just making a straw man argument.
Okay, hold on, guys. Let's hear from other people. No, who has a question for forefathers? Hold on, okay, everybody, hold on. Let me hear from. I've just been told. Okay, Rohan, I see you. I just been told that proudly Bia. No, Hassan, hold on. Everybody, hold on. I want to hear from. Proudly Bia changed her name to Isimili London Cosmetics or something. So why did you? On this program we allow anybody to call them whatever you want to call yourself. You can call yourself, and also you can also advertise your product. If you want to sell something, you can do that, but you don't have to change your name to a product, to be on the show. But anyway, welcome to the show. I didn't know it was you. I was looking at the face. I was thinking I know this face, but I don't know the name. Go ahead.
Yeah, I've had the name. I decided to start using it. There's no need to hide who I am. This is exactly who I am.
You're a product. You're
Is Miri Intelligent Skin, Miri Intelligent Skin water to support the hydration of the skin. So that's my business. So and I'm very proud to front it. Yeah.
okay. No, it's good. It's okay. We're open to that. Ovie has been selling on our politics. His T-shirt is out, and people are buying the T-shirts. Go ahead. So, what's your contribution?
I'm not there. I'm not there yet. I'm not there yet.
Yeah, I agree with that woman totally because my stand is that Africa as a continent had been in existence before the people came to bring us what they call civilization and globalization. And to be honest, for me, I believe in those days, those yesteryears of my great forefathers when people had peace. Money, how can we equivalent money? How can you say pounds is better than the Ezego we had before? So if you are in your territory and you have good structures, whether it's traditional or westernized, and you can live in harmony and you're succeeding at what you're doing, we don't need this crazy globalization. I know the internet has brought us here together, but I actually believe we should go back to who we used to be because we are lost. Now we have to travel with our agbada and the whatever and the para. We'll go to White House or whatever to go and have a meeting on how to bring an African and Nigerian agenda to make Nigeria better. I don't believe they have the what's it called? The solution for us because our own ideologies differ. The way we think from a basic European person is different. We don't think the same way. We don't analyze problems the same way. We need to embrace our originality, who we are. You guys might be smiling because you think you know it all, but from where I'm standing, Nigeria hasn't progressed. We haven't achieved anything. We're just going round and round, going around begging money. Look at China. I'm a woman and I stand on my point firmly that I support that woman. Whatever she said, I support it. That's my contribution. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Let me just make something clear. It's not that the woman I admire her and her positions. I'm saying, just like Ovie mentioned, who do you blame? That's my issue. It appears to me that she was talking about agenda. Is it that they didn't give you an agenda or you didn't contribute an agenda? That's not the issue. The issue is not the agenda. The issue is not that. Who do you blame that for some saying they should come and they came? Those are the questions. So anyway, we'll come back to you. Let's hear from Thomas.
Sorry, Rudolph. We are not even in a position to even set an agenda when it comes to that at that level. We depend on them to pretty much exist. An agenda. How?
What?
Yes,
what do you exist in?
We depend on them to exist. So you want to set agenda for your organ? How?
What world do you exist in?
When you fix your house, then you
it's only a slave that doesn't have an agenda. What is wrong with you?
What is your agenda? Your agenda.
You decide what you want, like they did when they went to Russia. What is wrong with this guy?
Your agenda rally around your economy. Your economy no reach your military. No reach.
This guy, you're so self-serving. I don't understand you.
No. Your agenda around your economy.
Calm down. Calm down.
Your agenda is in charge of your economy. Your agenda.
Hold on.
That's what you want.
Hold on, guys. I wanted to go to Thomas, but how do I mute everybody? I wanted to. Okay. Hassan wants to settle he wants to settle the matter. Okay, go ahead, Hassan.
Yes. Okay. Here's the way I see it. Okay. There is anarchy in the jungle. Okay, and in the jungle, only the strong survive. When you think of international politics, it's better you think of it from the point of view of like being in the jungle, the real jungle. Like it's very cutthroat out there. Countries go after their interests and they don't bloody care if they will leave a trail of blood, whatever it takes to get their interests, they do that is pretty much what is happening in international politics. Let's forget about these photo ops you see, this smiling and handshake. What is going on behind the scenes? Very, very serious business. Decisions are made, people to be killed, wars to be started, people to be annihilated, all sort of things, economies to be grounded, poverty. You know, look at Venezuela and look at the things that are happening. Okay, so there is a mix. All our politics and forefathers, all of them have valid points. What forefathers is saying is something that has to do with dignity. Okay, as human beings, we need to be treated as equal partners in development. We are like something years old now as a country. I think we're old enough to make such decisions, but what they do, this is not peculiar to America anyway. President Macron, it was, I think, last year, he summoned Buhari, Cameroon president, Chad president, they all went to Paris, and then he sat them down, whatever it is, he told them. Okay, what I want to draw the attention of Papa, that you know how much debt Nigeria has. We have so much debt. IMF, World Bank, Chinese loan. Nigeria is championing for IMF and all these loans to be forgiven, just like Obasanjo did, you know, early 2000s. Nigeria is leading the remaining African countries into the same. They want all the money that they have borrowed to be waved away. I think they are counting on that. It shows, it shows a degree of incompetency that you will collect money that you're going to do something with it, even though the interest rates are outrageous, even though they do not treat us as equal partners.
Hassan, you have very good points, okay? But I have to stop you because it's difficult hearing you.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I'm having the difficulty too from my own end. But let's welcome Thomas. Thomas, welcome to the show.
Good morning, Rudolph. I keep on saying this. You are I'm one of your big fans.
Thank you.
I think this is the third time of coming on your show. Yeah. So some people can knock their head on the screen. I don't care.
The wonderful thing is that people have the right to make their comments, and we see them. You just have to laugh. If you don't laugh, you're finished. You shouldn't be in public forum. Go ahead,
yes, bro. I thought we were talking about the Sudanese president, and we are taking it back home. I think we are deviating things. I love people taking to the point. Oh, thank you. Africans, we want to die on the presidency anytime. No one wants to get out of the seat. Even Obasanjo tried it third time. It was the people really stood against it, and they fought it down, and it came to pass. It doesn't happen. Let's bring it back home. This scenario can be translated to Nigeria come 2023. We have Tinubu, which his health is in a big concern for Nigeria. Atiku is there. I can see him with the big pot belly. We don't know what is inside the belly. Peter Obi is there. We don't know what he's suffering from. So what I just want Nigerians to know, there is no equivocation. Kwankwaso is there. We don't know, maybe he's suffering from diabetes. We don't know. We are just diagnosing these people on the internet. But let Nigeria know, these four runners, they are there. There's nothing we can do. They will be on the ballots. is for Nigerians to go out there to choose who you want to vote for. Everybody have the fundamental right to choose who they want to vote for. If Tinubu is falling down on the rostrum today, people that will vote for him will still vote for him. If Peter Obi fell ill today, the Igbos will still vote for him, Yoruba will still vote for him, Hausa that love him will still vote for him. So Nigerians have the fundamental right to choose who they want to vote for. And I know Tinubu's health is the most profound out of the three, out of the four. And I understand what Nigeria is feeling about our past president, from Yaradua to Buhari, which is there now. But I understand that. But Nigerians, go out there, vote against Tinubu. If you thought his health is not good, go out there and vote against him. If Tinubu fall ill today, people will still vote for him, will vote for him. Peter Obi is there today. If he fell ill, people will still vote for him. People have chosen who they want to vote for, and they will vote for him, and they have the fundamental right to do that. I can't stop that. I'm not in Nigeria. I can't even vote. I don't even think anybody on this screen here can vote. We can rant, we can talk from today to tomorrow, but Nigerians will decide who they want to be their president. That is my submission, Rudolph. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to correct one point, Hassan will vote, I believe. Hassan is in Nigeria, so there's someone here.
I don't know that.
I will also
Okay.
vote because
Okay.
I'll be going to Nigeria for the election.
Doctor, I think I should speak now because I just came in.
Okay, that's okay. I just wanted to point it out. Go ahead, Ralph.
Okay.
Please,
I want to guide you back to
Ralph is speaking. Rohan, I will
Ralph,
come to you next, okay? Ralph, go ahead.
Okay, I was checking if we have another name here. Yeah, so about that woman who spoke, I tied that to our inferiority complex. So if you don't like it, you don't like it. That's your problem. When people come over your inferiority complex, you will learn international affairs, foreign affairs, and then stop shouting unnecessarily, and then make sense. Now to the point on South Sudan's, I can't pronounce his name, Salva. I know his first name is Salva. I can't pronounce his last name. So one of the biggest myths, Salva what?
Salva Kiir.
I know Kiir.
Yeah.
Okay, I was looking at the last name after that. I know he has three names. Okay, so Kiir. Yeah. That's the easier one. So one of the biggest myths that we have normalized is that old men want to hold on to power in Africa. And we keep saying that all the time, and that's why history is important. I made that point about history, and then everybody just proved me right. When did Buhari first come to power as president of Nigeria? How old was he? Was he not in his 30s? How old was Obasanjo? How old was Gaddafi? How old was Biya, who is still president of Cameroon? How old is Bongo in Gabon? How old was Mugabe when he became president? Yes, that guy gone because he knows how old is Museveni? How old were all these guys? Were they not in their 30s and 40s when they came to power? Was that old men or were they young people then? We call them youths, right? And then they tasted power. They were speaking the type of language of woke, communism, socialism.
He does come back.
And then that's good. Maybe he needs to learn history too. So they hold power, they taste power, and then something started changing. What is that something? That's what we need to ask ourselves. Our guy in South Sudan, he didn't become the leader of his group before becoming president today at their independence. He had become leader for some time. He was a young guy when he held power too, and then became president eventually of the newly created nation. And then the fighting in South Sudan today is divided along tribal lines. There's different tribes, and he's from like the biggest tribe or the two biggest tribes meshed together. And we just, the issue is not him peeing on himself. The question is, what is it about that presidency that no matter who you are, whether you are on the left, you're on the right, you wore military uniform, Once you become president and you're in your 30s or 40s, your head start turning. I want to come back, like Obasanjo had to come back, or Buhari had to come back. If you give Babangida wanted to come back too. He didn't see a clear path. He would have come back. And people still don't understand what military did to Nigeria. But we love military. But I'm not responsible for your comprehension if you can't understand that comprehension. So good luck with that. But the thing is, we have a history of a whole lot of people who were young men when they came to power. And then all of a sudden, some stayed, or some got killed, or some had to be pushed out. How old was Mubarak when he came to power? All of them, you see the track record there. The only people who I can think of off the top of my head right now, who were old men, quote unquote, old men when they became presidents, Nelson Mandela and Tunisia's president right after the Arab Spring, the first election that they had. And you see the groundwork that those men laid for their country going forward. They were not like the rest of these guys who became young men, who were young men when they came to power and grew into old age to where you're not training who's going to take over from you. Mugabe wanted his secretary/wife to take over, and you start seeing like it did not start with old age. It started with when they were young. That's when the holding on to power began. But if you are on the type of, only the West tell you to hold on to power, okay, fine. If you're on the type of only military must hold power, fine. But learn your history, see the track record. You can draw a straight line and see that a whole bunch of them. Look at Biya. Biya at our last African Cup of Nations in Cameroon, Biya could not lift the trophy. They had to hold his hands. And you will be here, you don't even know anything. You will be watching English Premier League, so you don't even watch African football, so you don't even know anything. So that they had to lift his hand. Normally the president walks down to the field and hand over every African Cup of Nations to the winning team. He couldn't do it, so they had to change the style and make the winners, Senegal, climb up to the stand. The man is not 100% healthy. There's two different insurrections going on, actually three in Cameroon going on right now. You have Boko Haram, you have the Amazonia, and then you have something happening on the border with Central African Republic that we don't usually talk about, except you are into that type of news. You follow that type of details. But hey, some of you just come out here, talk garbage, absolute garbage, and you think So I'm like, I'm just sorry for the people following you because you are leading people to their death. Go fix your education. And I don't think any of the people who are preaching that type of thing you can, but it's our children. That's why I'm more interested in our children, because that's where because you can educate children. Whatever you put into the children right now, it comes out in 30 years. You see what the result is. So if you are putting in their head as only old men that must hold on, that are trying to hold on to power, and then a 30-year-old comes and grabs power and refuses to get my madam, go and sit down somewhere. I beg. You've been doing niceness, and what has it paid us? If you put in children's heads, that's only old men that come and hold on to power, and a young man comes and holds power and is abusing power, well, your mind is already trained to see only old people come into power. So how will you counter the young person? You're not even prepared for that. Learn your history. It's all there. It's all there, but your education has to be fixed. It's a strong weapon. Thank you. And I have to go. So you have to go.
Can I drone the Biafran narrative to the what?
No, Ovi, you have spoken a lot now. Allow some people to speak.
Talking about this topic now. I'm not speaking about this topic.
Okay, hold on. I want to hear from Rohan. He was speaking before Raf. I know everybody would like to talk again and again. Rohan, please. I'll come back to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Damages. I still want to refer back to forefathers from the analysis of the video clip. He made a point and he also contradicted himself. He said for the past, since 2000, about 30 African leaders have passed on. So in one way or the other, something happened. So how powerful are they? How strong are they? They don't have the security to protect themselves. So they don't have the resources. They don't have the technological know-how to be able to mine out the mineral resources, the God-gift mineral resources they have. They have to invite other people to come and do all those things for them. So tell me, What strength do they have? What military force do they have? And these are the people that have the technological know-how to come, bring in their companies, mine the resources, give them peanuts, and then they take everything. They build their country. So what do you expect them to say? They just have to go there and say, okay, yes, sir. They don't have the guts to tell them that, okay, this is what we want. Because
why not?
No.
Why not? Because your 1.4 billion doesn't matter for anything. You're one of your most gifted continents on the earth. Doesn't matter for anything.
Hold on for him to land.
Don't be too.
Okay. Sorry.
Yeah. So at the end of the day, they don't have the guts to tell them that this is what we want to discuss. This is what we want for our people, because they themselves are just there for themselves, practically not for the citizens. So I will. The only place I will want to support you and go against on politics is that we have young men and women within the country and outside the country. But the challenge we are having is our leaders don't want to harness all this potential because they are also buying into what they get. So if we would have used our young men and women with this knowledge and technological know-how, we'll be able to build in a sophisticated factories that will be able to produce goods, add more value to our currency, and then we'll be able to stand on our own. So that is just the area I'm looking at it. But if we can't do that, I bet you we are going nowhere. However, the way the West are taking huge resources from us, that is how our local people that are within us are also taking the resources from us locally. So we are being beaten outside and we are also beaten inside. It's only God that will save the other citizens of our country. Thank you very much.
Okay, Rohan, let me stop you there. What God are you talking about? What has God been doing all this while? Why are you bringing God to save us? I don't. No.
Okay.
You are running away from the responsibility now by saying only God. Once I hear that, I see people running away from doing.
Okay, all right.
Sorry, Rudolph. Ron, please. Let me say one last thing before you continue. Sorry to interrupt you. I just have to jump. One last point I forgot to make was the person who's considered the front runner for Nigeria's election right now. He also ties to this, the South Sudan thing. He was governor, right? How old was he when he became governor? Before governor, he was a senator, right? How old was he when he became senator? That was also leader, right? So how old was he? Was he an old man then? And then how many years later is he fighting really hard to become president? That people are like, bro, are you really healthy enough for this job? And some people want to even bring in other people, like, we don't know if other people are other health, but the man's riding bicycle for 20 seconds now to show you that he's healthy enough or not. But there is a reason why I always tell people, look at other African countries. You can see examples. You can see what you can choose from. There's options. There's different things available. But the choice is all yours. We have, we leave it to God, as we say. We leave it. I don't know which God.
so Rohan, go back to try to explain to me why are we leaving it to God? Because that's what everybody's doing.
All right. The issue is that basically Africans, or Nigeria in particular, we are highly religious. At the end of the day, we push everything to God. But the reality of the matter is this: the man from the north feels that he should be on the top of the game. The man from the west will also say, no, he's there. The man from the east will say, no, I no agree. So at the end of the day, when each of these groups are being deprived, they will fall back and begin to go either into religious sentiments and tribal sentiment. So if we begin to base our argument based on that, it's only God can say was because it's like a generational problem.
He said it again.
It's a generational problem.
He said it again. So it's like, in every house, In every building, you have this in case of emergency. Hold on. In case of emergency, I break the glass, for emergency. So God is that emergency. All right. So we don't have enough time to get everybody to weigh in.
Mr. Dami, can I say something before I leave?
We are not seeing from this agitation point of view, right? This is a man who, since now they fight civil war till before they end up getting their own independence. Within their small independence, they never have election. They are hoping they will do that in 2024. Why? It's just like the case of Nnamdi Kanu and Simon Ekpa. And that might likely go play out in the future. Because I don't see Simon Ekpa say, oh, God, thank you for giving me that short time. Welcome back and take your position. No. And eventually, if the Biafra happen, these two people will fight till they die just to become the leader of that part of the region. That's exactly what is playing out in South Sudan. Now, Ralph say why people no one leave power. It is because of personal greed and special interests. Who are these special interests in terms of Nigerians? The billionaires who own businesses and make the society they run up and down. Those are the special interests, right? How do you convince these people that yes, they should support a younger president that will be their bit more than the old guys that they've been doing business with from time immemorial? They are all business partners. So they will prefer me that man they there like that in as far as their own business is going on successful. Because to change Nigeria will take a revolutionary thinking, and who is going to be at a loss? Now them, they are scared. So they will prefer me that old man just did it like that in as far as they are feeling fat. So that's what I keep saying. In as far we know we control our own immediate environment, anybody will sit down for Washington colors, we no get choice.
Obi, can I get choice
because everything we plan, all our dream is rally around our economy. Our economy knows they are waiting until they pay janitors inside White House.
Okay, thank you, Ovie.
One big chest.
Thank you, Ovie. Ak, thank you so much. I know you want to say something. Let me say this. I want to address something that is also going on. Apart from people who are saying, don't let somebody speak, this is the last time I will comment on that because there's somebody I want to make sure they get this. We don't tell people to join us and not to join us. So when somebody decides on their own, I'll have the time, I want to say something, they join us. If you're on the comment section, you have something to say, come and join us. We welcome you. We want to hear from you. Come and join us and have your own say. But don't sit down there and try to stop people from joining or saying things because you don't want to join or you don't want to hear them. All right. Those say welcome back. One man, welcome back. I want to say that I don't think we don't have enough time to go around with every topic. So what we may do is once it's a new topic, we get few people to comment on that. We move to because a lot of things happen during the week. So unless someone has something big to say about this issue of the one man, you keep raising your hand. Okay, go ahead. What do you have to say? I hope it's so big. Go ahead. Unmute yourself. You're a professional now. You should know how to do it.
So sorry. Sometimes I wonder if I do it for comic effect, but no. I'm not sure if what I have to say is big or not. But I just wanted to, if it's okay, just put a question to our brother from the north, because we don't often get the chance to interact with voices from the north. So I just wanted to put just two very short questions to him, if that's okay.
Which one? We have two brothers from the north.
That's absolutely okay.
Here. We have Hassan. Hassan is here. Hassan is here. Rohan is here.
Rohan is not from the north. Is American North, isn't he? I'm talking about proper North. Our real.
No, Rohan is not in America. I know he's not in America. He's. So but go ahead. Okay, go ahead.
No, I wanted really to put the question to Hassan because it's at the epicenter of what is going on in Nigeria. So Hassan, can you hear me?
Just one man.
Yes,
so
I
that
can hear you
so
loud and clear.
Hold on, one man. It's also important that people know this. So sometimes people join us later and they forget, they don't know what happened before. We already did this, what you just want to do. We already asking questions. But I will let you do that. But just to make sure that people know, sometimes I stop people because we've done that. It looks as if we are bringing us back. But go ahead.
All right. It's really two very snapshot answers, and I think you can just condense it in a very short summary. So Hassan, just because I listened, I caught your presentation earlier on, and from your presentation, we're able to bracket you to a certain sort of demography. So you may not necessarily be the voice of the North, but you are a voice in the North and at the epicenter of the North. So what I wanted to ask you is how deep is the penetration of the Obi narrative in the North, and what is your projection on who sits on that Aso Rock seat come February 2023? So just condense that if you can.
Okay, very good. I think I like the questions too.
I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead,
Can
Hassan.
you repeat the questions again? I didn't get it.
All right. I was asking how deep the penetration is of the Obi narrative, the Obi phenomenon in the North where you are. So how deep is that penetration, one? And what is your projection as to who sits on that seat February 2023? So those two spaces.
Signal.
Hello, I am back. Please, can you ask the question again?
Okay,
sorry,
let me
sorry.
Let me try to frame it. Maybe that will help. He's saying, how deep is Obi's penetration of Obi's campaign in the North where you are, and who do you think will win the election in 2023?
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Wow,
yeah, we can hear you now if you are speaking.
Can I respond?
Okay, Hassan, can you? Who wants to respond? Does say, are you in Meduguri?
Hassan not answer the question.
Yes, I am here.
Okay.
Obedience. We will count down. All of you don't raise your hope.
Nah, not you be there. Make it talk now. Move here. No be. Now you did there. Move here. If you just start again, move here.
Okay, let's see. Hassan, can you hear me?
Hello.
Yeah, Hassan.
Hello,
can you
guys.
hear me? Yeah. Okay, Hassan.
Yes,
really
I can hear you now.
Okay, so how deep
Please,
is Obi's
please.
campaign? How deep is the penetration of Obi's campaign in where you are?
Or where I am here?
In Meduguri, yeah, in that
You know, the problem is, even if I answer the question, it is subjective. I mean, but let me try. What I would say is, he is a phenomenon, and I think the progressives of Nigeria generally, I would not say that the progressives in the North are the majority, because the North is a conservative society, but all progressives
All right.
It's just a pity, you know, when you have an intelligent person like that and you really want to have a conversation, but the network lets you down. It's a real pity.
The tension.
Yeah.
I think he was trying to land it like that. All progressive.
We know where he was going.
We know where he's going now, so we should know.
Okay, hold on, guys. Odozie, welcome to the show again.
Yeah, I think
okay, Hassan.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry. My network is just so poor. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Apologies again. This is one of the bad manifestations of living in a war-torn environment. Okay. He's a phenomenon. Okay. I think he's breaking new grounds. As far as his penetration goes, the society here is largely conservative. People who are progressives, and increasingly there are a lot of progressives in the North. The progressives are willing to be anything but anything but PDP and APC is what you hear from progressives. And that will mean Peter Obi has a chance, a really, really good chance if you think of it, because I'm very sure that of APC will ensure that Northern Christians will hardly vote for APC. It is only Obi that has the benefit of having almost every demographic vote for him. Tinubu will rely on the Muslim vote and Yoruba vote. Obi is trying to, rely on patriotic Nigerians.
Sorry, Hassan.
On the surface,
hold on,
it's like
one man. Hold on.
No, I think it's
go
landed.
Ahead, go ahead,
Hassan.
It's
landed the
Ask
point.
the question. Allow
one man, allow him to land very well, please.
Yeah, one man. Let him speak. Hassan, go ahead.
All right. It's politics. Politics is say people may disagree with, and it's their right to disagree, but calculating based on what I've seen on ground, right?
Okay.
As it is today, every progressive is willing to put his but APC and PDP. And that means essentially that Peter Obi is going to, that a lot of people will be surprised, like, where are these votes coming from? Anything but APC and PDP. That is what you hear from people most here.
What percentage would you attribute to what you've described as the progressives? So just give a snapshot to that. What percentage are the progressives by your
unfortunately, progressives are not in the majority.
Yeah,
they are not in the majority. Yes, they are not in the majority. 15 to 20%. Yeah, in every core northern state, 15 to 20%. That is the figure. 15 to 20%.
All right, one last shot, and I'll shut up. Who will sit on the Aso seat by your reckoning in February? Who sits on that seat?
Of variables. Well, that is another subjective question. That's another subjective.
Dr. Damage, you cannot put him on that kind of a stand because it's a public forum. You can't put him on that kind of a stand because it's a public forum.
Left to me.
No, hold on, Ak.
Left to me, anything but
he can decide not to answer any question. Just like.
Do you want me to answer the question?
Go ahead,
no,
Hassan.
I don't think
it's my opinion now. Not being good determine the winner. Now, my opinion.
Let one man.
No, he already qualified what he's going to say. It's subjective. Go ahead.
Anything but APC or PDP. Left to me. Anything but APC or PDP. I'm okay with that person in Aso Rock. Trial and error. We have tried these guys. It's time to give another party a chance. That is my direction. So I believe it's not going to be PDP, and I will not say it's Obi, but I hope it's not PDP or APC. So for me, anything. That is what I'm hoping.
All right. Thank you, Hassan. Thank you so much. You see how
all of
you are interested. You see some people who are basically they want to hear themselves.
Brilliant. Yeah, the Hassan is very.
Dozie, go ahead.
Hassan is very intelligent. I didn't expect that as much of him, but he surprised me.
Why will you say that?
Why is that? Take that statement back. Take that statement back.
No.
Don't take it back. Don't tell him to take it back.
I'm not. No.
It's unfortunate.
Okay.
It's unfortunate,
Can I express myself?
Yeah, hold on, guys. One man. Let me. You see, we are saying the same thing, but I'm saying in a different. It comes out different from the way you are saying it. I want Doze to. Doze, go ahead.
Well, Hassan surprised me, not because he's in support of LP or any other group, but his analysis is very intelligent. That's what I intended to say. Well, I spoke to different gods last night. I spoke to Amadioha. I spoke to Jesus. I spoke to Dudua. And Jesus said he's going to take him some time. Amadioha is ready to do work. So one of the things he's going to do for me is to stop Tinubu from being president, from nearing anywhere near Abuja. In fact, I think he should be somewhere in London in a convalescent home or somewhere in America, in a hospice somewhere. So that is, and if anybody is annoyed with that, I have no apologies. The point straight. We either make Obi this president or somebody else, but not the man that has no name. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
I hope you not give people a heart attack here.
No, he made a very good point between the progressive and the conservative. Now, if the progressive are ready to vote for Obi, and the progressive and the conservative, I mean, are not ready to vote for another APC or PDP, who are they going to cast their vote for?
I think I can come in.
Can I come in? Because I opened that space.
Let me answer that question. One man.
Hold on. No, I know why I know answer the question. I ask Hassan. You are not on ground to give me answer what I want.
No, that question is not particular about people on ground. That question is a freelance question.
Now me ask the question. Hold on, you ask the question.
Hold on, guys. Hold on, everybody.
Why you won't clear my question?
I want to clear something first. There's noise coming out. I think it's there kids behind you. Someone has kids behind that. When they come on, we hear a lot of noise. But let me. We have to move on to other subjects. But I want to act to. Okay, go ahead. Who is raising hands? Please raise your hand because sometimes the voices are the same. Act first, and then we come to you. Act. What do you want to say?
Yeah, what I want to say is that Hassan has really spoken very intelligent, and I will not take that from him. You see, the North is conservative, which we know, and the question we should be asking individual, particular, is that what do we want to see in the new Nigeria? Do we want to continue in the era of somebody is sitting in Nassau Rock while the minister is sitting and say it is from the presidency? So we want a change. We don't want an old man which is physically known to us that this guy is not capable of doing this job. And we have another man who has a record where his boss said if he had the chance, he will never choose this man as the president. This is a statement all of us know. So we have two people now that don't have a record that you can say, oh, this, that. We have Obi and Pampaso. So who do we choose? Do we want a country that will be productive, that will have a lot of industry, set up industry, go to our farmland, solve the security problem for us, then take people to the farmland, from there we start manufacturing and producing, and then we can now go to the World Forum and tell them this is what we need, and we can be able to talk because we have something to bring forth to the table. So if we keep on saying because I'm from this tribe, I want my brother to be there, I want the Yoruba man to be there, I want the Igbo man to be there, then you will see the Nigeria you will never want, all of us cannot go back home again. I am telling you the true fact. One, I'll be very clear. If APC think that after disseminating and destroying the economy of a country, and you cannot boldly come to the people that I want me to be there, and you are now telling us you brought in house Muslim, to a country where you have this diverse culture, diverse religion, and you want to bring that, want to play that ball to say it is the turn of a Yoruba man, you got it wrong. You just got it wrong. I don't care where you come from. It is very annoying for intellectuals like us from the diaspora who start going after a man you know yourself is sick. I know you asked me that I should bring a proof. A proof will never be brought because his medical record belongs to him. I don't have the right to take it except if you want to bring it out. It's a world practice idea. But now, I believe, in my own perspective, that a man that believes that Nigeria can produce and give to the world, a man that believes in the youth, that want to handle, bring the youth into the link to drive the economy of a country, it is OP. And not if another person comes in, I don't have the right to stop him, but we will see the picture of the Nigeria we want to see. As simple.
All right, thank you.
Hassan, please, can you answer my question? Hassan.
I have a contribution.
Hassan, can you answer my question if you hear me, please?
Yes,
sorry,
I'm here.
Do I get the chance to speak?
Who are the conservative going to vote for? If the progressive are willing to risk it all to vote for him. Now the conservative.
One man, hold on. Let Hassan answer Ovia so that Ovia will be happy. See how Aki is now calm after he released, this delivery he made. He's calm. So I enjoy that. Ovia, Hassan, answer Ovia. Ovia will be calm after that.
Okay. Those who the conservatives are going to vote for, essentially, either PDP or APC, as simple as that. States where APC, for example, Borno here, where I am, I'm very sure that people here will vote for APC because the governor is APC and he has done quite well. If you measure him with Nigerian standards, at least, I would say he's one of the best performing governors, and that would translate into people and the conservatives here in Borno voting for APC. However, in other climes, it may be PDP. That's just the way I see it. They'll vote. There are places where APC will win, and there are places where PDP will win.
All right, thank you. Let's hear from someone we don't heard from. Isimili, London. You're next.
It's pronounced Izmiriland.
Izmili. You have to. I'm an African. You're punishing me with this. What does that mean?
Intelligent skin mirror. Intelligent skin mirror. That is to boost the hydration of the skin as a cosmetic formulator.
You did that? Is your product?
Yeah, it's my brand. Yeah.
Okay. Where is it sold?
We haven't launched yet, although we've registered. We are registered here in the UK and done trademark as well, the whole of EU. It's a long process, so still ongoing. We have a website, ismiri.com, so you can check it out. So we're on Instagram for matured skin between 45 and 65.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay, go ahead. So what is your contribution?
Yeah, but I have a problem here that when I talk now, they will say, she's trying to fight for women, but as a woman, I have to take woman's side now. And I know you shake head, no problem, but a woman must have a voice. So whether anyone likes it or not, somehow you have to recognize that women are important in the society, either psychologically or by the way you include them in things that you do. There are women, okay? So my question now is that, had it was Trump that said what that woman said, would we have the opinions that we have? That's my question.
Okay.
Is it not because she being a woman, is it not weakening that question to some people, the way we see things? I don't know if I'm over-analyzing it.
What did she say? Remind us, because we may not. What exactly? She said a lot of things.
Yeah, about African political elites running to the West. You know, what are they bringing to the table? What are the West bringing to the table? Something like that. If you were to be a man such as Trump that said it, would there be a different understanding, or is it coming from a point of weakness that it was a woman that said that? That's what I want to know. Thank you.
I think I was actually attacking the direction she's pointing. I was speaking on the direction she's pointing the arrow to, not necessarily her or even the point she made. Who she's blaming.
Hold on, everyone. Let me play this. All right.
That wasn't the video that was played at that time. It was a woman talking, but it's okay.
No, I know it was a woman. I just played this to advance the conversation.
Paul just made my point. When you don't put your house together, you have
no ability to bargain. But that wasn't the point you were making. I don't know how you move around. So like all over. That wasn't the point you were making.
Is there something?
You were saying that they don't have any power. They should go wherever they are called. Well, that's what you were saying.
Well, it's because once you listen to argue, you miss the question.
Let's be orderly.
That's what I heard him say. He said we don't have any say in it. Whatever they tell us to go, we should go.
Oh my God!
All right, hold on, guys. Hold on. Does it? What do you want to say? Austin, I'll come to you. Let me hear
sorry.
Paul Kagame was the very reason I supported Buhari, hoping that he was going to be the type of Kagame we need in Nigeria. Because what governs Nigeria is not necessarily democracy. Democracy is a very good thing. But we needed a benevolent dictator. I'm sorry. I'm being honest, given the landscape of Nigeria. But he came into office and became he didn't come in to become even a compromise. He completely failed in everything. That's the truth. Kagame was the example I hoped that Buhari would have been if he was left to stay on in 1984.
Okay, thank you. Hold on, Dozie. Let me just quickly. Among all the candidates now, who is looking like Kagame to you, based on your logic?
None. But Obi is a promise.
Okay. All right.
Rudolph, you noticed that I didn't answer the question that IS Mary
hold on, let me hear. Hold on, let me hear for others.
Do we answer that question, or do we wait to be called?
No, we wait to be called. We wait to be called, but sometimes I do. Maybe I'm missing something. I thought this is like what they call point of correction. Forefathers, what are you saying?
She was asking if it's because it was a lady that was making that comment. Did they call out the way we answered? Did they reacted to it?
Okay, that's a good point. Austin, go ahead.
So I'll start first with London. Please, you are a lady. You don't have an apology to give anybody to speak as a lady. You are a person and you have all rights and privileges. You have every right. I remember when I was an undergraduate, I wasn't the course rep, but you don't insult a woman because she's a woman or treat her anyhow. So anytime you want to speak on this show, I don't know how Dr. Damages is like the Lord and Alpha here, but look into people's eyes and talk to them. You are a person, and nobody sits you down or tell you what you need to do or what you don't need to do.
God bless you, sir. God bless you.
That's the first thing. Secondly, what that woman said is the truth. It is the truth. Must we always run around here and there to please other people? Generally, somebody stands like a class people and invite all the students to come to the class. And it maybe to an extent is because we beg them for everything. We beg them virtually for everything. It's very true. That is why they treat us that way. And we run to them like puppets and the rest. So what the woman said was the truth. Because if we put our house in order, things will be fine. So it's not because it was said by a woman that is why when people need to lie about it, or maybe if Trump says the same thing, it becomes valid. Women are a vital part of society and they form a major chunk of the population. And you don't need to tell, you don't need to how will I put it? You don't need to beg somebody to air your opinion. You are a human being and you have the right. Now let us talk of African policy, what Kagame said. I remember when Morocco played Spain, I was in the lab. I was doing my experiment. Immediately, Bono, the goalkeeper of Morocco, caught the last penalty from Sergio Busquets. I shouted and I said, yes. Do you know that my professor came and shook my hand and said that you guys have done well? I'm not a Moroccan, but I saw the passion in Africans when that penalty was taken. Can you remember when Morocco knocked out Portugal? Africa erupted. Everybody in the arena shouted. We played the African song, even the one from Rema and the rest in the World Cup arena. I was just because anytime I see things happen, I sit down and ask myself, what elicits all this reaction? Then I began to realize that Africa needs to make Africa the subject of the international policy. Trade among ourselves. There are things in Somalia that we can buy from them. There are things in Nigeria we can sell to those in Somalia. If we trade among ourselves, it will benefit us more. Look at a situation. A big boy from China comes to the African Union and decides to build an edifice for African leaders. He now comes to Nigeria and buys oil at a lower or cheaper price, goes to Ivory Coast and buy the cocoa at a much cheaper price. Think of you losing, let's say, 500 naira over 10, maybe 500 naira for 1 kilogram of cocoa, over 1 million kilograms. If you multiply that money in different African countries, do you know how much you lost? Maybe we could have traded among ourselves in Africa. First, we'll develop the area, because the more we trade, the more I make more money, the more I use it to buy clothes, the next person buys yam, and it goes. But anything we have goes back abroad. Anything we have goes back abroad because we prefer to trade with those people outside. And that is why sometimes when Obi speaks of making Africa the center of the economic policy, I feel as if that is the right way to go.
That's right.
We need to trade among ourselves because, as I said, I started having this thinking the day that Morocco knocked out Spain, Africa was like boiling. Even the white men were shaking hands. Your boys, your brothers have done well. And so we should try as much as possible to look inward. I don't know. We have a lot of things. I'll tell you the truth. I look at biology. There are insects I see in Africa that I have not seen elsewhere. There are insects I saw, like in Nigeria, spiders, which I have not seen in some of the countries I've visited. That means that there is nature in Africa that can help. Look at medicine. Now, let's say medicine. Do you realize that there are Nigerian herbs or Cameroonian herbs that can heal some diseases that you don't find in different countries? China has exploited all this. We can exploit it. All we need to do is to make it scientific. But as I keep on hitting my leaders all the time on their head, they prefer mediocres. Once you are good in what you do, they will make sure you want to be like okay. They prefer that person who is from, as I always say, Oko here, that big bush, where they'll just put him somewhere and start pushing him the way they want to push him. And I wish all citizens can sit down and let's elect the right person. Because once the first good man comes, he will bring the second good man, the third good man, and the train increases. So please, that is just what I have to say. We need to look inward, as Kaigane said, and we know that women are human beings. They have a right. You don't have to shut anybody down because the person is a woman. Open your eyes and talk to them. They can't kill you. Can't do anything to you.
Wow. Thank you so much. So let's one man, I think you wanted to say something.
Yes, thank you. I did want to say something in that phase that Hassan was speaking, but I'm not sure if that window had passed because I really came in to have a conversation with him just because a northern voice. But what he did say that he talked about the progressives and then he put a percentage to it, 15 to 20%. I think that 15 to 20% is colored by the demography that he gravitates towards because, of course, he's educated and enlightened and has a worldview. So I will put the progressives at around about 10%, they're about 12. But that just narrows to what really obtains. So the conservatives that he was describing, they're essentially the traditional spaces of politics in Nigeria, which wraps around tribe and religion. So that still goes with what is known as norm. So that was the thing that I wanted to interject, but that window passed because I could not engage him in the conversation that I'd intended to. But a quick one on the Kagame space. He's been president of Rwanda since the year 2000. So I'm not quite sure what voice he has to speak to anything. So it's not a democratic system. I think he just likes to go around the world, preening and peacocking and showing out. So do you mind? Do you mind?
Come on.
These
Have you
are my
ever been to Gagali?
so these are my thoughts. You are entitled to yours. Do you mind? So it just goes around preening and peacocking. The African voice that I am listening to at the moment is the Ghanaian president, who is speaking to the narrative as it should be. But this Paul Kigama, who changes the constitution to hold on to power, Idi Amin Dada style, been president since the year 2000, and they are amending for him to carry on again. I don't think he has a voice for the future.
All right,
You've never been to Kigali. You've never been to Kigali. So you have, the comment is subjective, far subjective.
Okay. Okay, does it? Hold on, thank you. In the media, welcome back.
Thank you very much, my brother.
Okay, so I don't know if you've been watching our conversations, and a lot of people wanted to take issues with you, but you disappeared. All right, go ahead.
I'm actually surprised that, I called you. I never knew that you guys are still online. I've actually gone an errand. I've gone to the hospital and I've come back, and you guys are still here.
We're still here.
One more don't go. I hope after this session, you guys would have fixed everything wrong with Nigeria.
We almost got it. There was a speech that was made by AK that almost solved the problem, but just a little thing missing. Go ahead.
No, I'm listening. I don't know where you may want my intervention.
Okay, actually,
I feel like challenge one man for his.
No, hold on. Let me, now that we have in the media, I actually have something that is on the agenda that we may actually forget about.
Rudolph, your phone.
Is it me, Rudolph,
this, and then
has the network taken you to?
Can you hear me?
Wrote something. You are one of the two front runners for the presidency of Nigeria. And in the fullness of time, we're going to have a conversation. See, I'm in politics, but I'm not yet, I'm still struggling whether I've become a politician or not. I say it as it is. And we come to say, for the sake of this country, for the sake of Nigeria, let me, on behalf of the government and good people of Anambra, the light of the nation, welcome you to Anambra State. Welcome. Now I will say, welcome home, because he is an in-law as well. People forget that. So welcome home. And I don't want to go into the issue about us in government and then in politics, but I know that sometime 2010, even to early 2011, we all went around this country together, all in search for a better Nigeria. Nigeria is one great country that, as far as I'm concerned, destined by God to be the largest.
All right. Ginger Media.
I think I did knock Soludo when he made some assertions that I think that was, in the words of Ochenda Amici, said unprofessorial. So I think that phase is gone. But now this is real realpolitik. I have no issue that Atiku came to Anambra and they visited him. There is no issue with that. That is politics. People, when you look at it, Autumn is not in the LP, but when Peter B goes to Benue, he's received by Autumn. If you move down to South, when Peter B visits River State, he's received by weekend. And when the APC guys visit, this is not enemy territory, he's been received as well. Bear in mind that Soludo was run as a governor in 2009 under PDP. Therefore, I see ups and again, let's like Dele Farut, is that Dele Farutimi that says, "Do not die in their war." Yeah, do not die in their war.
You meant to say
When
on our
Atiku
politics.
was when Atiku was VP, he helped. When Soludo was looking for a job as a CBN. Again, these people interface in, just like myself and one man now, the days that I will come to London, one man might host me, and people will say, "Is he not the man that is firing Mazi from right, left, and center?" I said, "No. If he gives me small start, I will." Or so it's politics. As long as for me, I haven't seen anything wrong in him visiting. I mean, that's normal. That's maturity. He has accepted him, and I also believe that when Labour Party would have their own um, campaign in Anambra State, that they will visit Anambra, and I see no reason. And by the way, the governor also said it there. When Peter declared for the governorship of Anambra State, he gave him the government house to declare. Sorry, when Peter declared his interest to run for the presidency of Nigeria, he gave him the government house to run for to make that declaration. Where again, the traditional rulers in Anambra State were all converged in that venue where the declaration was made. But I think sometimes some of us may be carried away by emotions, thinking, oh, because of what he said, therefore, if he says hello to any other person, he's fighting for, he's fighting someone else also. I mean, maturity calls for, aside some governors that, I wouldn't want to mention them, but he can pen them here, he can sweet them here, that might be a little bit dramatic. But aside, such maturity calls, if irrespective of your state and your party affiliation, there are friendly states. We saw what happened in Edo. Edo appears to be a friendly state. That is not same party. But again, that doesn't mean immediately that if either Obaseke is going to Labour Party or that Peter is going to PDP. So at that level, if we leave it at that level, we'll wait and see as events unfold. Because I warn all of us, you might go and fight, you'll be fighting online, making enemies. Next week, they will tell you that one of these person's daughter is marrying the other person's son. And they are there gyrating. You're making enemies. Me, I'm not making enemy on behalf of anybody. So honestly, the video you played is nothing but an honest visit and conversations. Obviously, any other thing that they spoke about in Zaza room, we are not privy to, and we cannot comment on it.
No, Maz, it's not even about the meeting or that they met. He said something there, and maybe he said something about something that needed to be said. That apparently
that he's not a politician.
That no, apart from saying that he's not a politician and sometimes he says things, but he said that we have to continue to say the same theme, the same central idea of that essay he wrote, that this thing must be said for the sake of the country. To me, if you think beyond just the surface of what I think the message is that there's still something that needed to be said and that he might still say it. So that's why I raised the issue.
Well, I put it this way. What has been said is part one, right?
Yeah, exactly. We know there's part two.
That's
written.
Exactly, that's part one. But I tell you this. The anger, all the people I've interviewed in the last 3 weeks to 4 weeks, all the elders that I've interviewed, some of this interview not yet aired, the anger that has followed that first letter, and some of them, his mentor, and they, the things that they wrote, that they forwarded to him personally. I'm not expecting a part two. But if he does, if part 2 comes, the fire he will see. Anyway,
Mazi, when is the date? When are you going to? When is the announced date that we don't collapse our structure? When is the announcement? Because from where you are going, just give us the date. Is it going to be before January 15 or February 1st?
Which is structure?
Come on now.
Let me tell you one thing. Let me tell you. See,
just
you are
said,
in America eating burger. Hold on. Now let me. One man went. My brother.
The obedient will jump
Listen,
PDP.
you are in America.
That's what I mean. The obedient will jump PDP.
Don't worry. You're in America eating burger. It is you, your party. I saw Buba Galadima the other day. He was running. Look, you guys are the ones. You see the kind of regret you guys are having now. You just kind of wish that some statements were not made.
Is that why Abga president was in? Is that why Abga president Pekon was visiting his home in Kano? Is that part of the regret too?
Abga president. There are things that are very insignificant. I beg. What is his name?
It's also Peter. It's also Peter. You know the Abga president.
No,
it was with Konko. So is that part of the regret? Because for you to conclude that Soludo contests governorship under PDP, you are just drawing the narrative we've been saying all along. Peter Obi will go back home when the time comes, at the right time.
Okay, hold on, guys. I want one man to talk about. There's something he wanted to say about Soludo, because
yes,
I know he had a conversation on that subject on his platform. One man, go ahead.
Yes, I wanted to take the conversation back to the Soludo space because I have, as ever, a different understanding of it. Pardon me. I have a different understanding of it, and I think the politics that Soludo is playing is playing the post-election politics. So from his essay all the way to, sorry, I'm hearing some feedback. From his essay, yes, that feedback is still coming through. So from his essay all the way through to this interaction with Atiku Abubakar, there is one thing that is shining through, and that is to tell us that Soludo is playing the post-election politics, and is playing the post-election politics to determine who is going to shape the political narrative of the Southeast. So because there are two political spaces just playing out in the Southeast now. There is the political space that Peter Obi is championing, and then there is the narrative that Soludo introduced via his essay. So the political space that Peter Obi is opening up is this new sort of politics, which he will tell you that is new, that is youth-driven, according to what they tell us, futuristic, which are the terms that they use for it, and all-inclusive, which is what they will want us to see it as. But the politics that Soludo is speaking to is a more realistic politics that plays to the Nigerian landscape, and it's a more assured route to political relevancy. So that is that negotiated politics, which Tinubu played to land himself with the APC ticket, which Buhari played to land himself with the presidency. And it is that power-based, power structure politics, which is the politics of Nigeria, that Soludo started off in his essay and is playing to now with his interaction with the Atiku camp. So I think to Soludo, this is just my projection, I think he has mentally already parked the 2023 elections because, of course, he's from the conclusion that it's likely to only go one of two ways. But in the aftermath of that election, he wants to shape the political narrative of the Southeast, and that is what you see playing out both in his essay, public pronouncements, and now this latest interaction with Atiku Abubakar. Like you said, we had that discussion on my platform. You should have come and join us, but the invitation is there for you, and Mazi too.
All right.
Mazi, please look at the private chat. Mazi.
Okay. So thank you so much. Let's welcome Tutu. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Damages.
We're seeing you for the first time, I believe. Can you tell us where you're joining us from?
I've been coming online.
But this name is new to me.
Yeah. I actually lost my phone.
Yeah,
They stole my
name.
phone in
You
Nigeria.
lost your last name.
They did me welcome to Nigeria.
Oh,
But,
are you in Nigeria now?
Yeah, I'm in Nigeria now.
Where in Nigeria?
I'm in Lagos.
Lagos, okay.
Yeah.
So what are people talking about in Lagos?
I would say whatever people are talking about is Obi, nobody else. The whole Lakey, mainland, Obi, unless you're going to this interior part of Lagos, where mostly the concentrated Yorubas are, that's where you start hearing about Tinubu, but mainly in Lekki and all that, very developed area. I mean, you hardly hear someone mentioning Tinubu's name. But about the space of Soludo, I think what Soludo is doing is basically an anti-party activity, because I don't see how you're going to have a candidate that is under APOGA, that is contesting for presidential, election, and you're still insisting that, that basically what you're saying, that you don't even believe that your party is going to win it, and you're even pushing for your party not to win it. By now, I feel like APOGA should actually sanction him. I mean, if he wants to move out of APOGA, he should do that boldly. Nobody's going to beat him, or nobody's going to crucify him. Let him go to PDP. He's always been a PDP man anyway. So what he's doing is an anti-party activities for me. That's how I see it. And I feel like if he continues this, Anambra people are very, 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 very violent people when it comes to what they're passionate about. They might end up going to government house and setting it ablaze. That's what I feel.
Hold on. Where did you get that impression about Anambra?
I mean, it happened.
It happened during
the time of Ngige. During the time of Ngige, it happened.
Anambra people did that.
Why not? Yeah,
it happened too.
Yeah,
it did.
It happened.
Those were individuals.
Wait, hold on. Because I covered Ngige too. When did Anambra people do that? In what context?
In what
contest? Explain to me. When did they
It's
happen?
during the time of Ngiga and P2B, and all that electional period. The whole thing.
What did they do? They went to the government house and did what?
They were basically burning facilities.
And these were Anambra people.
Yeah, I mean,
and Uba's boys and with Anambra people.
They're still Anambra people. I mean, they didn't come from the sun.
Tutu, I don't know where you come from. That's not Anambra people. That's not true. Dozie, you seem to agree with him. Where did you?
Peter B was talking about when he rebuilt the government.
Yeah, the government house was burned down, but not Anambra people.
But they burnt it down for a reason. In fact, I commend them, and I wish that it happens. If this guy cannot shut up,
Injeje, help me.
Injeje. You see, no, we on forums like this, when such, I would say, misinformation comes up, we need to shut it down, because that's not correct. You had two individuals, supremacy. You have a godfather and the benefactor fighting themselves. How does that then translate to Anambra? When we say Anambra people, it's a collective. It is the whole of Anambra. If Soludo leaves APGA, if by any chance he leaves APGA, he's not going to be the first person to have left APGA. Even the one that went to Ojuku's grave and swore and was telling Ojuku that Peter has left and he has now come with Iyom and blah, blah, blah. But he eventually also left. Has anybody actually cursed him, talk less of touching him? So I think let's get two things, right here. Yes, there could be some political squabbles between individuals. This is a question of two camps, and that doesn't necessarily translate that Anambra people. These were paid talks, and again, in these talks, majority of them are not from Anambra because they came from a different state. These people came in and to do that act, and after they did that act, they left the state. So how can we now say that this was done by Anambra? I mean, anyway,
But Njenje, I'm
yes.
saying is based on, I know that when I say Anambra people can be violent, I lived in Anambra. Do you get? I grew up in Anambra. I grew up in Onitsha, basically. So I'm not saying it because I just fell out from the sky. I'm saying because I lived there. I remember the certain riots they did when I was still in CKC. The MDS boys and all that. It was very violent. That even the secondary student, were doing riots and basically destroying places, destroying the whole facilities in around the place. I've forgotten what they were protesting for, but they were students, secondary school students, 14, 15, wherever. They were destroying everywhere. So why I say that they tend to carry their anger too far. And I'm not seeing what Soludo is doing can actually ignite that, because Anambra people love P2B, and this is my own opinion. And I feel like if it continues, it's gonna, route up some people to take that sort of riot kind of route and go to the government house and start, throwing stones and all that stuff. That's what I can see. I might be wrong, but
Aside that conflict that happened under Dr. Chris Ngabezengige, have we ever seen in the history of Anambra State such act that ever happened? When you talk about conflict, yes, of course, you said you were born, you went to school. I was bred, buttered, grew up in Onitsha. Okay, so it's something that I know. Let's not take. There is something that is normally common when people say they have it up to here. Societal revolt. What we call like a boys' so year that used to happen in the 80s and early 90s. Or like when the Otokoto saga happened, that the people said it's gotten us to a certain level, we take laws into our own hands. Is it then right to say that the NSAS and the destruction that happened thereafter, that Lagos State is violent? No. No, I think without defending or sounding, let's situate these things and let that actually drag us from the wonderful contributions that you were making. Please, that's.
Can I add something to this quickly? I just want to add one quick this is from my observation from afar, because I'm not very clear precisely what Soludo is doing, but from what people have been saying, he seems to be planning for a post 2023 scenario where Peter Obi does not win the election, which is the only scenario. If that plan is only viable if Peter Obi does not win the election, and he seems to have crossed the line from ensuring that plan is viable. In other words, he's doing things to harm Peter Obi's chances of winning. And besides, there are times to plan things. You can do things in a way that doesn't harm the prospects of the current candidate, and that is creating friction, like the previous speaker actually said just now. So I don't has to do it the way he's doing it. Everybody, he has the right to do what he's doing, but there's no need to harm the current candidate. And that is kind of selfishness sometimes our people exhibit that is quite unseemly.
Yeah, you see, I held Soludo at a very high esteem until recently. I think his jealousy, his rivalry is off the mark. I think there's something really wrong with him. It's not, put academic aside, I grew up in Igbo land. And if you really want to see somebody that can pull you down, your brother is there. That's what we know in Igbo land. In fact, sometimes your success should be hidden from your siblings. That's just a fact. That's the fact. He's a shame. I'm speaking for as someone who is not from Anambra. He's a big shame. I'm from Imo State. We look at him and we wish he just walked without his entourage and come to Owerri. And we will bless him. We know how to do that.
Can I come in just for a moment?
You can't. You're talking about Soludo.
No, those
No, allow him.
Sorry. Let me allow him. No, you were not joking, because that's the second time. You must contain Rudolph. I wanted to come in. Are we saying that Soludo is obliged to support Peter Obi for reasons of homeboy and clan? Because I have not seen that Soludo has done anything out of step. Because if you go back to Soludo's essay, he said he has done a series of polls, which tells him somewhat, with some accuracy, the direction of that election. So he and then he's calculating outside of is calculating really based on his projections on how 2023 will go. So that is what he's calculating, and is permutating to place himself into relevance post the election. So he should do that, especially if he doesn't believe that Peter Obi is likely to win the election, which all the indications are that he does not believe that. So if he's openly, outwardly attacking Peter Obi endlessly, then there is that. But if he's permutating his politics to retain relevance and propel himself under whatever dispensation comes in, but because if I have the feeling that Soludo wants to be the president of Nigeria in 8 years' time, I have that feeling. And for Soludo to be the president of Nigeria in 8 years' time, Atiku Abubakar has to win that election. So I think that is what is politicking too. The reality of now and self-ambition for the future, which you'll say is fair play.
Okay.
Thank you.
No, hold on.
Wait,
hold on. One man, let me ask you this question. Of course, I don't think anybody here is saying that Soludo has no right to say whatever he wants to say or do whatever he wants to do. But don't you think it's actually kind of weak for you to be able to analyze this? Let's say what you just said is true, that he's doing this because of 2020, something beyond 2023, that he wants to be president. Do you think, will you do something like this? Do you think it's the best way to handle something like this yourself, if you're in this position or his position? Because my take is that if
before you answer that question, add this to it. When you were talking, you talked about the negotiated politics. Now, he's already thinking in the future. There is something, when you draw a dart, it lands in the first place. So you draw the second one the same place, third one the same place, then you must do a recount. Recall that during the time of Yaradua, when Yaradua, according to him, in one of the essays he wrote, that Yaradua promised him the governorship of Anambra State. That was a negotiated politics. When his second tenure as a CBN governor wasn't renewed, negotiated politics. What happens afterwards? Now, these are two conflicting worldviews. We must draw a line between the reality of now and, in your worldview, the negotiated politics. So you have the floor.
Unmute yourself.
Woman, you're muted.
I don't know.
Okay.
I should be flogged for that. But so I'm not sure that we're making any distinction that really makes a difference. But politics is negotiated. I'm not sure that that's breaking news to anybody. Politics at the topmost level is negotiated. And the political power, we're a third world country, by the way. So let's not look at it from the prisms of our westernized, developed democracy. And especially so, politics of the third world space is negotiated. But the politics that Soludo is playing I think, it's a realistic politics. One, it's a realistic politics, and I know that there are embedded conflicts. I'm not quite sure what you were pointing me to. I missed because they are taking about. So where were you pointing me to, Rufus?
Oh no, I was saying, if you were in his position, do you think that was a smart politics to play?
Oh yes,
in such a situation where every Dick and Harry can basically understand what he's doing.
Oh yes. I think it's exactly right to do what he's doing, and I think in the same position I would do exactly the same. But I would do the same, of course, trying to navigate very carefully, not undermining Peter Obi for reasons that are the mass of the clan. They are in that space, but looking to what I see as the reality of the future. I would want to permutate both myself and my people for relevance in the future. And if you look at all of the senior spaces in the Southeast, there is no strong backing outside of Ohanese in Table, who by obligation are obliged to come out for Peter Obi. There is no senior backing of that narrative in the Southeast. So I'm not sure that Soludo stands alone in the stance that he has taken. That's just my reading. I may be wrong,
All right. Austin.
You are way wrong, my brother. Sorry. You are off the mark.
All right.
I think here on this particular one, you are way off the mark. Let me rephrase that. Your last statement. There is an adage by our people. What you see playing out in the Great Igbo Nation is the conspiracy of the elite not to give the Nigerian people as, because if they come out as the way you may be expecting them to, next thing you see that the Peter Obi becomes an Igbo project. Therefore, for that to remain a Nigerian project and for everyone to move along, understanding that this is a Nigerian project, they take the back seat. But don't worry, we see what is happening behind the scene. So even Soludo, you may be surprised where the whole thing is headed to.
All right. Austin, after Austin, we go to having accused of Maja. Okay, Austin, go ahead.
Okay, now, generally, I think it was on Arise TV that Soludo shot the first arrow. But I think after 2 days, there was no response. Then later, he now wrote the long essay. So it's like trying to slap somebody who did not respond to you. Look, Soludo has the right to select his candidate and support who he wants to support. But I always say there is constructive criticism. If I criticize you, I say what is wrong, then try to chart the way forward. Soludo in that essay was just throwing tantrums. You cannot win. Igbo should not do this. Don't do this one. He was just throwing the tantrums. You can't even say that because this person did 1, 2, or 3, he should not be. You don't throw anything good. You are just criticizing for nothing. So I read through all the essay and I didn't pick anything. Now, the question that was sent to one man, if I was Soludo, will I do such thing? Will I go through such politics? I will not. Now, take it. Atiku wins the election, serves his 8 years. Then he now tries to put me forward as a candidate. Generally, your people will not go with you. Why? Because according to them, you betrayed one of their own. So why do you expect me to support you when you betrayed one of your own 8 years ago? Secondly, the rest of Nigeria will not agree. I cannot trust you because you killed one of your own. What makes me feel that when you come in, you will not also kill me? So it's like saying that you make the other person from the other ethnic groups not to trust you, and you make your people not to trust you. Then where do you want to go to? So that is one thing he will face in the next 8 years if he has that case that he wants to be president. Because the average Igbo will remind him that 8 years ago, you pulled down your brother. And the other person on the other side will say that since you pulled down your brother, I can also trust you. So that's just the whole thing. I don't think this politics will even save him right going to the presidency. I don't see it.
All right, thank you. Let's hear from the only woman here because I've been accused of not letting her talk. Go ahead.
Okay, I have a question for one man. Okay. My question is, one man, what do you think of Obi's presidency and his manifesto of production to consumption?
consumption.
Yes, thank you. I think overall, obese running is a good thing. You know, it's a good thing because what we have with the obese phenomenon is the moving of the narrative in the Southeast from the, just to stop my view, by the way, please don't hold me hostage, it's the moving of the narrative from the forestries and the ESN space into the mainstream of Nigerian politics, which is where they belong, because they are seniors in Nigeria, the Southeast. So they should not have a satellite space or a parochial space. So I think the Obi phenomenon is a good thing. But his manifesto, I wasn't especially a lot of copy and paste, and because as you know, we went through it on my platform as we always do. A lot of copy and paste, a lot of this ingenuity.
One man, hold on. Copy and paste. What do you mean by that? Because some of us
a lot of it is embedded in the Tinubu's manifesto already.
So he copied from Tinubu's. So is that what you're saying?
Well, we went through it.
Here and listen to it, this
oh
man?
God.
Does it?
Oh, all right.
Well, man, the trap for you, and you fell into it. Well done, sir.
I can only speak as I find, you know. I'm not going to.
Does it calm down?
I beg, withdraw that statement.
Why so?
No, okay, one man, go ahead. So
I'm only saying it because we did a detailed analysis of it on my platform. And let me, if you let me, so sorry, Dozie, if you listen, then oftentimes when I land, you may not be far from the point I'm making. So you should not leap at first instinct. Don't leap at first instinct. A lot of the body of our obese manifesto is somewhat repetitive of Tinubu's manifesto. And a lot of items, and not a lot, but some items that were promises in that manifesto were projects that had already been completed by this administration. So it was a rushed job. But then when I say a lot of copy and paste, a lot of the problems that afflict the Nigerian state, a lot of them, they are commonplace. So it's not as though he's going to go to anything foreign. He's going to speak on security. He's going to speak on the economy, and a lot of the panaceas to those fault lines, to those problems. A lot of the panaceas, they are commonsensical. So even though some of the body of his manifesto is somewhat repetitive of Tinubu's manifesto, because maybe it's a first mover advantage. Maybe they would have said the thing anyway. But I thought it was somewhat of a rushed job, especially some items already concluded by this administration embedded as manifesto promises in it. So that's what I thought. But overall, a good, well-worded manifesto.
Question was regarding consumption to production.
No, the consumption. That's just a peppy little. Hold on. That's just a peppy
I
little.
think at this point,
I hear him talking about it.
Hold on.
Rudolph, at this point, I sent you a video that is very apt to play at this point.
Yes.
That would be my response to what one man went to the moon.
Okay, hold on, guys. Let me see if I have it ready to play. Yeah, I think I saw a video. All right, let's watch. That will calm people down.
You know, when people are mumu, they are mumu. You know, this mumu, it can make you, if you talk, you know what, mumu is a mumu.
All right. Okay. Is that where we're going, Mazi Perempe? Well, is that where we're going, Mazi Perempe? What's this?
All right.
Let me go and put on my hat, because I have your hat too. So
okay. I didn't watch the video. I know that it's wicked, but I didn't know the particular video. I thought he would sing the song. Okay. All right. Okija, welcome to the show.
Hey guys, what's going on now? Yes, I joined you guys. I heard you just thought I heard what you guys were saying about Saluda and that P2B. I saw the crowd that came to Oka, and then I made calls to Nigeria, to Anambra, and I got my cousin, and he was like, he laughed. He said, "Oh boy, now stomach infrastructure, everybody we know, at the end of the day, everybody's gonna get some money." for attending the rally. So that's basically what they did. And I know Soludo is just like he's PDP. They have G5 governors who are not supporting their candidate, and it seems APGA has a G1 governor that is not supporting his candidate. So basically, and he is planning for. I mean, I don't know. I don't think that man is just. I don't know how to. I don't want to say he's a fool, but I mean, Atiku promised him, 2000 and the when, or is it gonna be, 2027 or is it 2031? Is it Atiku that God, that owns Nigeria that we give it to him? I mean, that's 2027 or 2031. APC, they will not feel the candidate, or the other party, they will not feel the candidate. They will just, just hand it over to him. I mean, I don't know. What's his name? Atiku that has never won. Atiku that has never won an election in how many years? He just won governorship election in 1999. He's been contesting since 1992, and he has never won an election. I mean, he has never won even in 2023. He hasn't even won, and someone is believing that Atiku will hand over to him. I just don't know. How people, the way people reason.
Atiku won an election in 1999.
Atiku won in 1999 and 1998 as governor of Adamawa or something like that.
Atiku then won the governorship in 1999.
Yeah, 1999 and 1998, whatever. I don't know when they had the, that's the, when he won. That was, the only election he has won. And then he's contesting next year. He hasn't won, and he's making promises to people. I mean, this is the same thing they've been telling people since 1979. Who am I? I mean, like, I don't want to use this word, but like when we were small, we used to say like, if I were wine before and if whatever, just you tell just stories. My uncle has my uncle owns the Empire State Building. That's basically the promise Atiku made to Soludo. He's gonna give him the Empire Building.
All right,
it's something they don't have in hand. You don't have at hand. Your promise to give to someone else. But it's just basically, the way it is, like Nigerian politics, everybody just want to be in charge, but no one wants to be responsible.
All right, let's expand this conversation a little bit. Where do I hear this noise from? So let's say, Obi, whether he wins or not. No, I think I know what I wanted to say. Lubis, welcome to the show. Can you hear me?
Okay, thank you.
Lubis.
Good evening, everyone. Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me too?
Yeah, thank you for joining us. Okay. I don't know if you have any. Yeah, we can hear you very well.
The issue on the discussion about Soludo's politics concerning the presidency.
Yes.
Well, the only thing I know is that Soludo is ambitious like any other politician, and he's playing the typical Nigerian politics. People thought as a refined professor, he might be doing something different, but he shows that it's out for his own interest. And then, just like Maz Yezuke said, some of the Igbo elites that are not with Obi, is their own ambition and their own interest they are trying to pursue and secure or maintain. But at the end of the day, we know the way our people vote in the East. The Republican spirit is still prevail at the end of the day. People will vote independently and vote according to their conscience. Because, like we said in Igbo land, nobody fits anybody. So they will not tell the people who to vote for. They might want to influence them by probably money and all that, just like in Nigeria. But everybody who knows the suffering that the country is going through now knows that there are two options. It's either we want to continue to enslave ourselves in Nigeria under this same old system run by APC, particularly in the last 7 years, or we want a break, a change for the better, where the youth will have a say. So I believe that people are wiser now relatively, and that they won't listen to Soludo. Even whenever he wants to talk, let him recount how he won the election. if people didn't come out, if the people of Anambra didn't insist that they are going to come out, even though many didn't come out, and they came out and voted for him, he won't be there saying all this. He will still be irrelevant from essence. So he owes the people his seats, and they are watching him. I know our people the way they are watching all he's doing. And he has his own support, who to support, whoever he wants to support. It's okay, but let him say let him support what he wants to support instead of trying in a way to do subtle jab at another man by trying to maybe they are switching one, trying to write another one now. So I think we get fillers from home. The people are ready. Hopefully, there will be security. People are ready. We don't think that will stop people from coming at people. It's insecurity. If there is security, we know where people mind is. As far as the Southeast is concerned. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's take a look at this, and maybe somebody can help me understand.
Regime. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. In the name of our Lord, the magnificent, the Father of all, the ruler, the greatest God.
Kwankwaso joined others to sign an agreement on inclusive governance on Wednesday. A crowd of supporters converged on the Trade Fair complex in Minna, Niger State, to declare support for the All Progressives Congress presidential candidate, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Tinubu, while thanking the crowd for their support, in a video that has now gone viral on social media, attempted to recite Christian and Muslim prayers at the same time, eliciting several reactions. Let's take a look.
Awuzu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. In the name of our Lord, the magnificent, the Father of all, the ruler.
Rudolph, when you play such video,
right,
please complete it with neme 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 nagori.
No, I wanted to say that we have a long way to go. I mean, this if
that's what it sounded like.
That should have been appropriate, you know. If this is what we're going to face for 8 years or 4 years, it will be interesting. One man, what is wrong with this? I don't understand. I mean, I'm not a Muslim. I've never been. I don't know people, you know, who I didn't grow up in a society where you have both in the same. What is the problem here? Help us understand. I don't understand what the issue is.
Well, neither am I. I'm a Jehovah's Witness, but can I say first
wait,
that...
You're what? Hold on, 1 minute. You said you are a Jehovah's Witness?
A Jehovah's Witness, yeah.
Wow, okay.
Does that offend you? Does that offend you?
No. My uncle is Jehovah's Witness. I like them.
Well, no, I was born a Jehovah's Witness, by the way, but I go to Redeem. So, but you know, I just worship. That's just it. I'm a Christian. Really, is the greater point. But I was going to say, whoever was having the meal, at least invite us to come and join. Don't be, you know, we can hear the rattlings of the plate, but you're not inviting us to join.
That is Kwankwasia.
Is it Kwankwasia?
Ovie has been eating. I see Tutu is drinking.
Yes. Go ahead, we only need somebody smoking now, but I'm not going to fill in that slot. But no, so the Tinubu space, of course, I mean, it's meat and drink, isn't it? But I feel that because Tinubu, by the way, in the course of this electioneering, he has done at least 3 times as much as anybody in the field. I think we can all agree that since July, this guy has not been off a plane. Since July, you know, the epic battle to land that ticket, flying here, there, and everywhere, the epic battle to land that ticket, grueling for you and I, never mind a 70-year-old man. So we all saw it play out. So I'm not introducing anything controversial. But then after that, landing that ticket, what did they do? It started immediately to canvass Kaduna, Kano, Katsina, or all of that relentlessly. So of course it will weigh him. It will weigh you down, Rufus, at your age. So never mind a 70-year-old man. So if we speculate fatigue, it would not be far fetched. He has done when Atiku when Atiku won his ticket or bought his ticket, or some people derisively will say stole his ticket. He just went back to Abu Dhabi, the waziri of the city. So he went back to his homestead, Abu Dhabi, and was there for 6 weeks. Tinubu relentlessly is never stopped. So there's elements of fatigue. But then, apologies, I'm not plugging myself, but I did a video on my platform, which I charted Tinubu's speech pattern right all the way from 1999 till date. I charted, and all the videos, I sequenced them, but I charted his speech pattern from 1999 till this moment we're speaking now. Now, there's a mild deviation, there's a mild degradation in his speech pattern, but overall, he speaks in pretty much the same manner. But there are longer pauses, there are longer incoherence, but then is that due to age? Or is that due to that backdrop that I just painted from July relentlessly till now?
Hold on, one man. One man I saw on your platform, you also said you panicked. I saw your headline. You panicked when Tinubu was brought up to speak.
I panicked. I'm not invested.
Yeah, you explained to us. And you kind of panicked because he was brought up to speak in a campaign event and he didn't say anything. They
Right.
said they pulled him back. What happened? Because the way you framed your conversation, it appeared as if you were worried that.
Well, the conversation or the title? Which
the
one?
Title and the title. That's the lead to the conversation.
Well, the title, as I'm sure you well know, is a poetic license. Was somewhat poetic license. Sometimes you have to use poetic license.
Oh God!
Poetic
license?
Yes. Poetic license is not embellishment. It's not an untruth.
So okay, all right. Thank you.
You don't have any understanding
of it. One man.
Yeah.
Thank you. Let's get other people involved in the conversation.
All right.
So you couldn't explain to us why Tinubu did not speak when he went to that campaign event.
I could, but you stopped me.
Oh, I thought you didn't have an answer. Okay, explain to us, please.
Yes, Tinubu came from, I think it was Kaduna, where he gave an epic speech just the day before. That same day, he flew immediately into wherever that was. I think that wherever this incident took place, maybe it was Jalingo, wherever. He flew immediately into that space, but then there was a delay for him to land on that rostrum. And then there was a schedule of activities to sequence after his appearance in that space. So the schedule of activities did not permit for more than a hello and goodbye. As soon as he left that space, he went on to visit the emir. He went on to cut ribbons at the secretariat of that locality. So a lot of activities still followed him making just a cameo appearance.
Okay, thank you.
Let me say something because I want to leave.
Okay, Tutu, go
ahead. All right. The fact is that I feel like they're forcing this man, Tinubu, they're pushing him hard, regardless of they're seeing the sickness and everything, and they don't want to look weak, and they're pushing this man to do what he doesn't want to do, and that is the space I feel like they're trying to like push him to do what he doesn't want to do, because I don't see how someone will come to a stage that you're trying to tell people what your agenda is, trying to convince them and make a few speech and just leave. It doesn't even make sense. That basically shows that there is something certainly wrong with Tinubu, and they're trying to cover all these things up. And I'm sure that one day it's going to come out in the open, wide open, and everybody's going to see how vulnerable this man is. We still have a long way to go, one man. We still have at least 4 months to go, or whatever. I mean, 2 months. Sorry, we still have at least 2 months to go.
And I feel like one of these days, that vulnerability is going to come out and crash on his head. And then woman wouldn't know what to say. They will come here and try to defend it. I feel
Okay,
like
Tutu, we
this
are
is one
losing
of
you. We are losing you. Your connection is, your voice is low.
okay.
I don't know if I'm the only one who can hear you very well, but I appreciate. I got your drift.
All
Um,
right, thank you, thank you.
thank
It's
you.
obedience. It's obedient
Can I
network.
just add something quickly to this Tinubu thing?
Okay, go ahead, for fathers.
Yeah, I think I must say I admire one man's ability to explain away things. It's really very good. I have to give that to him. But there are combinations of factors. His speech pattern. We're talking about pauses, false too, and and we've just had an aged, a sickly president in office. The way they are moving him from one campaign event to another, it tells you clearly they are trying to avoid long speeches. They are basically word counting him. And when there are serious consequences to this, obviously, because Shetima the other day made a speech about him taking care of security in the country. And you forget, we are not electing Shetima the commander in chief. Technically, if you vote for Tinubu, chances are that that's what you're going to get. And then you're also looking at him delegating everything to other of his cabinet members. It's one thing to delegate, it's another thing for the center to be weak. If the center is weak, you're going to have competition and chaos in the middle of government. And the center has to be able to control it. Otherwise, who controls the individual actors? There is a reason why you have parents at home. It's like saying, oh, children, do whatever you like. Let's see what comes out of that. And there are consequences to this. And I really worry that sometimes when we, because of our loyalty to the candidate, we don't want to call things out because you're not keeping the greater good as part of your decision making. And I don't think we have the luxury of making decisions just based on because I like this guy and stuff like that. And there are serious consequences of Tinubu getting into office. That's my issue with him. His arrogance and all the rest of it is by the side. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I saw somebody. Oh, Blessing, welcome back.
Hi everyone. I didn't know the show was still on. Okay,
People go to weddings, come back, and the show is still on. They go to funeral,
wow.
they get the body buried and everything. They come back, the show is
Wow.
still on.
Ovie, there's no peace for the wicked. That is why you are still awake. Ovie, there's no peace for the wicked. That is why you are still awake. But quickly, I want to say something. Good evening. This is almost good night. So I find it funny. Mr. One Man, I want to ask you this question. Please, I hope I'm allowed to. Why is it that every time that Baba Tinubu speaks, we do not just have interpreters, we have decoders, we have people who decrypt? Is it not worrisome that we have a whole section of people dedicated to explaining what he's saying? What will now happen when he gets into office and we have to explain away to over 200 million people? Is this what we are going to be facing? So when he comes and gives a speech, let's say we're having Independence Day, and God forbid he becomes the president, and he's the president that is coming to give Independence Day, Baba will speak things we don't know, and you people come and start explaining to us. Is that what is going on? Or we are the one misunderstanding it?
All right, I'll answer that just in a very quick. Let me. I was only trying to joke with NJ Media, but it's not even looking at. So I'll answer that in a very quick because I don't want my voice to. Yeah. You say there are only two people that have oratory in these elections, and that is of course Kwakwanso and Atiku Abubakar. So yes, well, this is my view. The dossier man. This is my view. There are only two people that have articulation in this election, and that is Kwakwanso and Atiku Abubakar. Peter Obi, it can be difficult to listen to. It can be difficult to listen to. Tinubu virtually impossible in some instances. to understand. But as I said, Tinubu has always been like that. Not to this degree, but he has always been somewhat. You have to have like a second delay in some instances and listen to him in slow motion, and that has always been not always been, but that was certainly how it was. I suspect this is what you'll be clipping, Rufus, because we know your tricks.
And you do not see that as a problem that a man that cannot speak coherently is running for the office of the president.
No, I did not say it could not speak coherently. I said he has a peculiar speech pattern. That's what I said.
No, what you just said here to the hearing of everybody that he has deteriorated. He's just going down the drain.
I know. No, well, that must be how you choose to interpret it. But I'm clear on what I'm saying.
So please, Mr. One Man, in plain English, remember we are talking to over 200 million people that don't understand big Oyibo that you are speaking. We do not need more interpreters. So in plain language, is Baba Agbado coherent or not?
Well, I understand him, as do you.
You are not 200 million people. That is just you and his bunch of interpreters.
Right, as do you. I understand him. You understand him.
I don't.
Of course you do. Of course you do.
I don't.
So that's it.
What has electricity got to do with down payment of corn and poison Holy Communion?
That was a metaphor. Did you not get that? That was a metaphor.
Have you not heard of Agbadonomic? Have you not heard of Agbadonomic?
The man speak, and you are the one giving. What you see that
that is Agbadonomic.
You did not identify that as a metaphor. You did not.
Oh, so now okay, let me get this straight.
We speak in metaphors as Africans, by the way. Did you not know that?
You say P2B is not an orator, but whenever he speaks, even an Okada man understands him. But whenever Baba Tinubu speaks, we have to get people to decode and tell us the part of speech and he's speaking in before we can understand.
Let me give you a Yoruba adage. Let me give you a Yoruba adage and then I'll shut up. Let me give you a Yoruba adage and then I'll shut up. In Yoruba land, where I come from, we say lowe lan lulu agedegbo. So that is how we speak. We speak in metaphors. Yes, lowe lan lulu agedegbo.
And in Igbo land where I come from, let me give you one too. In Igbo land where I come from, is that what he's trying to tell us?
Let's balance it. Hold on.
Hold on, guys. I wanted one man to explain his proverb before you come with your own now. But let's move on because we're running out of time. We have to round up in the next 20 minutes. So let me play this video because something is of interest to all of you. I'm concerned. I don't know if it's something happening across the country, but it's something that we should pay attention to. Let's listen to this and see who has experienced something like this.
Imagine the people pay money for our voters card. That they happen again. Police officer now they give us voters card. Police now they give us voters card for all year. The people who pay money before we collect our voters card. They happen for years so. Officers now they give us voters card. The people who pay money they lock everybody for outside. They lock us for outside like this. So honorable Mona Siamo.
Even what now? Unit by unit.
Now they say they happen live. As I talk say they happen live for Ovie Palace Road, INEC office. They say we pay money for gate before they go give us voters card. For warrior, wait to be our right. So they do like this now. Say we not get choice. We got to give them money. See people.
My street be that Ovie Palace Road.
Okay, does it go ahead?
I love animals. When people call Nigeria a zoo, I get angry. Not for what you think, for insulting animals. Because I travel to Nigeria almost every year. And Nigeria is less than a zoo. Not to state it in the way that the IPOBs usually do. The truth is that almost nothing actually works in Nigeria. Look at that picture, that video you just watched. In an ordinary society, all you would have been interested in doing is to make sure everybody has a voter's card. Locate these people, get them, whether you're going to distribute it in their churches or in their workplace, in their whatever. We have less than 80 days to vote. People are scrambling to get their voters card. And that is what Nigeria is. Nothing really works in the country. Nothing works. Nothing works. So when earlier we started with agitation and all the rest of it. The reason why we have agitation in everywhere across Nigeria is because the law doesn't work. The law does not work. Take it to Tinubu. I'm not against the uneducated who are there for whoever is available within their reach. My anger is to the educated, the journalists in plural, the seasoned journalists of years who have spoken to us against dictatorship. All of a sudden, managing moi for president. And I'm not saying it in apology. We know that this man is demented. Point final. He is demented. You are pushing it. You are pushing him because somehow he has loads of money. Somehow you will get a position. I wonder, I mean, the fact that I'm not a part of Biafra does not mean that I'm not frustrated of Nigeria. I'm deeply frustrated of Nigeria. Nigeria would have been a very wonderful place. They have very educated people. Look across the United States. There are no great hospitals that you will not see a Nigerian medical doctor. It doesn't exist. Go to the outskirts, you will find them there. Go to Alaska, they are there. But somehow we can't get it right. We just can't get it right. We cannot.
What is the
Voters
solution,
can't.
Dozier?
Say it again.
All right.
What is the solution?
The solution. I think we should have a think tank. We should start thinking about having serious think tanks ready to do good things.
All right. Thank you, Dozie. Let's welcome Nike. Nike, welcome to the show.
Hello, everyone. My name is Nike. I'm calling from Canada. Very cold place. And I think maybe we're getting it so wrong that people are talking about, other people coming here to support whether it's Tinubu or something. We all know Tinubu is very sick. I'm a Yoruba person, so don't think maybe I'm Igbo or something like that. But I think what we have to do is, if we want the right person to get there, the right people, they need to campaign. They need to go to all the villages and tell people about, the OB team need to do their work. Because even in the United States, you find people like when Trump was going to get to the place, he had people that will come out and say, I will die for Trump. And later now, the people has turned on him. So people can come here and tell you that, oh, Tinubu is good, is this. We all know, even the person here saying, oh, Tinubu is this, is that, knows deep down in his mind that this guy is very sick. So I think that the problem now is, people that are campaigning, they're still talking about Tinubu instead of them to go right down to where the people are. Tell them about your candidates. Tell them this is what the person has done. We're still talking about the people that we're not supposed to talk about. We need Nigeria to work, so we need the right person there. If you're on that team, I'm talking to, is it Ngege something? Go to the villages, go to where people are, campaign to them. They need to hear about your candidates. You can't just be talking about Tinubu, because Tinubu will go around and give people all this low money, and they will go there and vote for him. And it's going to be, we're going to go to where we are coming from again. This issue is not about talking about Tinubu. It's about going to where people are, campaign to them. I'm not in Nigeria. I can't vote. But if I'm in Nigeria, it's not even debatable. Like, you can't tell me because I'm Yoruba, I'm going to vote for a man that I know that is really sick. A sick mind cannot help a sick nation like Nigeria. We live outside Nigeria. We know what we enjoy. And still we're going to come here and talk about something that doesn't exist. We're going to talk about a man that cannot help himself to come and help 200 million people. It's just so sad. I'm sorry.
Thank you so much. No, thank you. There's something that we didn't get to, but we have to round up. But I want to throw it at Ngenga Media. I hope you don't feel. There was a story last week about Tinubu's campaign fighting this day newspaper and fighting the people at Arise TV, which is Oseni and Abati. He raised the issue of who is a journalist, what is journalism. Now, let me summarize it so that you can weigh. The idea, the issue with the Tinubu campaign is that they believe that the people at This Day and Arise TV, that they are not professional journalists, that they are not, what did they say? That they're not objective. So they are not going to appear there for an interview, and that's an excuse they're giving. So I want to hear your view on that, in the media.
For, I think, was it on Thursday, I actually discussed that. That is absurd, very, very absurd. Now, there was this town hall held by Kadira Ahmed, which Njanja Media was a media partner to. And I was there in Lagos live. Even Kwankwaso attended. Peter Obi attended. Kola Abiola attended. But Tinubu in Lagos, Kadira Ahmed, is Kadira Ahmed also with Arise TV? Tinubu owns a TV station. Can he go to his own TV station, get his own people, even with prepped questions, let them ask him questions, presidential questions, or get other independent anchors? I've offered them many times to also interview him, but probably they are afraid that I might remove his boxes. Now, but when you look at it, actually, I think it has nothing to do with Arise. But if you look at the way Amana Oseni, Rufai Oseni, probes questions, what he does is, this is his forte, this is his stuff. He asks so many follow-up questions. Look at the BBC interview that Tinubu granted in London. You can see that that was heavily edited. The question is, why? All Nigeria is asking for is not a debate. Attend a town hall where Nigerians can also send in questions. Let no one tell me that the teleprompted speech delivered in Chatham House is a live event. Because when it got to answering questions, he began to share like they share land and distribute the questions or the answers to those that would take those answers. When it got to his own date of birth, a piece of paper was passed to him. And the argument over there is that there are still, even after saying what he said that day, he actually amplified the issue of age and when he was born, because the date is different. Now, to summarize is, I believe, journalistically speaking, that the Arise crew had always done the things that is expected. If Tinubu considers Arise an enemy territory, you have Channel Steve, you have Okimbaloye, who is also a Yoruba person. You have Mokbe, who is also Yoruba. These are people they can run to. You have Silverbird. Silverbird is there. So, and TVC is also there. These arguments that, oh, if he appears on a TV that they want to make money with him, well, in making money from him or with his name appears to be something like some people would allude to employing 50 million youth and recruiting them and feeding them agbado, cassava, and they earn. When you look at the whole point, the whole point remains that the man is running away from something. And that thing he's running away from, he's still yet to tell us why he is running away from it. You want to govern a people, you have put yourself forward. Media houses, not one, not two, not three, not four, independent ones like the one we did with the candidates with Kadira Ahmed, anchored by Kadira. Still, you did not want to. On that interview, or rather on that candidate, the town hall, anchored by Kadira, that was the first time I actually listened to Kola Abiola. And after listening to him in that interview, my view about him began to change. And that's what such interviews does. You begin to see people in different light because they begin to express themselves better. In that interview, I must confess, in that series, I began to see Kwankwaso also, apart from when, if he drops the ethnic garb, I began to see him in a different light as someone who is actually coherent and someone who, sharp in answering some of these questions and straight to the point. But here is a man, he's telling you he is the bullion van distributor or whatever. He's running away and he's now fighting. So sometimes when you even look at the fight, it looks childish because this day does editorial. What's his name of his two spokesperson? They fight back, and the thing just looks childish. Get your man to speak on the radio, TV. If not, let it be.
All right. Thank you so much. Let me Blessing, go ahead. You wanted to say something?
Yeah, I wanted to say on this Tinubu matter, I think the issue is not even Tinubu. Let's be honest. It's the people around him. Granted, there's a proverb in Igbo land that ifere anaghị eme onye ala, ọ ndị nwe ya ka ifele na-eme. It is sad, it is disheartening, it is embarrassing that this man has a family. Man is supposed to be with his grandchildren, patting their head and singing Tales by the Moonlight for them. What is he doing propped on a stage, supported by humans? That outing in Ebonyi State was disgraceful. He had a human being holding him up. It's not even the man per se, it's the people around him. People like Mr. One Man here that keep pushing him on, giving him false hope, telling him, Baba, you can do this, when they know clearly well that he cannot. Why are we mincing words? People like One Man are the problem. He's not even Tinubu. I'm sure that if you ask the man deep inside his heart, he's tired. He's tired. The man can barely stand. That is why he keeps mixing up words. He's talking about Holy Communion this moment. He's talking about down payment for corn the next moment. The man is tired. It is the people around him that for their own selfish interest, without any consideration for the remaining 200 million people in Nigeria, are pushing him on.
Are you, Blessing, hold on. I mean, you are referring to this. I saw this.
Everyone around.
$16 billion. They forget The transmission line is a superhighway in transmitting electricity.
So
I've not seen this one before.
Yeah, I mean,
can I say something?
Yeah, who wants to say something? Is it Doze?
It's me.
Okay, who I don't sometimes your voice you begin to sound like all of you.
That's Ovie. That's
okay, go ahead.
I think you see me, I don't know. At this point of the game, we spend so much time paying attention to things that cannot stop this man from being the president. You know, Blessing said that some people who are around me are doing it for their selfish interests. Of course, that's how life works. There are some people who invest heavily for Tinubu to be president, knowing the fact that maybe it will not last.
That's
for their
how
own
life
benefit.
works.
Yes. Stop seeing power from afar. Go close to it and see what is around that power. You are God, pretty much. That's who you are.
Ovie, is that how your mayor? Is that how your mayor looks like?
Yes, mayor has been brought by special interest. Yes, it might not be obvious the way we are saying it. You work for your interest.
He asked a direct question. He asked, "Is that what your mayor looks like?"
The governor of Texas. Now, which year is they? And it's been there for years. They win election anytime, any day. Now people they put on there. So you are criticizing
now
those
being
people
a wheelchair is not the same as being demented. Being demented means
I know interject when you were speaking.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry
exactly.
to interject.
It doesn't have to make sense to you.
Across.
No, don't worry. Let me
being demented means you have. Being demented means that the person has lost his mind.
Okay, hold on. You see the time we wasted now. Hold on, guys. The time we wasted between you talking and Ovie interrupting Ovie could have finished and you say your own. It doesn't stop anything. And the fact that what you are saying, I know you feel is very important, which is that being on a wheelchair is different from. We have had it here on this program several times said. It doesn't mean it to not come up again. That somebody will say something. So don't think that's why sometimes
the point I'm trying to even make is what Blessing is saying. People around it that want this presidency to come to be. That is the people you should be worried about. And how do you worry about them? Focus on your own. Just like one is saying, go and convince people. That is the only way you can keep Tinubu out of power at this point. Unless something unfortunate happened to him. Saying he's crazy, he's mad. You are playing to people who want that to happen. It is not about the guy on power. It is about the interest that is bringing in. We should be paying attention to. We worry about he's sick. Does that disqualify him? No. Election is 2 months away. Guy, if he's able to lead more people to the polls, he becomes the president. How he go that will not concern me and you at that point. It's over.
Okay, hold on.
That's a direct question.
Blessing, hold on. No, don't ask Ovie. He will talk more. Nick, say something. You wanted to say something. Let me hear from.
So here's what I want to say. We're comparing the Western world politics to Nigeria. We forgot that the Western world have a foundation where they play their politics on. Nigeria doesn't have a foundation. See, we don't have electricity. We don't have roads. We don't have so many things that you see in the Western world. That's why that is what we're still fighting for. And we're just using the politics. The politics is not the main thing we are fighting. We're fighting for our souls right now. We have families back home that, sometimes we don't even sleep well here because of our families back home. And we think we want to play politics. It's not like Nigerian situation is not politics. We want to have a foundation where, later we can play that politics on. So right now, we just need the right person to get there and do the right thing. And if we're going to use that politics, fine, we use it. We know the right person for this job. Even the people following Tinubu knows the right person for this job. They know that they will get money from him. And that's why people that are following Obi, that are helping him to campaign, I beg you, go to where people are. Talk to them about Obi. Try to help them get their PVC. Make sure they will get to the polling booth. That's what you have to do. You can't sit down and be talking about a man that we know. I mean, one thing somebody told me that this guy has gone to France to do hip replacement surgery. That's one thing I know. I mean, looking at him, I'm not a doctor, but I know he's sick. But I don't care about him. I don't want to talk about him. We want to talk about how we can get the right man to do this job, because guess what? The whole world is looking at us and they are laughing. Because this Western world we're talking about, apart from the USA, the Canada that I live in, our prime minister here is not up to 60 years. I've had a mayor in my city that it wasn't up to 40 years. So what are we talking about? We know when people are sick. I mean, we have older parents. My parents are late. But I knew when my father turned 70, he wasn't getting it anymore. And you want to push a man that is already, going down there to come to the place of power. We don't need to keep talking about him, because it's not our problem. We need to face our work. Do the work of getting somebody that will do the right thing for Nigeria to also rock. That's the thing.
Can I come in for a moment?
No, hold on one man. Let me make a commentary. It's very important to thank you, Nike. And Ovia, I heard what you said. This is something that comes up here every time, which is that why we have this forum is to get people to air their views, and people like Njenje, Nike was kind of referring to you when she was saying that people who are for B should do this and do this to get the candidate to win. It's also important that people who are doing skits, people who are making fun of the candidates, they are doing their own job. Everybody is doing what they have to do, and people who are talking like you are talking here on this platform, we are all part of the process. All these things have to be taking place. None of them will stop for another one to happen. All right. Adewola, welcome to the show. I'll come to you one man after Adewola.
Hey, doctor.
How are you?
I'm always coming.
Always late. I was about to round up.
I know I started with you today, and I've been watching everybody watching the show, though.
Wow.
Great discussion.
Very good. Thank you so much. We always want to hear your voice too, because especially at the end, when people are tired, you come and drop.
When the gas goes and the water has already been exchanged, huh?
Yeah.
Ovie, my guy. You know what, Ovie? I'm totally with you. Okay, today I'm totally with you. We discussed politics. I'm glad that we are talking about politics, Nigeria politics now. Before now, it's always shrouded in secrecy, the emergence of candidates and all that. And it's whoever they present to us is what we're going to vote for. But we are now, who the political parties presented to us are the people we are now going to be voting for. What about the emergence of those candidates? Do we have a say in it? No, right? But one thing I want us to understand is this. Whether somebody is working with a walking stick, or not just pissing for body, but they shit for body. Whoever we win, we win. Oh. We are here, most of us in these studios, we are abroad. Probably maybe one or two are in Nigeria. I think Blessings in Nigeria. See, those people that we are fasting and praying for, those people, they will collect 2,000. The last time I was watching a show and they said they found a PVC in the soak away. People are selling their PVC and they're hiding it and all that. See, those are the things that make Nigerian politics. It's about it's a Bolekaja politics. The one we are trying to establish, the one you and I come to this show to try to establish, is a refined politics where we think, but it's a dog-eat-dog game. Okay? And I will repeat that again. It's not a buy and selling. No, but it's not about the bottom line here. It's talking about power, political power. And that is why African leaders, they don't never let it go. Okay? Whoever we support, let's keep saying it. And whoever want to change their mind, God help if they change their mind. I say if not. But one thing I know for a fact, whether we mock any candidates, whether we campaign or try to establish fact and fictions and all that, whoever will emerge. But one thing I want us to understand is that the emergence of this candidate should be what we should be focusing on. No, it's not that is no longer doable now, but in the nearest future when we have another election, we should join political parties. We should have a say in who we present as a candidate. All right. So that's what I would say. Unfortunately, we have less than 3 months now. So there's no abracadabra. Whether somebody is blue, black, and black, blue, and somebody is, what do you call them? I mean, by the way, there are a lot of obedient in the comment. Man, they are one man, great show, but they are throwing arrows and dagger at you every corner. So I read those comments, and they were, kind of depressing. But I'm glad people are listening. I'm glad people are watching. You support who you support, but this is democracy. This is the beauty of democracy. We are so used to, autocracy, the capitalism, and somebody just sitting on the, in their throne chair and say this is the decree. Everybody, but this is democracy. Everybody have a say. Whether you follow blue black or you follow obedient or you follow Atiku or Kwankwaso Ovie, it's all about democracy. It's about having your voice, having your say. And that is why when I heard about the Arise issue with the APC and they're trying to take Rufai out. Honestly, that is I found that to be very, very unfortunate. Press should have the freedom.
Yeah.
Where I have issue with the Arise is that sometimes the show itself or the individual itself, you don't just like you are, Dr. Damage, you have your preference, right? This is your show. And most of the time you moderate. You don't try to inject your opinion. You let us have our say so that we air out our own view. Even sometimes our view can be very, very, completely wrong, but you have your own preference, but you don't try to force that on everybody or your viewers' truth. And that's why I have issue with, their right. But at the same time, we're talking about press in the democracy for crying out loud. They are the ones that uphold this democracy that make it more stronger. So I don't see reason why the APC should be going at the jugular of the Arise TV. But then that is the politics. That is another part of second of the politics we play in Nigeria. We use every available means, to butcher and to do whatever we can do to find our way. So that's it, Dr. Damages.
Thank you, Adewale. Let me also say along the same line that in the past, media, it would be difficult when we were growing up. I don't know about you. When I was growing up, you don't get on NTA or any of the network you have in Nigeria to air your view. But today, there are so many options, including what we do here. You reach a lot of people by so that's an improvement, and that's something I think is very important. So there's no excuse for me for anybody to say I'm not going to subject myself to be interviewed. You don't have to do it under any particular network. You go to somewhere else. There are so many. You have to find one at least. All right, but again, even if the people at Arise that they are not objective, whichever way you assess them. I remember that Obama also had to go to Fox News to be interviewed. You can go to what you consider your enemy, even if you think they are your enemy. You have to go there and reach their audience too. So anyway, but that's by the way. We're rounding up now. We've done very well. I thank everybody who joined. Please, if you're watching us, can you like the video so that more people will see it? And if you've not subscribed to the channel, please do. That will help. I was told that I have to say this. I've not been saying this. I'm not good at those kind of things. But let me also say tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa, I know the World Cup is tomorrow, the big game. But I also have a big guest. For those who know, who used to watch the old Dr. Damages, you remember Tomato Jones. She's from Sierra Leone. She's going to join us tomorrow. If you have time and you want to be part of it, you can join us tomorrow at 10:30. and hopefully, we've not talked about today's game. Morocco lost to Croatia, for those who do not know at this point. But they had a good run. So now we have to end by going for the final thing, which is what keeps you up at night. You need a break before we go to that. Are we ready? Ovie, what keeps you up at night? I mean, I know you are on. Ovie, wait, to yesterday you were on at 3 a.m. Were you on at 3 a.m.? What is going? How are you living your life? We have to be worried about this, our brother.
You see,
no, but
I think
were you live at 3 a.m.?
Somebody actually put it in a different way. What you are trying to ask, it was like, how come all of a sudden people of my generation are younger? How they talk about politics? That during their days, now boy, they just they play around. They're just playing soccer. They're not interested. And I'm meaning to understand that is because we, the young people, have come to realize that the only way we can actually live our lives to the fullest is through when we keep our government in check. There's nothing we can do without the president signing up for it. The religions you belong to, the churches go, we scatter around the world. It is due to the fact that the policy that these people are putting together is against us. So there's no way.
Did you hear the question?
Just let me finish. I'm telling you why I'm here. I'm telling you the reason why
I'm confused with your answer.
If you allow me to lie, you understand.
Okay, sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
Yes, I'm online talking about politics. Yes, that's what I do. At one point in my life, all I do was to run professional track day and night. I do that. So anything I want to do, I go all in. At this point in my life, what should I be doing? Watching Big Brothers or watching the European, watching the Premiership? When I know that my people, the only way they can actually see the benefit of democracy is actually if everybody get on board. Yes, I was online. I'm always online 24/7. Wow. You understand? I'm just giving the background why, yes, I'm doing that. You understand? This idea that, oh, look at the way Americans are doing, look at them. No, even American presidency is all about interest. It's interest that institute American presidency. I will give you a current recent example. Donald Trump has declared to run for 2024. But already they are saying especially the how do they call them again in America? Now, the base are saying, yes, we are for Trump. You understand? What the party establishment? Has anybody ever tried to actually x-ray that word, party establishment? Who are these people? Who are this establishment? Right? Back to Democrat primary election. Why is it that Bernie Sanders lost out? Within a week, the guy called Bloomberg dropped almost $750 million within a week. That's how that guy lost out. So it's about interest. That's why I say paying attention to Tinubu health. At this point, it's beyond him. He can't even say, I don't want to go safe. Because people have invested billions already to make sure this man become president. Even though he not perform to the generality of Nigeria, they don't care. There's a reason why you are running, why you are saying Obi, because you see your interests align with him. So pursue it. Hassan dropped something here earlier on that the conservative and the what and what is they call the other one?
Progressive.
You understand? And the progressive. But he says something. That's why I asked that question. Who are the conservatives going to vote for? You understand? Tinubu can just say, you know what? Okay, I give up. Now only 4 years I will come out. Guess what? They will throw behind it quick. If you can just say, you know where, nothing concerns them because guess what? They have their interests at stake. Even in JJ Media and those who are going back and forth about it's a give and take. It's about negotiation. You understand? That is why I keep asking people, tell me any country in the world that the young people produce a president. There's a reason why you don't have anything to bargain with. Especially in Nigeria, that the youth, how many will be? I don't know about the true numbers. You guys are not together. What are you going to bargain with to get power? You forget that once you attain that power, you be God. Forget God and say that man is God on your life, directly or indirectly. What you eat, how you eat, it decide it. This man, most of the policies they are putting out there, it's not out of incompetence. It's deliberate. So let's focus on what matters and actually go after these people. Not that Adewale has a good question. Were you there during the primaries? In the party democracy, that is the most important vote. That is the most important vote. That's why billions will spend to make sure, yes, I emerge. And at the end of the day, go they want and then by shout. You can do or not. What is your bargaining chip at this point? We young guys, we young people. So let's forget all this sentiment that is sick, is that. No, people are invested heavily. People who are healthy, who are educated, Harvard graduate, Yale graduate, are putting their whole in Tinubu's presidency just to make sure he wins. That's what we should be worrying about, not him.
Okay, Ovia, thank you. I should have called somebody else to start. What keeps you overnight? I went to the wrong person. Nika, you go ahead.
Sorry, I just want to say thank you for letting me come in and speak. To be honest, when I sleep, I thank God that I wake up in the morning. I don't really think about so many things when I sleep. It doesn't keep me up, to be honest. No. Because I don't have control over anything. I don't have control over whatever happened to people in Nigeria. I just pray that they don't call me one day and say, "Oh, Nike, your sister is being kidnapped right now." That's it. So, yeah. So thank you very much. Thank you, everybody, for listening to my stupid rant.
Oh, no, it was very important. We appreciate you.
All right. Thanks, everybody. Have a great weekend.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, bye.
Bye. Blessing, you're next. Let me go that way. I'm afraid of people at the top.
What keeps me up at night? Recently, I'm even afraid to say it. I'm just scared that I wake up one day and hear that everybody in my place has been sacked, and down we are now internally displaced people. That one started troubling me recently. I don't know why. I don't know if it's because of the harmful incident, but I've been thinking about it. I can't imagine my 80-something-year-old grandma running for her life. So when you see me speak passionately about things happening in the Southeast, like Ovie said, interest, I can't imagine it. It's as I'm talking about it now, my heart is beating. Waking up and I'm hearing that my grandma is running for her life. With which leg? Where will she run to? That is the only home she's known. So what keeps me awake at night a lot, but top of the list is that we wake up one day and we won't have an ancestral home anymore. Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much. That's serious. And it happened. This has happened to a lot of real people across Nigeria. And sometimes we just talk about it like it's politics. It doesn't. It's real for a lot of people. Forefathers, you're next.
Yeah, thanks for this. And I think Dozie, you calling Nigeria is, you really need to think twice when you start using such terms. Because when you curse yourself, you don't even know it sometimes when people say things. You forget that the people what gave you life is also part of Nigeria. It's like somebody cursing human beings, not realizing that they are also human beings. And I don't appreciate people doing that. So that is one thing, and our people have suffered enough to be hearing our people just bad mouthing each other. And I've seen things, and if you look at the world, other people have gone through worse than we have. I don't understand how grown men can just sit there and just badmouth their country when we have not made any sacrifice to save that country. We think we have made a lot of sacrifices. What sacrifice have we made? That lady that was speaking today was saying something because of the failings of the men. If the men were doing their job, the woman wouldn't have to be speaking up herself. The men would be the ones doing these things. Other communities, other societies do it. We are the ones that have not done as well as we could have done. We spend most of our time talking about personalities here and who is going to be this president, how ill he is, and all the rest of it. Personally, too much about that. I'm watching the dial, a different dial. The dial of how healthy our society of our destiny. Important dial you have to keep your eye on, because it also informs the way you look at the candidates. If you just go in and just worry about all the fightings, you miss the bigger picture, because there are other bigger threats out there than whatever you are doing right now. And this godfatherism that we keep talking about, I think Ovie talks about it all the time, like, oh, these people are in charge of. But there are differences at the top too. Even with Obama's candidacy, there was a difference at the top. Some people wanted Hillary Clinton, others wanted Obama. And Obama won out, just like what is happening now. You did mention something about the CBN, something about the takeover of a state. What do you think the CBN is doing? They are trying to limit the ability of money to influence politics. And that is important that they do that. That's why they change the currency at this time too. If you look at the way the military has to come out and say they are not going to be bullied to take sides. Why do you think they are doing that? Because there is a difference of opinion at the top. There's a lot of revelation that is coming out right now about oil theft and all the other stuff that is going on in the country. Some people don't want these old men that have been in charge for the past how many decades to run the country again. And those people are also at the top. I've heard of Obasanjo say his own piece. I've heard of IBB say his own piece. You guys don't know what is happening. You just think that, just because Tinubu has all this power in the past means that, the elites have already endorsed it. That is not true. There is a reason why Peter did. And if it's God's support, personally, we have to deal with what we have now. It's one thing to say, okay, we didn't select him during the primaries process, but we have 4 candidates now. And if Peter Obi is the best candidate, he has come up with some policies that I like. When he talked about increasing the size of our defense forces, in terms of this in African-centric foreign policy, that is very, very important for our leaders to do, because we have a diaspora and a greater diaspora with a purchasing power of $2 trillion. $2 trillion. And just today, I heard that the Nigerian legislators blocked a bill that would have allowed the diaspora to contribute money to Nigeria. Why they are doing these things, I don't know. Because because if I have the ability to contribute money to the Nigerian state itself, maybe I would decide that, 5% of my pay should go there. But our leaders are blocking it for what reason, I don't know. And you need leaders that can see the importance of the diaspora. Because this is matter. The family has to be brought together. There is no race in this world that walks around and looking at their family and just abandoning them to their fate. The Americans are defending Europe today because they know Europe is their family. What is our diaspora doing for the country? We sit here, we complain all the time that things are bad, but we have to start supporting the right candidates if we think is the right thing, because the greater good is very, very critical for us right now. We can't be too sentimental about this. I don't care who wins. As long as the person wants to do the right thing for the country and has the ability to do it, I will support that candidate. If it was Tinubu, I would have supported him. But I see a guy that is talking about leaders. We're talking about a leader that was just ill in office. You can't have back-to-back leaders that are ill in a very important country like Nigeria. Nigeria is strategically so important that you can't have 2 leaders that are ill all the time running overseas. They don't even plan on building a world-class hospital to ensure that the leaders don't travel overseas anymore, which is also a security risk. I just talked about how this is, I think about 11 of our leaders since 2000, year 2000, 11 of our leaders have died in foreign countries. 11 leaders, and we lost 23 leaders. Black countries are losing far more leaders than any other group on the face of the earth. And because we are so weak, and Nigeria is such a linchpin in that whole this paradigm, that all African countries are looking up to Nigeria. And Nigeria, for once in history, I've heard Nigerian leaders talk about how they want to increase the size of the military, something we've never seen before. The only area I would criticize them for is in terms of transparency, because I believe transparency is very important in a country like Nigeria that is so diverse, and they don't trust their leaders. If you don't trust their leaders, these are the kind of things we should be talking about, because that is what gives people power. That is why these Western countries are doing very well, because their systems have been made as transparent as possible. But I believe we can even go further. We can't keep copying them. Sometimes we have to leapfrog them and do things that suit us. And when I call for government accounts to be made public, this is why I'm doing it. And I really regret the fact that has not moved forward, even with Peter Obi. But the only silver lining I see there is that almost all the parties are talking about increasing our security forces to a level we have never seen since our independence. And that could be a paradigm shift in the context of the Nigerian development process. Sorry, I'm just going to round up very quickly right now. I'm sorry I've gone on too long. If the refinery comes online, the Niger bridge is online right now, and I can see a lot of development in Nigeria. All these people that are wishing all kinds of craziness, If there is anarchy in the country, you're just going to set the continent, not just Nigeria. Do you know the importance of Nigeria? If you set Nigeria backwards, you're sending the whole continent backwards and sending the whole diaspora backward too. We have to understand the importance of what we are doing here, and we have to take it more seriously. Thank you very much.
Thank you, forefathers. Mazin Jenje.
Well, I think you guys, a lot of people basically are here, and let me not keep us for so long. Just to, as a means of rounding up very quickly, a lot of things keep me up anyway. I must be fair. One is, how do I make money to take care of myself and the family? So that's what keeps me up. But on another note, Nigeria as it is really these things bothers one, that you really want to, or rather you keep thinking, when shall we get to a point where some of these discussions that we have, we do no longer have them? Some of the witches and wizards that approach us imaginary whenever there is no light, that they will all disappear. Some of our prayer points will reduce because there is light. And these things are not things that are skyrocket science. These are things that with genuine leadership. And that's why sometimes that is very painful that Nigeria has lost 8 years under Buhari. As someone said earlier before now, had he done some of these things genuinely, had he fought corruption genuinely, maybe things would be different. I ideally want to see a situation where Nigeria begins to take the question of nationhood very serious, where people could come and decide, how do we actually want to live as a people? Do we want to live together? That's the nationhood question. If we do want to live together, how do we want to live? As a people, let that be a collective decision. Nigeria has been created, but again, in its governance, people can now decide how they want to govern themselves, be it at a regional level, as it was in 1960, at independence up to 1967. These are things that keep me up, that I think if you visit countries like Rwanda, visit countries like Botswana, and even our neighboring countries, and you come back to Nigeria, you think the only country that I know that any time you leave and come back is worse than you left it any day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mazi. Desire next.
Thank you, Messenger. Everybody that said something here made a great deal of sense. I have been addicted to politics, watching and listening politics, and that is politics across the world. And my addiction is winning by saying that I used to watch when the former president of South Africa was being grilled in the National Assembly. And I listened to people like Musi Maimani of the former, who was the chairman of the former DA party, and I listened to the other guy that likes to wear red, Malema, and I enjoyed how they peppered that guy, the former president. Please remind me.
Jacob Zuma.
Jacob Zuma, thank you. See, I'm getting as old. Today we have Cyril Ramaphosa, who cannot explain where $4 million went to. $4 million in his, they call it farm, or whatever they call it. And if you have never listened on YouTube, the interactions that goes on in the National Assembly of South Africa, please do. It's a robust interaction of African politics. I wish those things happen in our state assemblies. I wish those things happens in our national assemblies. I wish people can be seriously held accountable. Cyril Ramaphosa got a bribe of $4 million and is making news, and people want to run him out of town. And governors in Nigeria are getting $10 billion, $10 billion. And the law says you cannot ask them. The law literally says you can't even sue them. Well, you can ask them, but you cannot sue them. That's what our law says. We can't sue them until they leave office. That's part of what keeps me up at night. If Nigeria worked, we would have been talking about not about the Republic of Oduduwa or the Republic of Biafra or whether IPOB works. We would have been talking whether ECOWAS should become a country. We would have been talking whether we would invite people to West Africa where it will be cheaper to take care of your health, to manage different type of things. We have many places for tourism. We wouldn't be talking about whether which part of the Arab prophets or the Arab desert prophets. I don't want to offend anybody. Let me just put it in that terms. Which one is more powerful and which one takes you to paradise more? I'm not delineating the fact that I'm a Christian, but I'm simply telling you that there are more fishes to fry. The things that keep me up at night is that each time I go to Nigeria, just like Njije said, you still see a Nigeria. I mean, I enjoyed Nigeria so much. The truth is that each time you visit Nigeria, you shake your head. This country, in fact, in the last time I went to Nigeria, an excess man held my passport asking me for money at Lagos. I told him, you know what? If there is a vote for recolonization, I will be the first one to vote for it. Because that country is a bizarre mess. That's what keeps me up at night. And lastly, what keeps me up at night? What keeps me up at night? If I would, I don't know why my friend left. What keeps me up at night is what the evil man says. Okay?
No, say again. I didn't get that. Wow, I've never had that. Okay.
You've never had that. Okay? A palm, if you know how to mash palms to produce oil, you don't take palm that is a little bit messed up and you put it in a porous mortar. I don't know how you put it. That's an evil proverb. At least I'm speaking in Imo State Igbo now. But the point is this: if you take Asiwaju and make him president of Nigeria, you have taken Nkurerere Tinye Nikwe Furefu. Blessing,
okay.
do you understand my Igbo?
So it's like you're saying it's something like a sick country and a sick person.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. I got it.
Thank you.
All right. It's Millie. You have to give me a name.
Is Miri.
Okay. Go ahead. What keeps you up at night?
Well, for me, I've given up on Nigeria, and I don't think I'm coming there anytime soon. So
when was the last time you went?
It's been ages, and I don't really miss it.
Okay.
Yeah. What keeps me up at night is my studies, trying to build these Mary London Cosmetics to make a positive change in the world. Yeah, become a better version of myself every day, working towards that. That's all.
Thank you. Is the
Rudolph, how much is she paid to advertise her?
Yeah, no, I'm trying to help our business out. So is this for Black people or for everybody? Are you doing this for Black people or for anybody?
I promote inclusivity, so for everybody, but mature teen from the ages of 40 to 65.
So VA is not going to need it. Okay, all right, thank you.
So that does not include Nigerians now, since you've given up on Nigeria.
Well, what has Nigeria done for me? So I will start from top, and then if Nigeria needs me, they can find me.
Maybe some customers.
Nigeria is not going to push me up there. Rather, they push you down. So I just will. That country is a sad place to think about.
All right, thank you. Adeola, what keeps you up at night?
You know, there's this man called Pansat. And it's always in the comment section. And sometimes he will show up and he wouldn't even turn his camera on. The man has his mindset is backward. You could support whoever you choose to support. One day you will have a show for me and him only. We'll be tackling each other. Pansat, I hope you can hear me now.
He wanted to come on today. He actually wanted to come on, but
his keyboard is always faster. So he has yabbed me so much that one day you'll have a show for me and him.
No, he wanted to come on today, but he said
because he's running away from me, he's scared of me. That's why. He's already going at it now.
All right.
See, is the one-way traffic. There's no alternative to whatever he believes. And people like him always give me concern. Well, the thing is, I have a good news and a bad news for everyone watching this show. Nigeria will remain Nigeria after February election. Okay. I'm not a seer, but I see that. But the thing is this. There's a possibility there will be a mayhem. I'm talking about bloodshed. We've not even started an election. There have been some shootings in the part of Southeast. And in the Southwest, I'm hoping I'm proven wrong. Because we don't have adequate security operative. And there will be some areas there will be no election come February. And that will also become a disenfranchisement of people, of electorate in those areas. And that could also result into, cycle of litigations and all that. That is what I foresee. But I'm quite optimistic. I don't want to be so, round up in my own negative thought. I'm optimistic that Nigeria will remain the same. For those who already think that this is the end of Nigeria, we've had it worse, even when things were really terrible in 92, 93. But come 2023, wait a minute, 93 to 2003. Wow, what a coincidence, right? But then Nigeria will remain the same. But what I foresee is that people not taking no for answer. The politicians sit back and are drinking red wine as the show is, we are having this show right now. They are drinking red wine. But another perspective I want us to look at is this fact. If you look South Africa, is there any country in Africa that fare better? Or any black man's life? Absolutely not. Even the South Africa was built by the white people that forcefully taken their land. Why is this so? We should look at it from that angle. Why is this so? We should have a deep thought. People that keep giving money to Africa, that we kept borrowing money from them, do you think they will allow us to blossom or to keep us in a perpetual penury? If you go to a bank, you borrow money, you keep paying the interest, right? God help you if you go to bank at this period when you have a higher interest rate. If you borrow money and your business turn upside down, then the bank will be after you. Guess what? They will come after your property. Let's look at this in that prison with people that are keep pumping money into Africa. Do you think they want Africa to rise? That is the reason why we kept having people that are supposed to be on a bed rest for the rest of their life. as our leaders in Africa. You saw that video when that man was urinating on himself, right? That man has been in that position since the inception of that country, South Sudan, and he's 71 years old, 71 or 72 years old. That alone should be enough for a leader who knows what to say. You know what? I want to resign. But guess what? I can assure you, just like I always say, that he will remain in that position till he die. Till he die. Election will not take place. And if it take place, he will be the winner. But there's a reason why the Western world makes sure that we keep electing leaders that are not worth leaders in Africa. And what do? They keep pumping money, they keep backing them and all that. So don't be surprised if Atiku wins this election for the obedient. Don't be surprised if Bashir win this election. Don't be surprised if Obi wins this election, Nigeria wins. However, it's not going to be quiet. It's not going to go down quiet. I want everybody to know that. But my fear is that people, we don't want to have people, die. That is my fear. But Nigeria will remain the same. That's what keeps me on night because we have, I think, 250,000 police officers. And for over 1,000 wards, I don't see that happening. I don't think, except with the pump military out there. But even with that, they're still going to do what they're going to do. So we keep talking. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Ejikeme, you're next.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you for the opportunity. What keeps me up at night? I have a very beautiful wife and 3 boys.
Hold on, Ejikeme. When you say that, are you saying that our own wives are now beautiful? I mean, because I don't know. When people say that, am I going to take time and look at it?
It's left for you to say that about your own wife.
For saying that.
Beauty is in the eyes of the beholder or beer holder, as we used to say.
It shows that he's not a player.
He's saying he's not a player. Maybe he did something bad. He wants to say that.
No.
So that
to all the ladies that look are married, but you guys.
My wife is crackingly beautiful. She is. You don't need to be told when you see her.
You're allowed to do any bad things.
And we've got 3 beautiful sons, lovely sons. So they are the things that really keep me up at night. I mean, I don't lose much sleep over Nigeria anymore. Yes, I do get worried, but it doesn't keep me up literally at night. I actually, it's in the daytime when I'm supposed to be working. Sometimes I'm monitoring YouTube video for the latest Tinubu gaffe and all that. That's the news you get from Nigeria. But the big worry for me, following what happened with the Sudanese president, I mean, the man is 71 years old, same age as Tinubu, official age, football age, who knows? For both of them, but that's their declared age. Tinubu goes wherever he goes, gaffes follow him. But everywhere he goes, you see crowd of crowd of Nigerians. I mean, these are obviously people supporting him. He went to Balabulaba. After that, he goes to Chatham House, distributes questions. He couldn't answer, or he didn't. Let me not say he couldn't. He didn't, and it appeared he couldn't. But still, he came back, and you find otherwise objective and intelligent Nigerians in the mode of FFK and
wait. Okay, let me know. Yes.
Otherwise, I said otherwise intelligent and otherwise objective.
Okay.
That's what I said. And Keyamo, so-called senior advocate of Nigeria, and they are defending this indefensible. And that is a source of worry. That there are still people queuing up. Why? Because there is benefit to have a Tinubu as a president, or a Buhari type of presidency where there is a cabal who is the presidency. So where the presidency is actually in charge, not the president himself, because the president most of the times is out of the country, and he's not really sentient and with it knowing what is going on. So lots of things can happen for the big boys if the president is not on the ground and they're actually calling the shots instead of the president. And then I find opinion from people like Ovia sometimes very worrisome. In this mode of that, if Peter Obi is going for presidency, that the Igbos are going for presidency. It's just, it's unbelievable. Or you guys, really? Peter Obi himself. And that is where the Nigerian does not understand the Igbo. Igbo man is individualistic. Peter Obi, Mr. Peter Obi, not his brother, not anybody from his town. Peter, who is an Igbo man, wants to be president. And Igbos will back him if they think he will perform. Right? And in Obi's case, we think he will perform. Win or lose, we don't care. Do you understand that? We absolutely don't care because this is the candidate we think is going to perform. And we will back him, not because we think some article is going to help after he becomes president. Who couldn't help himself all this while? So whether that is the way Nigeria played, we absolutely don't care. 90% of Igbo votes I know are going to be not because he's Igbo man, but because we think he's going to perform. Tinubu is not going to help us in any way. Atiku is not going to help us in any way. He's not going to help free up Lagos Port and let Warri Port work and let Port Harcourt Port work. These are the burning issues. He's not going to help restructure the country whereby we can be in charge of our destiny so that anything that happens in Abuja, we don't care. We don't want to know. We absolutely flipping don't care who is the president of Nigeria as long as the person is fair. Because in a fair playing field, if you set race in Nigeria today, say, run, who Igbo no go be last. Put every Nigerian for line. The man at the back, I'm talking of physical race. You will not see the Igbo man at the back. So in a fair playing field, we'll be okay. We might be somewhere in the middle or at top. We'll not go there last. That one I know. So that's what keeps me up at night.
All right, thank you, HK, man. We started this work.
Huh? Let me finish, please. Just
hold on.
Let me tell this.
We started.
I've been marginalized. I was rushed out even before Dozie allowed me to speak. I've been marginalized.
Please.
I must go.
That is one thing Mr. Ibe said here that is true. I want Ovia to understand that Obi running for office is not Igbos running for office. Please correct that.
Let me ask you one question. This man behind me is from where? Where is he from? This man behind me. Where is he from?
From Kano.
What tribe is he?
No, I understand where you're headed, but that is your insinuation all the time.
So just because you said it doesn't mean I will take it. Just the way you don't want to take mine. I don't know why you're not the first time. He's an Igbo man. I don't know why are you denying it?
Yes, of course he's an Igbo man.
So then what's the point? What point are you making then?
No, the point I'm saying is that if Obi becomes president, it doesn't mean that every Igbo man is an Aso Rock. That's what I'm trying to say.
Just because you say doesn't mean I should believe it. I don't know why you say just because you say it's true.
But it's this kind of mentality that makes
an Igbo man. That's one black. This man is a Hausa Fulani man. Atiku is a Hausa Fulani man. Or Tinubu is a Yoruba man. Obi is an Igbo man.
Of course.
Yes. Nice point. Why are you there?
Okay, guys.
Why are you ashamed?
Wait.
I'm not. What do you mean by ashamed? Ashamed. Obi is an Igbo man, and his name betrays him as an Igbo man.
This is a conversation we have after the show. So let's finish up. It's over an hour that we're saying what keeps you up at night. I was thinking that by the last 30 minutes we will have been done, but now we're still here. Okija.
You gave me 3 minutes and you give Ibe 10 minutes.
Yeah, okay. We go back and play the video. You will lasted longer than everybody. Okija, what keeps you up at night? I think I'll bring back my
Okay, shut up now, because I agree with you today. I think Ovio was right when he was talking about power. I was thinking about it. Actually, that was one of the reasons why I jumped in. When Jesus, he took, don't say anything. Jesus, I'm talking about Jesus now, so don't say anything, because I don't have a comparison in Igbo culture. Anyway, but when Satan took Jesus, to the mountain or whatever, he showed him the whole world. He said, just bow down before me, and then I will give you all this, just power.
Right.
And someone said in history, I don't know who said it, that power corrupt, absolute power corrupt, absolutely. If there's something, when there is difference between looking for political power and looking for leadership power. I think that's the difference between the candidates right now. Tinubu is looking for political power, and there are forces behind him. Those forces, they don't care about leadership; they care about political power, because with political power, they can do anything. For instance, for instance, oil subsidy. There are people, behind oil subsidy. They make a lot of money, and if you take remove oil subsidy, they're gonna lose. People like people like Ifanyoba. So, I see Tinubu, someone who be amenable to them. We don't want you to remove subsidy. Just like Buhari, they will tell us one story. Buhari was shouting, subsidy, scam, this and that. He came in, they told him, stop, you're not going to remove subsidy. And he piped down. He didn't remove subsidy. So between Tinubu and P.O.B., who can they convince easily to don't mess with subsidy? Tinubu. So they're going to back Tinubu, because that's what they are looking, some of it. So there's other interest, but I'm just using this one as an example. So that's the thing. In politics is like everywhere. Someone was asking, Ozier, what about your mayor? Yes, so, it doesn't, everybody's not the same, but most of the time, people who are looking for political power, they will do anything to get the power. Look at Trump. Please, sorry, forgive me. Give me 1 more minute. Sorry, forgive me, guys. You look at what Trump just was looking for political power. He wasn't care, but he never cared about leadership. So whatever he did, whatever he was just looking for anyhow. In Democrats, during the past midterm election, Democrats, they had to sponsor far right, MAGA people, help their campaign so that they would be nominated to face the Democrats, because they thought they would easily, beat them. That's they were looking for political power. They never cared about the country, the constitution, whatever, what is good or right. That's power. They were looking for power, to control the house. Anyway, but okay, sorry. Back to what what is keeping me up at night. I mean, for a long time now, nothing was keeping me up at night. But was this on Thursday night? So people would were asking me money for Christmas, and then I was like, okay, I'm gonna throw this money, give people to for Christmas. Then I calculated it, found out that the money I budgeted would not be enough, and the requests were still coming, coming. And I was like, we have to really do something about Nigeria, because if we don't do anything about Nigeria, it's gonna be worse. After from next year, after the election, it's gonna be worse. So I don't know, Ovier, I'm gonna ask you to join us, because he's a good candidate, but you guys are small. But since we're a majority, I'm urging you to join us so that we can produce something that is different for Nigeria. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Before we continue, I want to mention that Vin has 459 heads of cattle. Why are you laughing, Jose? If you want to buy a cow in Ghana, Vin,
no problems. I'm just laughing.
He has it, and he didn't tell us how much he's selling one, but it's not too late for Christmas. He just wanted me to make sure that people know. We have to support our friends who are here the same way.
Can I say my market? Yeah, can I say my market too?
Yeah, okay, you can. But
they ask me why they always do online.
Hold on, I asked you. You had the chance. You missed it.
No, Dozier was fighting me.
Hecho, what keeps you up at night?
You're a friend.
Rachel, what keeps you up at night?
Oh Lord. What keeps me up at night is if these people rig election, what will happen? And that is scary because Tinubu is ready to do everything under the sun to get his political power. But is that the will of the people? So if the will of the people don't come to pass, the first 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 1 month, what will be the situation? Then secondly, if we don't contain Samuel EKPA, there will be more killing in the east. And who is ready to lose his or her brother in the east just because of one useless dictator? So I don't know what we can do to stop it happening. We did nothing in the 5 days, and we see innocent blood that has been gone, not because they were sick, not because they had accident, but because somebody gave a useless order and some people used gun and other used machete to machete their fellow brother. I don't know the heart they have when they were using those machete to cut these people. Screening, and yet they were butchering them. Not even as you butcher chicken or animal or goat. So it's sad.
All right, thank you, Rachel. Let me just announce also that we've been kicked out of Facebook. We spent 8 hours. I think you can't go more than 8 hours on Facebook. So they told us that sorry, we're done with you. Who is left before we run?
Before Dominic preach.
Before Dominic, I know Dominic. I'm leaving it for Dominic to end with the preaching. Before you go on, let me just allow. I know that Ndubisi was with us, and I want to give him the chance. Ndubisi, just 1 minute. You were here during through the day. 1 minute. Just what keeps you up at night? Okay,
can you hear me?
Ndubisi. Okay, quickly, yeah.
Can you hear me? You have not allowed me to come in. I'm still at the bus station.
Oh, you're in. I'm allowing you to speak. Go ahead. Okay.
Speak, we can see
I don't know
you.
where
Anyway,
he can't hear me.
Let's go to Dominic and
Ovie, what are you selling? Yeah, go ahead.
If you like Hassan that came on earlier on, the guy from Maiduguri, if you want to hear more of him, if you want to hear Jafar is residing in Kanu. If you want to hear from Blackie in a Kaduna guy, come to Honor Politics. That's my platform. You hear that vice voices from the north. And come to just subscribe to my channel. It's called Honor Politics. We talked about all Nigeria. Maybe only Dr. Dameji just talk about Nnewi and Endo will be alone. This time we talk about everywhere. But again, the Dr. Dameji, you failed to talk about the CBN guy. It's very serious because somebody was challenging me around that, yes, CBN staying there for 10 years is not a big deal. Yes, I know they have life on their own, but guess what? We have a man called Saludo. When he was saying 20 billion loans, what happened to that? They put him out. So why is this guy still there? Knowing that over $117 billion under his care that has not been released to Nigeria yet. The money that they country, they don't use it to back interest. Now, those interests circle around among the system. Those are the people you should be scared of. You understand? So they will walk around the person that will keep protecting them. So regardless of how we shout it, if we don't identify this, because I expect all Nigerians to be alarmed about that kind of money. That's huge money. Money that can change anything at any time. If they under one man control, that's dangerous. It's too good.
Ovie, we have to go. I really have to go. Yeah, Ismail, go ahead. You are
just 1 minute. Can I say something about my business? Just 1 minute.
Okay.
Just to direct my website, please visit www.easemiri.com. There you can see all our informations. So subscribe, please. Come to YouTube and support me.
Okay.
And thank you for joining us. Please.
You said you're not, the business is not for Nigerians. You don't go back to Nigeria.
No, I didn't say it's not
Are we going to support you?
for the whole world.
We are too young for that product. We are too young for that product.
Opportunity that I'm having here, imagine that. But I still love Nigeria. It's my beloved country. I love it so much. So please subscribe. Join me in YouTube at Izmiri London for live show.
London. Okay, good. Thank you, Dominic. Yeah, take it up.
Rudolph, have you noticed that in the last few weeks, you have a lot of YouTubers joining your platform? I have nothing against it. But I'm just a neutral observation.
No. But
I'm just saying.
No, let me answer. It's a very good point.
You're a very good man. You're allowing people to come and have their say.
Yeah, and also this one. Also, I appreciate what they are doing. And I'm not saying that anybody who does, if you don't have a show on YouTube, you are not doing something. But I know that they have discussed some of these issues and spent hours discussing it. So they have a unique viewpoint, which some of us who have not interacted with a lot of people may not have. So that's why
I accept the praise. I'm saying it to show the kind of.
Oh, okay. I was thinking that you think
Andrew, what you should observe is that
criticizing you.
Oh, okay.
Andrew,
I thought you think I
it,
favor them. Some people think that because for whatever reason that I let them, but I
Dominic,
think
if you look at the number of people who are watching right now, they're about 500. That's all my followers. Because I have 500 subscribers, and all of them I bring come. So that's another benefit.
No,
all right, Dominic, go ahead.
To show how Rudolph is. He's a very. Sometimes when I see people like castigating Rudolph, it pains me, but. He's a very nice man. He's allowed us to hear our opinions for 8 hours. Rudolph, at the end of the day, your mental health, I'm worried about you.
Yeah, I know. I'm not like Ovi. I don't do anything during the
That's why you see me every once in a while.
Rudolph is too young to be tired.
Why? Every once
you know, see Tinubu, they crisscross the whole country.
I just announced that I will retire after the election. People didn't understand it.
Oh.
That is really sad.
Are you okay? You don't join politics. You don't say with the job politics.
Rudolph, haven't anyone blamed you for bringing Buhari into office?
Of course. And I'm doing everything to make sure that Tinubu gets there so that people will blame me.
I digress too much.
Go ahead, Dominic.
I woke up, and everyone is still here. But let me go straight to the point. I'm happy there are 2 women here. I want one woman to join the platform, make it a more balanced discussion. Also, a lot of us end up being mostly Southerners. So every once in a while, I wish we have other people of other extractions and Northerners who can join and diversify the conversation. But I think, Nigeria is a very tempting country to think about because every single time that you wake up, there's always something new that will come up. For example, as I was watching this show and people were talking about how Tinubu is being pushed, the first thing that came to mind is, what if these people are pushing Tinubu because they know how his health is, so that at some point, if he gets into power, at some point he passes away, a non-Southerner or Northerner will end up taking power. And then when he finishes, the next mandate will be for what? The North. But I'm not going to be tempted into going to that side. I just wanted to make an observation. For all of those people who made comments of what Nigeria is useless or Nigeria hasn't helped them. Nigeria has actually helped a lot of us, right? I wouldn't be a physician here if it wasn't for the kind of education I received back home in Nigeria. And when I came here, the level of decadence that I saw in the educational system was nothing compared to what I saw back home. Yeah, things are dilapidated, things are messy, but the level of resilience and toughness that it instills in you makes you that wherever you see Nigerians, no matter from what gutter or from what zoo they come from, they're able to succeed.
That's true.
And so I want us to end in a positive light. Yes, there's a lot of negative that we can spin about Nigeria, but at the end of the day, there is still something positive that you can take out of Nigeria. There's always a silver lining in any horrible situation. The silver lining when it comes to Nigerian politics is this. No matter how crazy things are, there are 4 political candidates who have strong standing and can win the election. Shouldn't we be happy or at least see some positivity that instead of talking about only PDP from 1999, or was it 16 years, we ended up now talking about APC and PDP. Now we're talking about APC, PDP, and Labour Party. Then we're talking about APC, PDP, Labour Party, and
NMPP.
Anyway, like Tinubu said, it would be an insult for me to mention the OVS party. But jokes aside, it is a great thing. Now we're talking about 4 political parties. It shows that the Nigerians.
No, there are 5. Oh, AAC is one of them. Don't leave
Madam, AAC is dear to my heart. It's more of a let me not digress. But there are 4 political parties. So we're starting to see Nigeria is actually moving to a place of consumptive politics and messy politics, a place of people actually establishing political philosophies, right? Because if you look at the party, you can understand, okay, this is what they stand for. This is what Kwangwaso stands for. And then there's always the other 2, PDP and APC, which we can't figure out because they're a mirror image of each other. So I think that the positivity here is Nigeria is starting to have some level of political philosophy in how people think about things. Rome wasn't built in a day. So I also wanted to end on a positive light. And sorry I came late. So someone is already calling me a sellout. I'm a sellout to come and join me.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Dominic. Let's in a positive note, let's watch this.
Where's the one?
I know that
when life was good.
Some people
when life
here,
was good.
Like Dozier used to do this, but we don't have the video when.
No, I did that. My childhood was like that.
My childhood was like that.
Yes.
10 years from now, that guy might be in America posing. I will show the
absolutely.
Dr. Rudolph, that was when life was good.
Yeah,
life was good. We don't know the difference between rich and poor. We just live. Life was good at time.
Let me make one last comment. When you were playing that song with the Oja, it kind of reminded me when I was watching Black Panther. Do you know how many Nigerian songs were in that? To hear the Oja being played in an international movie, Nigerians do quite a lot when they.
We are.
Meanwhile, I wanted to make the point. When we talk about the cabal of oil subsidy, I think Obi wants to sort the issue of oil subsidy through power. The amount of petrol and diesel Nigerians consume in generating electricity, I think I estimate it to about 20% of the quantity consumed. Set aside the fraud and how much we actually consume, but the actual consumption of fuel, of petrol and diesel and kerosene, much of it goes, or a lot goes towards generating electricity. And if the issue of power is solved in Nigeria, to a very large extent, it will reduce the consumption of fuel that we use for generating electricity, and that will go a long way in reducing oil subsidy. If you understand what I'm saying. So he's trying to solve it in so many ways.
That's for another day. Thank you.
Thank you. So thank you. I just once I play the music, it should be ending. I thought you were about to say something that would make us stop and start another 8-hour show. All right. Thank you for joining us. Dominic, thank you so much for being here.
Keep supporting Rudolph.
Paul, thank you.
Your money where your mouth is.
Paul, thank you so much. Odozie, thank you so much. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Ejikeme, thank you. Hecho, thank you. Okija, thank you. Forefathers, thank you. Forefathers, stand by. I want to talk to you after the show.
Okija, I will stand by too. I have a question.
We have after show, so you guys can if you want to join us. That's where we actually get to know people. You get to know Okija and understand. You understand?
Get your beer ready. Get your beer ready.
Yeah, get you a drink, and you can drink at that after show. Everybody, thank you so much for joining us. Those at home that watched them, thank you. Please like the video and please subscribe to our channel. We appreciate you, and I will see you tomorrow. Take care.
All right. Bye.